Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Law&Crime Trial Network. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us. The Murdaugh family murder trial is set to resume in less than a half hour. Keeping a very careful eye on that courtroom feed. This all comes after taking yesterday off in observance of President's Day. Alex Murdaugh stands trial for the double murder of his wife Maggie and son Paul. The pair were found shot to death on their family property on June 7th, 2021. The state theorizes that the disgraced former South Carolina attorney carried out the murders to distract from and draw attention away from his alleged financial crimes, maybe in an effort to get sympathy. These are crimes that the jury has now heard all about. The defendant maintains his innocence, and the defense is set to pick up their case where they left off on Friday. Now, the first witness that they called was a coroner. Now, the coroner examined the bodies of the victims to determine the approximate time of death, which is key in a case where the timeline becomes so central. So let's listen to Richard Harvey's estimate.
And so you perform a function also. I've looked at the death certificates of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, and you have a time of death of 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go through when you begin to examine the body to determine a time of death. Tell me how you do that.
Well, initially that evening, when I initially got there, I was told that sled was coming, which I knew, depending on where sled was coming from. It depends. It could be an hour. It could be 2 hours. It all depends on what part of the state and what group is actually coming to you. My initial processing was that I went and checked both.
I shot over everybody's head. All right, coming to the left, man.
Reliable, although someone who's been practicing as a coroner for over 30 years probably knows all the little tricks of the trade and, has a way about him. But the key takeaway is the rigor mortis. He's correct. The human body upon death, it begins to tighten up and stiffen, and that's a real good indicator of the time of death. It gives you a window. So it says that this homicide was relatively fresh. It hadn't happened, for instance, the day before or a couple days before, and that helps the prosecution with their timeline. And I think that's where this testimony is most relevant.
Well, I go to you, Paul, because it seems to me what the defense is trying to suggest: do not believe the prosecution's timeline, which is so key to their case. I mean, the prosecution ended their case by providing the jury a detailed timeline of everything that happened. So the question becomes, when did Maggie and Paul die? When were they killed? Do you believe the prosecution has proven at least that point, that the killings began at 8:50, or do you want to see where the defense goes with this?
I always want to see where the defense goes first. I think the prosecutor has laid out enough in the myriad evidence that they've brought out to make the argument about their timeline, to make their argument about time of death. I think that they can certainly put forward a colorable argument so that a reasonable juror would say, okay, yeah, I'm convinced that this is roughly when the killings took place. But a lot of times when you just see one half of the case, or typically one side of the case, it's not a 50-50, you may not get the full picture. And so you have to wait for the defense to put on their evidence and make their arguments as to what the actual facts are as they relate to, especially in this case, the timeline, because the timeline has become such a crucial part of the consideration for what this jury is going to go back and consider. So I'm very curious to see what the defense brings out with regard to this timeline, and whether there's going to be more than just the coroner here to try and poke holes in what the prosecution spent a lot of time putting together.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's see what the state did when they had an opportunity to cross-examine the coroner.
Mr. Harvey, you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night?
No, sir.
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the temperature decreases roughly at a rate of 1.5 degrees every hour.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
And it's also affected by the ambient temperature in the area.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think of ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight,
Absolutely.
correct?
Absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the weather.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered by
Yes,
a
sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got
that
it.
could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could affect it.
That could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had
drop.
rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
both of their hairs were heads of hair were dry.
Okay. And all those are factors which reflect what the actual time of death is.
Yes, sir.
Yet temperature is key.
Yes, sir.
And the only information you have is that the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
and that usually begins to occur within 1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
correct?
hours. So that's the time frame that I was looking at.
Okay. And you walk around the area, got close to them at that particular time.
Yes,
is
sir.
that correct? And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know, Brian, it begs the question, why didn't you just take their actual temperature with a thermometer?
Of course. It seems like very sloppy work to me, but my instinct on this gentleman, he strikes me as probably one of these very confident guys who's been around the block more than 100 times. And just like in the practice of medicine, you have these old, very experienced, let's say ER staff who's done it all, seen it all. They may not do everything by the book, but they have the ways that work. But it does raise a very important question for the purposes of this trial. However, where my mind is going is this is not the only source of evidence to determine the time of death. For instance, this was an extremely bloody crime scene. And one of the factors that investigators can look at is, did any of the blood dry? Did any of the blood separate? Those are things that do not happen immediately. They happen over time. And when you come across a very wet, red, crime scene, that indicates that it's more recent than if the blood is dried and separated out. And I'm not hearing any testimony on that yet.
Well, that's a good point. And I guess the thing is, Paul, when we look at this and we try to understand, was there sloppiness in this investigation? I will tell you, I think the defense did a great job, right, Paul? When having the lead investigator saying he provided inaccurate information to the grand jury in this case is a problem. But is it going to matter to the jury? Are they going to care about whether or not a police scene was contaminated, whether or not a police officer stepped with a bloody footprint? Are they going to care about that at the end of the day?
It's always difficult to handicap what a jury is and is not going to care about. Sometimes juries get hung up on the most minute detail, and it baffles both parties' minds. But the fact of the matter is that the defense has done a great job of pointing out the sloppiness of this investigation, and it certainly could and probably should make a difference in the deliberation room. There have been a number of different areas of this case where the investigation just seems to have been completely lacking. And this is I think, a particularly major area, considering how much time the prosecution spent on this issue of the timeline. And now they have there's a coroner up there who, as Brian pointed out, seems to be kind of an old timer, kind of just has his own particular ways of doing things. But if I'm a juror and I hear that this guy doesn't think that thermometers are accurate, and he thinks that it's a better practice to just put his finger in somebody's armpit to determine how long they've died, I'm going to probably disregard a lot of what he says.
All right. Well, we do have to take a quick break, but I don't want anybody to go anywhere because we're going to be catching you up to speed on the murder trial, not only of Alex Murdaugh, but the late rapper XXX Tentacion. A lot to break down there. We'll be back.
prosecution team has a lot of people because they have police officers. Walk around a little bit, so stay in front. Yeah, you don't have to be super tight. Just kind of stay in this area. Stay in front of the courthouse.
them there. The parking lot, the far parking lot.
See them over there, man? Yeah, they're walking again.
Yeah, they're. Man. I'll stay. Guess not.
a viable defense. I think they're doing what they can, but I personally don't believe Drake has anything to do with it. Now, insofar as this subpoena, here's the problem that they have. The subpoena would have been issued from Florida. It's a Florida subpoena, okay? Drake resides in California. A Florida subpoena has no power in California. They got to get that naturalized. They got to have a California judge honor the Florida judge's order and issue a new subpoena. The security at Drake's house was correct in rejecting this and tossing it down the street. They don't have to follow that. He's in California. I think this is something that maybe the defense wanted to address before trial, not to mention the fact I don't understand why they're doing depositions in the middle of trial. It seems to me like the Drake defense was something they probably would have been aware of in advance of even picking a jury. I can't imagine they went to trial unprepared. I'm not understanding why there's a deposition now, personally.
Let's go back a little bit to the evidence, the actual evidence in this case. So on Friday, we heard from a motorsport salesman who was working the day of the incident, and he actually witnessed the struggle with the gun, which we were showing. Let's take a listen to that.
Okay, were you able to see what the second person was grabbing at?
No.
Okay.
No.
And then while the second person ran around to the passenger side of the victim's vehicle and is grabbing, what is the first person doing?
Well, the first person is standing over the door, and he had a gun. It looked like a rifle because it didn't look like a handgun.
You've seen rifles before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when I know the monitor is a little bit covering, but each time you're referring to it, you're holding both your hands together. Can you just stand up where you are and show us how the first person was holding the rifle?
Well, I saw the person over Mr. Osprey holding the rifle gun, whatever it was. It was a short handgun. It wasn't like a long rifle.
Okay, so possibly a short barrel rifle that you could see.
And I saw him, struggling, reaching into the car. The other gentleman also reaching, and then I heard the gunshots.
Okay, thank you. How many gunshots did you hear?
I think I heard 3.
And which side of the vehicle were the gunshots coming from?
It was on the left side, the driver's side.
The driver's side. Now, what were the physical descriptions of the two gentlemen, starting with the one that was holding what you described as a rifle?
I saw one gentleman was definitely a larger frame than the other gentleman that ran around the passenger side of the car.
Now, when you say larger frame, because I know in people's everyday vernacular, large could mean a variety of things. Do you mean large by weight or large by height, or what do you mean?
His stature. He wasn't a 300-400 pound man, no way.
Okay.
But just bigger in stature, the way he was standing, compared to the other gentleman who looked a little thinner, more lean.
Who was taller out of the two?
From what I saw, the gentleman with the rifle.
The one that shot the victim?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to tell from your vantage point what the race was of the shooter?
No.
Did you see a firearm in the other suspect's hand, the one that was around on the passenger side?
I did not notice another handgun or rifle.
Okay. When you say you didn't notice, you just couldn't see from your vantage point? Is it possible he had one, you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Were you able to see what race the second person was that was on the other side of the BMW, the passenger side?
No, I could not tell because they were wearing masks.
That's what I was going to ask you. What, if anything, was on their face or their head that obstructed your view?
I really couldn't see. They were wearing full clothes, like they were wearing masks. I couldn't tell what nationality they were.
Okay, that's fine. Were you able to discern what clothing? Were you able to see that detail?
From what I remember, she's dark clothes.
Okay.
It wasn't anything that I remember.
And after the taller of the two suspects shot Mr. Onfoy, what happened next?
Well, from what I remember seeing, they just basically had something in their hands, okay, and they just basically ran back into the SUV, jumped in the SUV, and took off.
Paul called me crazy, but I think the reason the defense is going to Drake is because the evidence against these men is so substantial. I mean, you know, when you listen to, we mentioned Robert Allen, right? But even the lead investigator in the case saying that the bullets match up to one of the bullets that were found in the one of the defendant's homes or property. I mean, that's significant. What do you make of the case, putting Drake to the side, the evidence against these men?
Taking Drake out of it, this is an incredibly strong case for the prosecution. It's rare in a homicide case to have surveillance video that is actually that clear. And I know that to the layperson, it probably does look a little bit blurry, but having worked a number of cases that have surveillance video, this is actually fairly good quality surveillance video. And when you have the video showing the incident itself, when you have a cooperating witness who will testify as to the identities of the people doing the things on video constituting the actual killing, and then you have the bullets which line up, and then you have the statements from one of the defendant's girlfriends. I mean, there is so much that the prosecution has to work with in this case that it's not surprising that the defense attorneys are saying, well, we have to do something. We have to make the jury focus somewhere other than all of this evidence. And so, you know, the fact that this rapper had a feud with Drake, you know, is something that they can bring up to at least divert the jury's attention, if nothing else. So I think that's probably the basis, because I haven't seen or heard anything that actually would involve Drake in this case. But the evidence here is so overwhelming that I feel like as a defense attorney, you have to do something.
Yeah, let me go back to you here, Brian, on this. So just give you an idea. The shell casings collected at the crime scene were the same brand and caliber of rounds found at Dedrick Williams' home. We know that the jury saw evidence that was recovered from Boatwright's car, including a box of bullets and black masks. We know that Tony Robinson, another of Williams' friends, testified that she rented the Dodge Journey that was used during the crime, and she said Williams apologized to her for getting her involved in all this. What's your take on it? I mean, where can the defense go if not for Drake?
If I'm the defense, so I do have a few questions. So this is a very difficult trial. Don't get the wrong idea here. But let's talk about ammunition first. And this is a point I've raised before. I want to know what type of ammunition we're talking about. If you go to a typical gun range in South Florida, they all sell the same 3 different types of range ammunition, okay? But if I go to the store to buy self-defense ammunition, there's literally dozens of different brands, okay? So I would like to know, did the ammunition they found, was it the common type of ammo that anyone who's ever been to a gun range probably has in their house? Or was it some kind of specialty ammunition, something different? Because that would give me a more valuable connection. The next question I have is, I see there's a lot of physical contact between these attackers and that vehicle, okay? So I want to know, what about fingerprints? What about DNA? One of the skinny guy, he actually got physically inside the vehicle. You know, I haven't heard any of this. There may have been testimony on days I wasn't watching the trial, but these are other questions I have. And if this evidence is non-existent, I certainly would hope the defense would pounce on it, because those are legitimate questions.
These are good questions you're raising. Is it enough, though, to really pause the jury from what they're hearing? Look, our focus has been Murdaugh, but we're going to continue to follow this one because I think it is fascinating, and whether or not Drake will actually be deposed and ever have to testify in front of this jury. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll focus more on the Alex Murdaugh trial.
Please be seated.
Good morning. I have two issues. I don't know if you all have something. First, we have a juror who's not feeling well and who is at a doctor's appointment. Juror number 441. That juror is not here. We will need to replace that juror with an alternate. As I understand it, this is a juror who took the place of another juror. Took place of 220. Any comment, state or the defense?
Court's indulgence, one moment. Juror number, I apologize, Your Honor, 441.
Maybe someone heard it from your side.
My question would be, has she indicated she's too ill to be here, or she's just gone to a doctor's appointment and could be here by...
Not feeling well. They have doctor's appointment. I haven't spoken with the juror. This note came from someone. Did it come from the clerk's office?
I believe the jury coordinator.
From the jury coordinator?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I don't have to pull out documents we hadn't really looked at in 4 weeks.
Can you have the juror coordinator come up? Juror coordinator. Sherry. Okay.
No objection to replacing her. These are two alternates.
Your Honor, that's fine with proceeding if that's the court's desire to proceed on. Certainly, I don't have any objection either.
Proceeding as opposed to what?
I mean, if she's at the doctor's appointment, I don't know if that was something that would keep her out for a while. That would be the only thing. But obviously, she's not here and not feeling well, so that's why we have the alternates.
And Your Honor, and I know you were going to tell the jury, day 21, and we'd like to not be doing day 31. And if this delays it, we sit here and wait to find out what her health condition is. It might go on for a while, so we'd rather go ahead and proceed.
All right, Madam Jury Coordinator, what...
Your Honor, can I make a statement right quick?
Yes.
We think the defense will be rested. We will rest our case by Friday, probably late day Friday. And then I don't know if the state has any reply, but we're looking at finishing early next week. I don't know if it makes sense to notify the jury of this anticipated schedule, and if that creates that we know we're going to lose some people if they're aware right now that we may be finishing early next week and we'd be coming up short. I just don't want to come up short. That's
all right.
And Your Honor, of course, that's all predicated on cross-examination and reply.
Ms. Sherry, did you receive a call from a juror or some communication from the juror?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about it. Stand and tell us about it.
Ms. Cindy, the clerk down in General Sessions, she took the message, and they say they weren't feeling good this weekend, and that he has a doctor's appointment this morning.
All right. So it's the same as the other juror who ended up in the emergency room, and we replaced that juror. So we now have, we'll need to select by lot the next juror. We have 3 alternates, out of the 3, we need another juror. Any objection to the clerk randomly pulling out the number out of the box?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Let's see who we have. Tell us who it is. Juror number.
Juror number 530.
You know who that is. All right, juror number 530 will become part of the regular panel. Secondly, I've been receiving over the past 2 to 3 days emails concerning a social media post by Mr. Griffin commenting upon witnesses' testimony and quality of the investigation by the state. And it appeared on my Twitter feed this morning. Mr. Griffin, is this part of your defense strategy, or?
Your Honor, all I did was retweet an article that was published in the Washington Post. I didn't put any comment. I didn't make any statement. I just retweeted the article that's in the newspaper. That's all I did.
You know, we had an NBA player who retweeted an article, professional basketball player who retweeted an article that resulted in him being suspended from the NBA for about 10 days and cost him about $10 million in salary. So retweeting is the same as, to some, as if your tweet. It appeared, I didn't know that, well, I mean, I'm not a Twitter friend of yours, but it just appeared on my, under Twitter. First thing up this morning was you. You know, we had the lawyer who had a similar name to, a person with a similar name to our lawyer witness, and it was someone else by the same name. In your interest, your instance, it's your name and your picture. So,
Retweet the article, no question about it.
yeah, well, I've been reviewing Rule 3.6 regarding that, and whereas the rule does not specifically state that lawyers are prohibited from criticizing witnesses during the course of the trial or commenting on a case that they're actively participating in. I think it goes against the spirit of the law, of the rule, and it doesn't pass the field test. So that's, to quote Judge Keinerd, it doesn't pass the field test. So you should not post or repost anything that would give me or the general public, or hopefully never land in the hand of a juror who, the jurors were instructed not to discuss the case, and obviously that did not extend to the lawyers, but it's not a good practice, and it could easily lead to modification of our rules that might specifically address something like that. So I'll leave it at that.
I understand, Your Honor, I will not retweet anything or tweet anything until this trial is over.
Yes, sir. Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, you may bring the jury. Good morning. Day number 21. Now the defense's case. As you all might know, one juror is missing, absent, and that juror has to be replaced, and that juror is being replaced by juror number 530. Juror number 530, nod. 530. All right, juror number 530, you're one of the first 12 now. Participating member of the regular jury panel. And we'll press on with our case, and hopefully we'll not have much more attrition, but it's understandable the longer this case goes. We'll proceed now with the defense's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense will call Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Jr., also known as Buster Murdaugh.
Raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You'll have a seat up on the witness stand. Adjust your chair and your microphone. And if you'll state your full name and spell your last name.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Jr., M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H. I go by Buster.
Mr. Murdaugh, is your father sitting over here at the defense table?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where you were born, where you were raised, where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years when I was a little child. We moved to Hampton in about 2000, and I grew up in Hampton, went to Wade Hampton High School, and after high school I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
Is your mother Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When you moved to Hampton, do you remember how old you were when you first moved to Hampton?
Three or four.
Okay. And did you live in Hampton in a house in the city limits?
Yes, sir.
The town limits?
Yes, sir.
And you did that with your mom and dad and brother for how long?
For around 20 years.
Right. What schools did you go to coming up through in Hampton County? What did you go to grade school?
Went to Ben Hazel Primary School, Hampton Elementary School, North District Middle School, Wade Hampton High School.
Okay. And as you were Growing up, what were your interests, Buster?
Sports, playing sports, doing things outdoors, hunting, fishing.
And was your father involved in those interests with you?
Yes, sir.
And was your mother also?
Yes, sir.
And in what way?
Well, my father coached every Little League team I played on up until I started playing for the schools in which had a coach.
And what about Paul? What were his interests growing up?
Paul's interests were outdoors, mostly. Hunting, fishing, playing around in the woods.
Right. Did he also play sports at times?
He did. Yeah, he played basketball and baseball.
Did your dad coach him as well?
He did.
And would your parents attend all of your and Paul's sporting events as you're growing up?
Every game. And it was a rarity for them to miss one, and then if they had to, they would call and explain. And
right. And at some point in time, did your parents buy this property off Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
Right around 2012, I think. I would have been a sophomore in high school.
And when that property was first purchased, did you move out to Moselle, or are you still living in Hampton?
So we had a house in Hampton and also purchased the property at Moselle, which had a house. And for the beginning stages of owning Moselle, Hampton was still working as our primary residence. But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house. So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved out from Hampton to Moselle while the house was getting fixed. And more or less, it just kind of, it never transitioned back to Hampton. It just almost like Moselle became the primary residence.
And during this time, did your family also have a house at Eddystone?
Yes, sir.
How frequently would you stay at the house at Eddystone?
Very frequently during the summertime.
Okay.
Almost every weekend.
And when your family essentially relocated to the Moselle property, making it primary residence, were you still living at home in high school, or remember how old you were at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Will you say that again?
Were you living at home at that point in time? Was that while you were still in high school, or
yes?
School? Do you remember when you transitioned to Moselle and started staying there basically full time during the school year?
So when I was still in high school, we were living in the Hampton house, and then I'd gone off to college.
Okay.
Which is when the stuff happened, and they moved out to Moselle. So I was living at college.
And when did you go off to college?
2014.
Okay, so sometime after around 2014, family relocated to Moselle for the most part because of the hurricane damage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about the Moselle property. I know they've heard a fair amount, but I think you probably know it better than anybody.
Yeah, so the Moselle property it's roughly 1,700 acres, and a lot of that is really not even accessible. It's a lot of swamplands, a lot of stuff that you just, no road systems or anything like that, but a big portion of it is has road systems and everything, and it's a big property. It's broken up into several different parcels that border each other, and we have 20 some odd deer stands, dove fields, duck ponds, just all over the property. So
what type of hunting did you and your brother and your father do at Moselle?
Everything: deer, duck, quail, dove, hogs.
You have a duck pond?
We have a duck pond.
Okay. And the hunting was, did you have a lot of friends come out and hunt as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the jury has seen a aerial view of the property, and there's a main house, there's shed, kennels, and then there's a house sort of right on Moselle Road. What do you call that house?
That's the cabin.
The cabin. And did you live in the cabin with friends over summers at some point in time?
I did. The summer of my sophomore year, after my sophomore year, me and two of my buddies lived in the cabin.
Okay. And who are those buddies?
Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And the so we can get more of this. We've heard about hogs and pigs on the property. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
About the hogs?
Yes, sir.
We had a lot of hogs, and if you don't know, hogs are very destructive to a piece of property. You know, we plant food plots for the deer, plant the fields for the doves and the ducks, and they basically go through and ruin it all. So, given the high population of hogs, we, would frequently go out and hunt them, try to cut the numbers down a little bit.
Did what kind of guns did you have there at Moselle?
We had a lot of guns.
Do you have shotguns?
We did, shotguns.
You have 12-gauge shotguns?
12-gauge shotguns, 20-gauge shotguns, 16-gauge shotguns, 28-gauge shotguns.
Right. And how many type rifles did you have on the property?
A lot.
Can you just name some of them?
Yeah, 270 short mag, 7mm 08, 308, 243, 223, 300 blackout.
And what type of ammo did you keep on the property?
Well, I mean, all ammos for those calibers.
Sure. And where were the guns kept primarily?
In the gun room at the main house at Moselle.
And was there a pool table in the gun room?
There was.
Okay. Were there times when guns were left elsewhere on the property?
Yes.
Where else on the property would guns be left?
Well, just myself. I mean, I've left them up at the shed before. I've left them on golf cart used that day. Left them in a truck. I mean, guns would just not always find their way back to the gun room.
How about Paul? How was he with securing guns?
Not good.
What do you mean by that?
Paul left guns probably more on the property than anybody else, and sometimes sometimes he would use my gun and then he would leave it, and then I'd have to track it down.
Right. Did Paul carry guns in his truck?
He did.
Would he keep his truck locked up?
No, not all the time.
Okay. Did at some point in time you and Paul receive 300 blackouts for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your 300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black 300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my 300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And when you say black and tan, what part was tan and what part was black?
So the receiver would have been tan, and and barrel would have been tan.
What part would have been black?
Stock, maybe.
Okay. And so yours was all black, his was black and tan.
That's right.
What happened to his that he got for Christmas in 2016?
His gun was apparently stolen, lost, taken. Yeah.
How do you know that?
That's just what Paul told me.
What happened to your gun after Paul's was stolen?
My gun became, what we would both use.
And did that create some confrontation between you two at times?
Yes, sir.
And why?
Well, kind of like I just touched on. So he would use it. He's not very good about putting it back where he found it. I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it, and it's not there.
Did you notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Trial? Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
So every time in your presence Paul was using a 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Mine.
there's I'm not going to pull these guns out, Buster, but there's been discussion, and the jury has seen a 12-gauge Benelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, you know, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized, so it's to replicate, you know, a more alive duck.
And did you? Why's your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy, and in the box it came with a sticker, and I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
And so that way you know that's your gun.
That's right.
Okay. I believe the evidence in the case is that Mojo Benelli, when it was seized, was loaded. Did you frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, knowing that I might need it again at any point.
Okay.
Just, you know, put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay. And I think it was loaded with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch turkey load. Do you remember that you would load that gun with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
I do that because when I go turkey hunting, the goal is to, you know, get the turkey close to you and shoot it in the first try. But if I were to miss and the turkey goes running away and I try to shoot it again, I put a bigger shell, larger shell behind the smaller one for that purpose.
Okay. And that's something you commonly did?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever load in a 12 gauge, 20 gauge, 28 gauge, a buckshot followed by a bird shot?
No, sir, I've never done that.
Have you ever known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
Do you know of any reason to do that?
No, I can't think of any reason to do that.
And specifically, have you ever loaded in any gun a buckshot followed by dry lock steel waterfowl pellet?
I have not.
You've known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
You know any reason to do that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you ever seen any guns on your property loaded in that fashion?
No, sir.
Buckshot with some sort of bird shot right behind it?
No, sir.
The jury's heard testimony about goings and comings, which way you go in and go out at Moselle. How many entrances were there at Moselle?
2 entrances.
And will you describe the 2 entrances?
So the main entrance is pretty much straight out of the front door of the house. You would go down a dirt road and then you would come up on big brick columns, and that's what I refer to as the main entrance. But down by the kennels is another entrance, and that one is a little bit different. That one has the mailbox beside it, and those are the 2 entrances.
Okay. So let's talk about coming onto the property. Which entrance coming onto the property would your mother normally take?
I would say normally everybody took the main entrance, unless that there was a reason that you needed to go down the other one, which for her reasons of going down the other one would be the mailbox, and also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed to the house.
So your deliveries would go not to the yellow or whatever white house that you lived in, but down at the shed.
That's right.
Okay. Now, leaving Moselle, the property, which way would you, Alex, your mom, Paul normally go leaving Moselle?
Out of the main gate.
Okay. And if you're going to Alameda, which way do you turn coming out of the main gate?
To the right.
And in 2020, 2021, during the summer months, where did your mother prefer to stay?
At Edisto.
And where were you staying, say, in the spring, summer of 2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to? Or
I was down at Edisto a lot in the summer.
okay. And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
Is he saying spring of 20 or 21?
21. Now, did you? Maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment in Columbia.
Split time between Columbia and Moselle, and
yes, sir.
And you have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the summer of 2021, well, in June, where were you living?
Between Columbia and between Rock Hill.
Okay. And who lived in Rock Hill?
My girlfriend's mom.
Okay. And then in the spring up through June of 2021, where was Paul living?
In Columbia.
He had an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, sir.
And was he enrolled at University of South Carolina in the spring of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then once school got out, do you know where Paul relocated to? Anywhere?
No, not exactly. I know that I think he went down to live with John Marvin. He was working for him for the summertime.
And who's John Marvin?
My uncle.
And what kind of business does John Marvin have?
He has a rental business, and he sells Kubota tractors.
And where does he have store locations?
One in Okatee, one in Hampton.
And was Paul working at the Okatee location?
Yes.
Just sort of backing up, did you and your dad and mother and brother Paul do a lot of things with your mother's family, the Brandstetters?
Yes, sir.
What type of things would y'all do?
Well, we gather every holiday, and other than that, we would do trips together. We would go down to Key West, go over to my Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart's lake house, river house, just
right.
Stuff like that. Take trips, family trips.
And I'm just going to pull up on the screen, Doug, Defendant's Exhibit 122, which is in evidence, Your Honor. And Buster, take a look on the screen, and I believe your Aunt Marion testified about this. Can you tell the jury what this photo is?
This is a photo of me and my brother and my mom and my dad.
And was this taken in, I think, May 21? You were up for a baby shower, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where was this?
So this is this is at Lake Kiwi in a community called the Reserve.
Okay. And y'all are visiting with whom?
With my aunt and uncle, Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart.
And for what purpose?
For my oldest cousin's baby shower.
All right. And was events like this unusual or
no, sir.
Frequent?
They're common.
And was your father close with Maggie's dad, your grandfather, Papa T, as it's been heard in this, it's been known in this courtroom?
Yes, sir. He was.
And what kind of things would they do together?
They would do a lot together. For a long time, there was my grandfather had a camping trip, and Papa T frequented the camping trip. He liked that. Dad and Papa T would go to Carolina sporting events together, play golf together.
And did you spend a lot of time with your dad and your grandfather, Papa T?
Yes, sir.
You play golf with him?
Yes, sir.
We'll get to that in a little bit. And let's talk about your dad's side of the family. Was it a close-knit family?
Yes, sir.
And your grandfather, your dad's father, his name was what?
Handsome.
Handsome. And that was a nickname, I take it?
Yes, sir. It's what grandchildren called him.
Everybody?
Well, it started as grandchildren called him, and then all of our friends started calling him that.
But that was Randolph Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandmother's name, Libby?
Yes, sir.
And they lived close by, is that correct?
That's right.
Where do they live?
Alameda.
And in relation to, I guess, Hampton, where's Alameda?
So straight down 278, like you're going to Yemisi.
Okay. And how far away is it from, say, the law office of PMPED to your grandparents' house?
Right.
Roughly how far is that?
10 minutes.
Okay. And how far of a drive would it have been from your house in Hampton?
I mean, roughly the same.
Right. And you know roughly how far of a drive it would have been from the house in Moselle?
Probably more like 20. 25 maybe.
And did you and your mom and your dad and your brother Paul spend a lot of time with the Murdaugh side of the family?
Yes, sir.
And what would y'all do together?
Similar stuff, obviously gathering during the holidays, various things like that. We would take trips with that side of the family as well. You know, get out everybody, rent a big house, you know, meet up on the water on the weekends. Just a lot of stuff going on with that side of the family as well.
And so I guess let's go back and, well, let's identify on your dad's side of the family. Did your dad have brothers and sisters?
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn.
Okay. And then John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn had children, did they?
Yes, sir.
So he had a lot of cousins?
Yes, sir.
And families would get together, those cousins and aunts and uncles?
That's right.
Okay. And was there property down on Chichessie that y'all would spend time at?
Yes, sir. That was the family river house, Chichessie.
And where is that located?
So it's located in Okatee, Waters Avenue, off the Chichessie River.
Right.
It's pretty desolate.
The in the spring, in May and June of 2021, what was your grandfather Handsome's health condition as you knew it?
Not good. He wasn't in good health.
What do you understand his health problems to be?
I understand he had cancer, and I understood that, you know, he was having a pretty big battle with it.
And what was your grandmother? What'd you call your grandmother?
M.
Yes,
sir.
What health issues did she have in May and June of 2021?
She has Alzheimer's.
Okay. And would your dad frequently check on Handsome and M?
Yes, sir.
Would you go with your dad to check on Handsome and M?
I would occasionally go with them too. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what times of day would you go with your dad to check on your grandparents?
It could have been any time. Went over at lunch a lot of times. Went over in the evenings a lot. Just no real set schedule. Just kind of mosey on over there.
When would your mother go with your dad?
She would, not regularly, but she went.
Would Paul stop in and check on your grandparents?
Yes, sir.
Was that fairly regularly for something Paul to do?
Yeah, Paul would do it regularly as well.
When you would go with your dad in the evenings, and maybe it's not limited to the evenings, where would you park when you go visit your grandparents?
For the most part, just like an ordinary afternoon visit, park in, you know, the garage, the carport. But if we went over a little bit later, then we would pull around to the back side of the house and be able to enter through the back door.
Okay. And what's at the back side of the house?
So when you walk in the back side, it's like we call it a sunroom, but it's, you know, a dining table. It's got a TV in there, and then that is right next to the kitchen. And then if you're in the kitchen and you go to the right, then that's where my grandparents' room is.
Doug, if you could pull up page 38 from State's Exhibit 524, please. That's in evidence. I believe it is. Page 38. Yes. And that's page 38. So, Buster, this is from State's Exhibit 524, which is in evidence, which is the GPS data off the OnStar provided from General Motors. And can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what's that house?
So that's my grandparents' house at Alameda.
All right. And these dots in the back, and I'm going to point to this line of dots just right next to the circle that Doug drew. Do you see them when they seem to be connected right here on the far right?
Yes, sir.
Where is that on the property?
So that's right off the back corner of the house.
Is that a place where you'd normally park to go in the back of the house?
Yes, sir. That is where.
Have you parked there yourself?
I have.
Have you seen other family members park there?
I have.
Is that a customary place to park when you go in the back door where the kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photos, which are exhibits 130 to 136. And I want to ask you if you can just identify them. Don't show them to the jury, but just tell us what those photographs are of.
So these photos are of the area we're talking about, off the back corner of the house at Alameda.
All right. Your Honor, this time I move defendant's exhibits 130 through 136 in evidence.
Okay. They are admitted.
Thank you. So, Doug, please pull up exhibit 133. And Buster, tell us what 133 is, please.
Yeah, so this is the back door entrance to where I was just talking about, to enter into the sunroom, kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
All right, and if you'll pull up 134, Doug, please. And what's 134?
Same thing, same backside of the property, just a little bit of a different angle.
So the part of the house to the right of the photo, what's that? Can you see here?
Yeah, so that right there would be my grandparents' bedroom.
Okay, so that's in the evening, your grandparents would be in that part of the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you went to the garage entrance, what would happen? What would be required of your grandparents or some sitter to let you in?
Yeah, so you could go and knock, but a lot of times they're in the back part of the house and they don't hear you, so you normally call and say like, hey, I'm at the front, I need to be let in. And they'd have to walk from the back to the front, unlock the door, and let you in.
But if you're in the back, how far is the walk?
Quarter of the distance it would be to walk to the, it's very short.
And was it common to go in the back door?
Yes, sir.
And is it? And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 131. Please pull that up, Doug. So, Your Honor, can you step down off the stand and point to the jury where. So Buster, step aside so that the jury you're not blocking their view. I don't have a pointer, but can you point out in this photo where you would normally park? All right, yeah, point out to the jury where you normally park to go into the.
So you would park, right about here, coming right off basically the corner of the house, and this is the same stairway to go up to the back door.
So you'd park in the grass?
Yes, sir.
And near that satellite dish? Or not near the satellite dish?
Yeah, objection.
Where would you park in relation to the satellite dish?
Yeah, right there close to it.
All right. And that was... Now, hang on, Buster, I'm sorry. Come back. What's this structure right here?
That's what we call the cook shed.
And maybe and what's in the cook shed?
A couple couches, big TVs. That's mostly where my grandfather used to have a cookout on every third Thursday of a month, and that's where he would have his little gathering. It's just an open concept in there with a kitchen, TV, a couple couches.
All right. Hang on, Doug. You pull up 132 while Buster's still standing here. Buster, what's this structure to the right of as you're looking at the cookhouse?
It's an old shed.
Okay. Now, roughly, what's the distance between the cookhouse and the cook shed to where you'd normally park to go in the back door?
10, 20 yards, maybe.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your seat, please. Buster, how often would you speak with your mom and dad on the telephone on a daily basis?
Pretty much every day.
Right. And would you be with your dad when he's talking to your mother?
Yes, sir.
I guess can you give the jury some sense of how frequently, as a family, y'all would engage in telephone conversations daily?
Yeah, it was very frequent. I mean, I spoke to my mom every day, multiple times a day, and the like for my dad and for my brother too. And that's just me. And I know it's like they're all talking to each other too. Just a lot of conversating throughout the day over the telephones within the family.
Okay. So, Doug, I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 520, which is in evidence, and this is the Rudowski extended or extensive timeline, not the condensed version. State's 520, and if you'll go to page 14, please. So, Buster, what I'd like to do, and this starts at 1:11:10 p.m. If you could blow up that first entry, Doug, and this is in evidence offered by the state. And I just want to go through some of these again. So at 1:10, this document says, Paul Murdaugh misses a phone call from Margaret Murdaugh. And then at 1:11:36, it says, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster, answered 1 minute and 22 seconds long. Do you have any independent recollection of this particular phone call?
No, sir.
Okay. But if you keep working your way down, At 1:19, Doug, there's another entry. It says, Paul Murdaugh makes an outgoing phone call to Mom. Do you see that? At 1:19.
Yes, sir.
And then if we'll go down to, well, so I guess let's just stop there. Is it frequent that your mother would reach out to you and Paul during the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you'll go down to 141, please, Doug, at 141, 33 seconds. And you see Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Do you see that? At 142, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And then right before that, at 141, it looks like Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Alex and not answered. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go right below that, it says 142:43, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Paul. Now, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Well, anything unusual going on this day, or is this sort of how life was in the Murdaugh family?
No, this was normal. This was the way we communicated.
Okay. And then if you'll go to page 15, Doug, at the bottom at entry 1:52:39 p.m. It says Maggie Murdaugh makes outgoing phone call to Buster, answered at 1:19. So here's another call from your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not unusual, was it?
Not unusual.
All right, then page 16, at 1:55:40, if you'll take a look, blow that up, Doug, says Maggie Murdaugh received an incoming phone call from PA Alex Murdaugh. Answered 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And that was your dad and mom apparently talking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then right below that at 1:56:18, there's some instant messages to you about some medication. Do you remember what this might be about?
Yeah, so this was about, I take a medication called Dupixent, which is a self-given shot. And I was up in Rock Hill, and I needed to get the medicine delivered to this address here on the screen.
Okay.
And that's what we were talking about. She was, calling the pharmacy to get it redirected to that address.
Normal day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doug, if you go to page 19 at 3:24:20 p.m. Excuse me, I'm sorry. 3:24:35. Alex Murdaugh received an incoming phone call from Buster. 518 seconds. Sitting here today, do you remember what the phone call was about?
No, sir. I don't know specifically what it's about.
But just normal,
just
day in the life of Buster Murdaugh.
That's right.
Talking to his parents.
Yes, sir.
If you go to page 24, Doug, at 4:42:56 p.m. See, that looks like at 4:42 your mother's calling you again, right?
Yes, sir.
Anything unusual going on?
No, sir.
And then if you'll go to page 26, Doug, at 5:16:25 p.m. And there's an entry that says Alex Murdaugh calls Buster Murdaugh. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Looks like a 6-second call. Do you remember what that might be about?
No, 6 seconds could be a butt dial. That would happen often.
All right, and then if you go down the bottom of the page at 5:21:11, looks like there's a 92-second call, which is about 5 minutes after what might have been the butt dial. It says Alex Murdaugh receives a call, Buster, answered 92 seconds long. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So are you returning your dad's call, you think?
Probably.
Okay. And I'll just carry through. If we'll, Doug, if you'll go to page 32 at 6:52:13 p.m., please. Pull that up. Thank you. So this entry says Alex Murdaugh calls Terry Brandstetter 412 seconds. Who's Terry Brandstetter?
Papa T.
And would your dad call your grandfather fairly regularly?
Yes, sir, he would.
So again, anything unusual going on the 7th for y'all to have all these communications?
No, sir.
And then we'll jump to page 49, Doug. And if you go to 908:58, and it says Alex Murdaugh iMessages Maggie Murdaugh stating, quote, going to check on M, be right back, close quote. Now who's M?
My grandma.
And this is at 908:58, and then at 9:10:47 there's an entry that says Alex Murdaugh calls Buster, and it says 60 seconds long, and that's at 9:10:47 p.m. on June 7th. Do you remember getting that phone call?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about? What did you talk about?
Basis for the objection.
Reacting to hearsay.
Pardon?
I don't open the door to anything else. I was reacting to hearsay.
Yes, sir.
I asked what the topic was, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
Yeah, don't say what your dad said. Just tell me what y'all talked about.
Yeah, well, we just talked about, like, hey, how you doing? And then he said that he was going out to...
What? Hang on. Okay. I mean, I thought he didn't want to hear hearsay, but I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
And he was just letting me know that he was going out to Alameda to check on them.
Okay. And was this a unusual conversation you had with him?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor in the conversation?
Normal.
Had it changed from any of the other times you talked to him earlier in the day on the 7th?
No, sir.
And would he on occasion call you when he was going to check on his mother, M?
He would, yes, sir.
Was that an unusual occurrence?
No, probably one of the more regular occurrences. We all usually would make phone calls like riding in a car. So when he was riding over, it's very common for him to call.
You can take that down, Doug. So just going through this extraction from, say, 1 o'clock until what we just talked about, 9 o'clock, we did either multiple phone calls within the family. Tell the jury about the cell phone coverage at Moselle.
Not great cell phone coverage. Didn't have a lot of service, especially around. So if you were underneath the shed, at the shed, it had a metal roof. It just couldn't get any service inside of it. It was spotty around the whole property, and it had honestly gotten bad up at the house. We had just put on a new roof. Roof was metal, and just kind of hindered a lot of the phone coverage out there.
Would it be unusual for your dad to leave his phone at the house when he was going down to the shed?
No, sir.
Can't leave the witness.
No, sir. Would not be unusual.
Okay. Well, did your dad always have his phone with him when he was on the property at Moselle?
Not all the time.
Did your brother always have the phone on him when he was at the property at Moselle?
Not always on him. He would have it near him, but, you know, he's out there working on stuff and didn't always have his phone just in his hand or in his pockets or anything like that.
Did your father ever misplace his phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that a frequent occurrence?
It was.
How about your brother? Did he ever misplace his phone?
He did.
Was that frequent?
It was.
Now, there's been some testimony about Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a yellow lab.
And was he difficult to control?
He could be, but for the most part, no. He would listen to Dad more than anybody else. But also, we had a gun dog shot collar that we would put on him sometimes, and when he had that on, he was on his P's and Q's.
The switching gears, another topic. When your dad, well, let me just put it like this: how frequently would your dad take a shower or bath?
He could take him a lot, and he, working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there in the summertime.
Was he a lot bigger then than he is today?
He was.
How big was he?
Probably 6'4", 250, 260.
Right. Buster, were you aware that your dad had a opioid addiction?
A little bit. I knew a little bit about the usage of pills.
What did you know about it?
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these." And I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it, and then there were a couple more times after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff, and then he did a few kind of like at home, just self-detoxed a couple times, and thought once he did that get off of them, but that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
You thought he had beat it?
That's right. Yes, sir.
And when he was confronted about his pills, what was his attitude?
I don't know for sure, because I wasn't there when a lot of the confrontations happened with them finding the pills, but I mean, I've never heard anything, just apologetic and
right.
Sorry, and would usually be his kind of regular kind of response.
How did your family handle disputes, like disagreements?
Pretty. I mean, like adults, pretty civilly. Talked about it and stuff like that. I mean, and it just depends on the dispute too. Like,
right.
Like I was a kid, I get spanked, stuff like that. It's not really a disagreement. That's just
once you're a teenager and college age,
right?
Any reprimand or disputes you've gotten into with your father, was it all civil?
Yeah, definitely civil.
Did your father show patience with you and your brother?
Yes, sir. He would.
Was there ever any violence in the family?
No, sir.
In February of 2019, your brother was in a boating accident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, where were you living at the time?
Columbia.
Okay. And was he criminally charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges sort of in the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of articles in the media about our family and stuff like that.
And to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was definitely being bullied on social media. Just people sending random messages, and I would talk to him. I know a lot of times he'd be walking down the sidewalk and a car comes by and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he would go out in a bar and there's somebody that wants to talk about it and make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Right. The what was what was your mother's reaction to all the negativity of surrounding the boating accident?
It it kind of consumed her. She's big on reading all of it, and when she read the negative stuff, it made her feel upset and whatnot, and it ultimately kind of caused her to distance herself from Hampton. At this time, primarily living at Moselle. She quit going to the grocery stores in Hampton, quit going to the pharmacy, quit going to get food in Hampton. Just thought that there was a real, kind of a bad vibe in Hampton. Like she felt like people were staring at her and talking about her and stuff.
Where would she do her shopping?
She moved over to Waldoboro and started going over that way.
Right. Were you sued in the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
No response.
With regard to relevance, Your Honor, it's civil litigation about the boating accident has been a big part of the state's case. He's a party to the litigation.
Overrule the objection.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. Well, was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits, and I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million, so.
Right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
He didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean that supported him in his criminal case because, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been...
At the time of the accident.
That's correct.
Buster, I want to now talk about the weekends leading up to June the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And we showed the picture of the lake weekend where you were went up to Kiowee with the Proctors and the Brandstetters.
Yes, sir.
And then the following weekend, I believe, was Memorial Day. Were you with your family on Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And who was present?
A lot of people were present. I was there. My brother was there. My mom, my dad. My brother had some friends staying with us, and those were the people sleeping there. And then people are, in and out throughout the day, throughout the weekend.
I mean, was it a fun family weekend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was a normal Memorial Day weekend at Edisto with your family and friends.
That's right.
Okay, I'm going to show you. No, this is not it. I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 123, and I want to get you to identify it, Buster. Don't just say what it is, please.
It's a picture of my mom and my dad and I on a boat.
Is that Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we move Defendant's Exhibit 123 in the evidence.
Go, Jason.
It's admitted.
Is this the photo, Buster?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe this same weekend there was a birthday party or cookout. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Doug, if you could play Defense Exhibit 61, please. It's in evidence. And I want you to take a look at that. And was that your mom make a cake for your dad?
Yes, sir.
And that was a group of friends. When's your dad's birthday? Do you know the exact date? It's not a test. You just say you don't know if you don't know.
No, I don't know the exact date.
It's around Memorial Day?
That's right.
Okay.
27th, maybe.
Then the following weekend there was a baseball tournament in Columbia, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that weekend. What happened there?
That was the weekend. South Carolina was hosting a regional baseball tournament, and me, my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend went to the baseball games.
And where was the game?
Columbia.
And it was a super regional or
regional?
A regional.
Yes, sir.
And what days of that weekend did you go to the game?
Saturday and Sunday.
Did your mom and dad stay in Columbia that weekend?
They did.
Or they stayed on Saturday night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did y'all tailgate with them on Saturday or Sunday?
Yes, sir. We did.
Okay. And was it a normal weekend?
It was.
Fun weekend?
Yes, sir.
And that Sunday would have been June the 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
And what'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone, and so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute. I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
And when you got there, did you see your dad?
Yes, sir.
What kind of condition was he in? What was his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor was, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house? Do you remember?
Yeah. My girlfriend Brooklyn and I got there. Out in the driveway, my Uncle Randy and Uncle John were out there. Chris Wilson and Corey Fleming had just gotten there. They had pulled in behind us, and when I walked in, several of the partners were there. Ronnie Crosby was there, Lee Cope was there, Mark Ball was there, Austin Crosby was there, William Barnes, my buddy Nolan was there. And I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but that's
sure.
What I remember.
And do you remember how long you stayed there?
Stayed there several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours, till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
And where did you go?
And then we left Moselle and we went to Alameda.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, my dad, and my Uncle John.
I know this seems kind of trivial, but what was your dad wearing when you first saw him?
Shorts, T-shirt.
Okay. And did you help him pack?
I did, yes, sir.
What did you do to help him pack?
Got his bag and went into the closet, grabbed some T-shirts, grabbed some shorts, grabbed toilet kit, put it in the bag and left.
Why were you doing the packing?
Just trying to help him. He was so upset. We were all upset, but just trying to expedite the process of getting to Alameda.
When you went in to pack your dad, was there a T-shirt laying on the floor?
I couldn't remember.
Did you get shirts from above the? I don't know. Where did you get the T-shirts from?
Got them from the closet, and there's like wooden shelves up on the wall, and I was getting the T-shirts from there.
Were there a lot of T-shirts on the shelf?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not one of the T-shirts fell on the floor when you were packing?
I don't know whether one of them fell on the floor or not, but certainly could have happened.
Right. When you got to Moselle, were you able to get some sleep?
No, sir.
Did you go back to Moselle the next morning?
Yes, sir.
And who went with you?
Me, my girlfriend Brooklyn, and my dad, and maybe John Marvin. I don't know if he was riding with us or already out there separately, but he was somewhere in the mix.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I think we got there rather early. Nobody really slept, and about early in the morning, sun comes up. Just go back.
Did you take a shower and Brooklyn take a shower at Alameda, or did you do it over at Moselle?
No, sir. We slept tried to sleep at Alameda, and then we took everything back with us to Moselle, and we showered there.
You know where your dad took a shower that morning?
Moselle.
And when you went back over in the morning, do you know what your dad was wearing? When traveling from Alameda
No,
to
not
Moselle?
specifically, but I know that, I know what I packed, so it could have been any of that. It's just athletic shorts and T-shirts and stuff.
And after you got to Moselle, and I guess just carrying the days forward, were you with your dad? Well, how often were you with your dad once you got back to Moselle on the 8th?
Yeah, every day.
For how many days?
For a good while.
Okay, so let's talk about where you stayed on the night of the 8th. Do you remember?
Night of the 8th would have either stayed back in Alameda, or that's potentially when we made the transition over to John Marvin's hunting lodge.
Were you would you say we, or are you including your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive together?
Yes, sir.
Was he pretty much in your eyesight for the first few days?
Yes, sir.
And so after the 8th, and then you come up on the 9th, a Wednesday, do you know whether you were at Alameda or spending the night at your Uncle John Marvin's place?
Yeah, I think at that point we had switched over to his place over at Greenfield.
Now, and you call it Greenfield, that's the name of his hunting?
Yes, sir, just the name of the property overall.
Property. Now, how far is it from Alameda?
To Greenfield?
Yeah.
A couple minutes. I mean, not
Close
very.
by. Close
yeah,
by.
Right down the road.
And then, and do you remember how long you stayed at Greenfield with your dad?
Yeah, I mean, several days. And, I think anywhere from the 9th to the, probably that rest of that week through that weekend.
Yeah, on Thursday, June 10th, what happened?
Grandfather died.
So the family was together and stayed together?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever remember your dad disappearing for any periods of time?
No, sir.
Were you physically close to him most all the time?
Yes, sir.
Except when you were sleeping?
That's right.
And I believe the funeral for your mom and brother memorial service was on that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then that Sunday was a funeral for your father? Grandfather.
Grandfather, yes, sir.
And at some point in time you went to, did you go to Somerville at some point in time?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you went to Somerville?
Right, beginning of that next week.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 129 and ask you.
We discussed previously, we are objecting on the hearsay basis to 129.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not introducing 129, offering it to the witness to refresh his recollection. That's the extent.
All right.
But it's for ID. Buster, I don't want you to publish that, but I want you to, I want to ask you that Defendant's Exhibit 129, marked for identification purposes, refreshes your recollection as to when you left to go to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, what is that? What's that document you have in your hand?
It's a text thread between my girlfriend and I.
And does it have, so based on that text communication between you and your girlfriend, it refreshes your recollection, when did you leave to go to Somerville?
June 14th.
Okay. And looking through there, refreshing your recollection, how long did you stay in Somerville?
Stayed in Somerville until the 17th.
And then what do you remember doing after you left Somerville?
On the 17th, we left Somerville to go to Lake Kiwi.
And so when you were in Somerville from the 14th to the 17th, who were you staying with?
Staying with my grandparents.
And then you went to Kiwi. Who did you go with?
Went with my dad and I, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and their children, their children's boyfriends, and that was it.
So you're with your dad from the night of June 7th and through the Kiwi trip, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember what you did after the Lake Kiwi trip?
No.
At some point in time, you decide, I've got to go back to Rock Hill?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Remember roughly when that was?
No, I mean, I think it was sometime following all this, but I can't tell you exactly when I went back to work.
When you decided to go back to Rock Hill, you had a job in Charlotte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with your father about your personal safety?
Yes, sir.
Did he make any offers to you?
He did.
What offers did he make to you?
He offered me to...
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay. Self-serving hearsay.
Box.
An offer is not hearsay. It's an offer.
The objection sustained.
Did you take any security precautions?
No.
Did you want any security protection?
No, sir, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to carry a gun or anything like that, and I also didn't want like a private security detail following me around just for lack of privacy. And at the time, the places that I was staying and the places that I were going, like I was staying at Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house, who has, alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels, which, I just felt.
Did at some point in time you and your father announce a reward?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 126 and ask if you identify this. If you can identify this.
Yes, sir. This is the reward.
It's a news release about the reward?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've moved Defendant's Exhibit 126 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Can you pull it up, Doug? And if you could just pull out the top two paragraphs, please, Doug. Oh, you can't. Okay. Did you work on this language with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Can you read to the jury the first two paragraphs, please, beginning with Alex and Buster Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alex and Buster Murdaugh announced today a reward of $100,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who brutally murdered Paul and Maggie on June 7th, 2021. I want to thank everyone for the incredible love and support that we have received over the last few weeks. Now is the time to bring justice for Maggie and Paul. Buster and I, along with Maggie's mother, father, and our entire family, ask that anyone with helpful information immediately call the SLED tip line or Crime Stoppers.
Thank you. Now there's a, in the body of this, there's a expiration date on this reward. What's your understanding of the purpose of having an expiration date?
I'm not real sure.
Okay. Well, you see it says, to be eligible, the person claiming the reward must submit the tip to SLED or Crime Stoppers by September 31, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened in September, early September 2021, Buster?
Talking about the...
Yeah, do you remember your dad going
Yes, sir.
off to detox, road shot shooting?
Yes, sir.
From that moment that your dad went to the hospital and then went to detox, did he ever come back home to his property, his clothes, his belongings, to
No,
your
sir.
knowledge?
No, sir.
There's been some questions about whereabouts are Alex's clothes. Can you tell the jury before he went off to detox where his clothes were? How many different locations he had clothes?
So, had clothes at Moselle, had clothes at Greenfield, had clothes at probably a few clothes at Alameda, had clothes at Randy and Christie's house, had clothes a lot of places.
You have clothes down at Chichesi? Or?
Yep, Chichesi, Okatee.
You have clothes at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Do you have clothes in his car?
Yes, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
How many nights after June 7th, to your knowledge, did your dad spend at Moselle?
None.
How many nights after June 7th did you spend at Moselle?
None.
I'm gonna Doug, you have the Snapchat video? Can you pull that up, please? Of the tree. Your Honor, this is the Snapchat video that's in evidence. I'll get the exhibit number for the record shortly. Buster, you recognize that shirt?
Yes, sir.
What kind of shirt is it?
It's like a, short sleeve button down shirt.
Is it a Columbia shirt?
No, it doesn't look like a Columbia shirt.
What color is it?
It's blue.
Okay. Did your dad have a foam green Columbia sports shirt?
Maybe.
Okay. Is this it?
No. This is blue.
Right. Did do you know if your dad ever ordered any Vinnie Vine or I don't know? Did he order clothes after your mother and brother's murders?
Maybe he ordered clothes, but he doesn't wear a lot of Vineyard Vines.
Okay. Have you ever seen him buy Vineyard Vine?
No, sir.
And you can take that down, Doug. sometime in August, did you go with your dad where you played in a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. I went and played in a golf tournament, and he came and wanted to watch us play in it.
And what kind of golf tournament?
It's a golf tournament that a buddy of mine puts on in Somerville every year. It's called the Jasso Invitational. It's just a bunch of guys that are friends come together and play in a golf tournament.
And did you look up the date of that tournament before testifying today?
I did.
And what weekend was that tournament in August of, in 2021?
Yeah, it's the last weekend in August of 2021.
Okay. Do you know if you were in the, was there a house that Johnny Parker had that your dad kept stuff in?
Yes, sir. There's a small house in between Johnny Parker's house and my Uncle Randy's house. I think Mr. Johnny built it for his mom or mother-in-law or something when she was sick. But yeah, there's a little 2-bedroom house right there.
And did your dad stay there?
He did. He did.
I don't know if we mentioned that as one of the places where there was clothing.
Yeah, that'd be one. That'd be another one.
All right. So there are a lot of places.
Yes, sir.
Were you there? Did you observe your dad talking to Blanca about anything where you're getting ready to go on the golf trip?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present?
No, sir. I don't think I was present.
Did you go in any other golfing outings in August with your dad, to your knowledge?
Yes. Earlier August of that year, we played golf down in Hilton Head with the people from the Trial Lawyers Convention.
Okay. Now you've been sitting in this courtroom since day one?
Yes, sir.
Once the trial started?
Every day.
And were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And there was a question about whether your dad said, "I did him so bad," or "they did him so bad." Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up Exhibit 153, the clip.
Sit back talking today. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did him so bad.
Was that the first time you'd heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle, the night of June the 7th.
Did he say that more than one time?
He did.
1 second, Your Honor. Let me check to see what I left out. Just very briefly, Buster, you've heard testimony during this trial that your dad was stealing money from clients. Did you know anything about that?
No, sir.
Okay. And just lastly, roughly how long would it take to clean a dog run down at the kennels? 2 dog runs, for example.
Roughly, I'd say 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And what do you have to do?
You got to get the hose, turn the hose on, spray out the dog kennels. You got to put the bed on top of the wooden box so the bed's not wet.
Now, what are you spraying? Dog manure?
Yeah, spraying dog poop.
And it spreads out. You've got to.
That's right. Yeah, you got to spray it. Make sure it's all out of there. Spray it to the back.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
We'll take a break now, ladies and gentlemen, for about 15 minutes. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Buster Murdaugh's testimony wasn't so much trying to say, my father would never have done this. It's more watering down all the speculation, all the theories, everything, all the innuendos, all the bad evidence that was put forward by the prosecution. Was it credible? Was it believable for you? Do you think it made any lasting impression?
Jesse, good to be with you. I thought his testimony was credible. I mean, he admitted when he didn't know things, and that was important because if he knew everything about everything, then he would look like a liar. Clearly is there to support his father, and I think that in itself is important for the jury because when they see a victim, because make no mistake, Buster is a victim here, having his father's back, that means something. Also, he got to the fact that there were people out there who were enemies of his family. That's why he said, yeah, he was warned and he was asked if he wanted protection, and because his family had lots of enemies, so that waters down the potential motive. It expands the list of people who could have committed this horrific crime. And then he got to the recording about they did him wrong or I did him wrong. And he said, no, it was they. And it wasn't the first time he had heard his father say they. Personally, I didn't think that recording was a big deal to begin with. Yeah, because that could have meant a lot of different things. So in the end, I don't think this moves the needle a whole lot. It's helpful for the defense, but not a big deal.
Well, one of the things that he also did, there was that whole big testimony of Blanca Simpson, who was the housekeeper, right? And she testified that Alex Murdaugh told her that he was worried about that Snapchat video and almost tried to get her to say, hey, I was wearing that Vinnie Vine shirt, but you heard from Buster Murdaugh that Alex Murdaugh would never wear Vinnie Vines. And so the question now that we're left with, was Blanca Simpson telling the truth? Was she confused? And I think what they tried to do, obviously they didn't ask Buster, hey, is that your father's voice on the kennel video? They tried to, it seems, really hit upon other key pieces of evidence put forward by the prosecution, including, why was there a puddle by the shower? Well, it's maybe because they all showered afterwards at Moselle. Again, you say it didn't maybe move the needle, but do you think it maybe left the jury with pause with respect to some of the things they heard in the prosecution's case?
All great points, Jesse, and that's what good defense lawyers do. They go for the weak points of the prosecution's case, and they try to exploit some ambiguities. Notice they didn't go to the strongest part of the prosecution's case, the fact that Alex Murdaugh's voice is on the video from the kennel. That is, to me, the most powerful bit of evidence that he was the murderer because he was there, he lied about it. They didn't ask him about that. That would have been really important. Instead, they went to the vulnerabilities, the puddle, the testimony of the caretaker, that she may have had some faulty memories, but that happens. That's real life. So, yeah, this was good defense work. The witnesses seems to be credible, but in the end, I still don't think it's a huge deal.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll analyze a little bit more of Buster Murdaugh's testimony as we wait to jump back live in that courtroom. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. So the Murdaugh family murder trial just went to a morning break amid the testimony of the defendant's surviving son, Buster. Buster was called by the defense, testifying on his father's behalf. Remember, Buster's mother and brother were killed on that family property on June 7th, 2021, and now his father is charged in the murders. We have our very own South Carolina local Law and Crime correspondent Gigi McKelvey, who is with us. She was inside that courtroom this morning. So Gigi, as Buster is going through the different pieces of evidence that were presented by the prosecution, what was the jury doing?
They were watching very closely. We kind of thought he might testify today because he was wearing like his Sunday best. He always dresses in a sports coat, but he was chewing those fingernails nonstop and just looked really nervous. We all said, oh, he's going on today. But the jury's very engaged. You know, I don't think anything super explosive, just kind of confirming some things about how they pull into grandma's or that they talk a lot. But still, I think the jury's very interested to hear from a Murdaugh directly.
Well, I mean, I thought there was some significant moments, you know, basically suggesting it was not out of place for Alex Murdaugh to make so many phone calls, to clean. There's guns all over the property. It also seems that Blanca Simpson's testimony might not be so accurate. You know, they did him so bad. Was it exactly the testimony you were expecting? Because I'll tell you, one of the things that I thought was going to happen, but now I can understand why the defense didn't do this, is I thought they were going to ask, tell us a little bit more about your father's relationship with your mother. Tell us how he felt about Paul, you know, to try to suggest that there was no possible way he would have done this. I guess the reason they chose not to do it is maybe not make him look like he's biased in any way. He is his son. But what did you think? Is it exactly the testimony you expected?
Kind of. I mean, I guess you don't want to have too much to have the state cross him on, but I do think just this was really confirming things we've already heard, which was normalcy for the Murdaughs, and as far as the guns and things like that. So I think just a very generalized, yes, this is how we did things, and you know, it just adds credibility to what they've put out there about how the family does things, operates, contacts each other all day.
What about that blue seafoam shirt? I mean, that was a point. Different areas of his testimony kind of reflected on that. Anything you think the jury might be thinking about the significance of that shirt or where the shirt is?
Yeah, I mean, that's always one of the big questions we all have, which is where are all these clothes, where are the guns, and that kind of thing. I think the jury's got a lot of bigger questions about that Snapchat video, which is how can you not remember taking that ride with your son? He wasn't sure when that was taken. So, you know, there's just a lot. I think that this jury's going to need answered, and the defense hopefully will try to do that. The big question is, do we put Alec on the stand? What do you think, Jesse?
Well, I'll get to that in 1 second. I thought it was interesting that his clothes are everywhere, right? So they're at Moselle, they're at Greenfield, they're at the, you know, they're at different people's places, and so, you know, maybe investigators didn't thoroughly search. Do I think Alex Murdaugh is going to take the stand? Probably not. There's obviously a possibility. He might think he has nothing to lose at this point. I think that if he does that, he's going to place himself in greater jeopardy. There's a lot of questions that may make it difficult for him to do that. And ultimately, you know, every time he spoke in this case, it got him into trouble. But then again, he might think he you know, adds something to it for the jury to consider. Before we even get to Alec on the stand, we know that Buster's going to be back on. We know the prosecution is going to cross-examine him. Any idea about where you think they might go?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that while he's testifying. I think maybe probably the best way that they could do it is just to say you weren't living at home during this time full time. So maybe just attack what he knew as normal before he grew up and got out, as opposed to right around the timelines of the murder. Maybe he didn't know everything that was going on. Other than that, I thought it's been just confirmation of things that we've learned. I don't see too many areas they could really go in and attack.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see it.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know you have to jump back into the courtroom. I know you don't want to miss a moment of that. So Gigi McKelvey, thank you so much. I'm going to bring back in Dave Arenberg to talk a little bit more about this. So Dave, the reason I mean, I guess, were you surprised that they didn't ask him anything about, well, what was the relationship between Alec, your father, and your mother, and your father, and Paul? Because I think one of the things that needs to really be exploited, and we kind of heard it from the defense, is he loved his son. He loved his wife. There would be nothing to indicate a family that seemingly had no violence, you heard Buster say that he would brutally murder them, and yet that wasn't really explored. Why do you think that was?
Yeah, Jesse, I'm with you. I think I would have gone further into that because that is the heart of the defense. It's that what possible motive would justify slaughtering, not just killing, but butchering your son and your wife. And sadly, we've seen a lot of domestic violence cases where a husband kills his spouse, but rarely do you see a father murder his son, especially one with a good relationship. So I would have gone more into that. I hear what Gigi said. I guess they didn't want to make this witness look biased, but I would have gone into that because that is the heart of the defense.
Yeah.
By the way, kudos to Gigi. She took my side and also said that the Buster's testimony didn't totally move the needle, not a big deal for the state. So
I get why they called him. I don't blame them for calling him. I'm curious to see how this cross-examination goes and whether or not it's going to actually demolish what he helped the defense do, even that limited capacity. But in the meantime, let's actually go back to some of Buster on the stand in case you missed it. Let's check it out.
And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
And what'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone, and so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
So, Dave, that's the moment when he talks about finding out what happened to his family. The fact that he is the defendant's son, just him taking the stand, what impact is that going to have on the jury? Because he wasn't called by the prosecution. He was called by the defense, and the jury has to take note of that. Even if he doesn't come out and say, I 100% don't think my father did this, I support him 100%, they have to feel that's what the case is.
Yeah, and Jesse, that's why the defense had Buster and other family members sitting right behind Alex Murdaugh during the trial. They wanted to humanize him. They wanted to show that the family still supports this guy, this sociopath. And yes, I called him that because of all of his conduct, not just here, but yet his family supports him and believes in him, and he'll even testify on the stand under oath. And that in itself is important. It's powerful. And we'll see if it swings a jury. But remember, it doesn't have to swing all the jurors, just one, and then it's a hung jury. So that's why being a prosecutor is so difficult. You got to convince 12 jurors beyond any reasonable doubt, or else it's a hung jury or an acquittal.
I'll tell you one of the most surprising things of his testimony, he didn't know his father's birthday. And look, maybe a lot of people don't, but they know their father's birthdays, but for a family this close who's talking to each other every day and seem to have a very close relationship, that was a surprise to me. Anyway, we'll take a break.
That's a great point, by the way. I've never met anyone who didn't know his father's birthday. I don't know anyone like that. That is unusual.
It's funny you should say that. I'm having conversations with our producers, and a lot of people know people who don't know their father's birthday. So I don't know. This was news to me. But apparently so close to the family, didn't know it. That was a little bit of a shocker to me. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll jump live in court. Stay with us.
Please be seated.
You may bring the jury. All right, thank you. Cross-examination. Yes, sir.
Can I call you Buster?
Yes, sir.
I'm John. And I want to first off tell you I am sorry about your mother.
Sorry, I can't hear him.
I'm sorry about his mother.
Well, if you step back a little bit, I can hear you.
And I'm sorry about your brother.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry about your grandfather.
Thank you.
He was nice to me when I was a young assistant solicitor. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't have any questions for you, Buster.
Okay.
When you are leaving the main house, you told Mr. Griffin that the main entrance was the brick entrance?
Yes, sir.
But there's also a side entrance or by the kennels or
Yeah.
entrance exit?
Yes, sir. Okay. Just a totally different entrance.
And the mailbox was at the side entrance?
Yes, sir. The
kennel entrance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why was that? Do you know?
I don't know. I think it's just I really don't know.
Okay. I don't either. But the packages would come to, you said the kennel side?
They would come to the shed.
Okay. And a lot of times y'all would use that kennel entrance exit to go just like you'd use the main one, right?
Yeah, you would. I would say that I more so tended to use the main one, the one that I say is the brick pillars. But yeah, I mean, you could certainly leave either way.
If you were leaving the main entrance and you got down, you're leaving the house and you're going toward the brick, and then you know where it's kind of a Y where it kind of cuts off to the kennel too, right?
Sure.
So you go straight or left. If you were leaving at night going straight, and if you were looking out to the left and the lights were on, you'd be able to see the lights on at the kennel just from that little Y, wouldn't you?
Maybe, depending on what lights were on and whatnot. I mean, if it was fully lit up, maybe.
Okay. And just from that Y, instead of going straight, from that distance, you'd be able to, if the lights were on fully, you'd probably be able to see them.
Maybe, yes, sir.
Almeda, where your grandma and granddaddy were, is that close to the, I think it's close to the law firm, isn't it?
Almeda?
Yes, sir.
Close to the law firm? I wouldn't say so. I mean, Anywhere in Hampton is close to anywhere in Hampton because it's not very big.
Fair enough.
But I mean, it's a 10-minute, 12-minute drive out to Alameda, I would think, from the law firm.
I think, Mr. Duck, could you bring up 131? Can I ask him to do that? Sure. I know Mr. Harper been exposed to this. Mr. Griffin's witness. So you don't have to get, but you see, is this kind of where you said everybody would park?
It's right. So if you look.
Do you mind if I come up here?
No, sir, you can. So if you look right off this point.
You might want to come down here if you don't mind. Just the jury.
There's a road where you go in.
So if you look right over here, this is kind of what I'm referred to as like the back corner of the house. And it would basically, you would come around, there's a big oak tree here, you come around it, and then you basically pull up, and you would probably stop the hood of your car right in, right off the back corner of the house.
So a bit closer to here than over here.
Be about right in here.
So right in here.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't want to pull up super close to it. Yeah, be right out. Okay.
But there was a driveway, paved driveway in here, right?
There is a paved driveway over towards the side of the house.
Okay, and really not many tire tracks. The grass looks good in here.
I don't know when these pictures were taken, but it's a little dead right there.
But there is a driveway, right?
There is a driveway.
Okay, you can have a seat back. Thank you, please. When did you first mention that to anybody about parking in the yard there?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, when did you first discuss that with anybody as far as where cars parked at your grandma and granddad's house? When was the first time you talked to anybody about that?
Couple days ago.
A couple of days ago? Okay. That's the first time you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay. And then that would have been after Shelley testified, right? Shelley Smith?
I guess. I don't really remember when Miss Smith testified.
Miss Smith. Did you bring that to somebody's attention, or did somebody ask you about it?
I couldn't. I'm not sure.
And I think you keep forgetting I'm on cross. You testified that how many times had you been there with your dad? I wasn't quite clear with your answers to Mr. Griffin. I'm not trying to be difficult, Buster.
I understand, and I can't give you an approximate number, but I mean, I've been out there with him several times.
And would you always call? You said you called. Did you always call when you got there?
Yeah, I feel like most of the time you would call just to tell, because the ladies get nervous, if you hadn't called and they see a car pulling in the driveway, it's just easier to call and let them know, like, hey, we're going to be pulling around. Please unlock the door. We'd like to come in.
Had you ever been over there at 6:30 in the morning?
Have I ever been out there at 6:30 in the morning? Just like overall
I guess.
Yeah, I've been out there at 6:30 in the morning before, going hunting and whatnot.
And you called then also, right?
Well, that was
going into the house.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Just to let them know, especially 6:30 in the morning.
Sure.
Okay. Your mom loved Edisto, didn't she?
Yes, sir, she did.
I love Edisto. She was actually getting some work done down there, wasn't she?
Yes, sir, she was getting some work done on the house.
And on this date, June 7th, literally there were people inside doing work that day, weren't they?
I think so.
Yeah. And her plan was to stay down there that night, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what her plan was.
You had, I think the last time you'd been to Moselle, you said was the spring, maybe a few months prior to this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you have to say yes for the court reporter, not for me. Just
Yes.
yes for-
Sorry.
And you talked to your mom that day on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had talked to Paul the last time on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken. June 5th is what you told him in one of the interviews.
Sure.
Okay. And Mr. Griffiths asked you about the financial troubles and that have come out here. You had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
I mean, you really didn't.
No, sir, I really didn't.
And as far as you knew, financially, the family was sound.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went to Wofford.
I did go to Wofford.
Go Terriers, for the record.
Thank you.
But everything, as far as you knew, financially was okay. And when did you learn it wasn't?
I guess on September whatever that day in September was.
So back in the birthday, I guess for your dad, Memorial Day down at Edisto.
Sure.
Defense exhibit, and I apologize, I don't know what number it was just played. I believe Mr. Chris Wilson is hugging your dad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's a family friend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't know then that your dad owed Chris Wilson or stole $192,000 from him, did you?
I did not.
And I'm not saying that to be mean, but you really didn't know that.
That's correct. Okay. Didn't know.
And the boating accident that Mr. Griffin asked you about, that was pressure on the family, wasn't it?
I don't know that pressure's the right word. I mean, it's definitely an uneasy feeling. You know, your brother is criminally charged, and then you, myself, and my father have civil charges. I mean, definitely unsettling.
I mean, it caused stress within the family, didn't it?
It was stressful. I wouldn't say within the family, because I mean, you know, we supported each other.
Sure. And I'm not questioning that, but I mean, your mom felt ostracized.
Yes, sir.
She even more so wanted to stay at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
It really, I mean, you were a little frustrated with Paul yourself, weren't you?
In terms
as far as using your ID and getting all that, and that case is over, okay?
Sure.
But I mean, you didn't like it when you used your ID yourself. And I'm not trying to go anywhere, Buster, but he'd use your ID sometime and you didn't want him to.
How many questions you going to ask?
I'm
Questions, comments, what's the question? What's the question?
Did you like it?
Yes, sir.
Did he used your ID, didn't he?
Objection, relevant. Objection's overruled.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Did Paul use your identification?
Yes.
Did that frustrate you?
Sometimes.
Okay. You were shown the tree video with the shirt and the pants. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
When you saw your dad on the night of June 7th, what did he have on?
When I had made my way up to the house, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
And who laundried his clothes?
At that period of time, would have been Blanca, and then my mom also does laundry sometimes.
But on a day-to-day, did Blanca take care of your dad's clothes, laundering, cleaning, folding?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Griffin asked you about, I'm going to do that. You never went back to Moselle? after this incident?
Well, I mean, after
Or did you?
if you take June 7th on June, I mean, I've been back to Moselle since then, but I've never slept another night at Moselle.
And did your dad? Let's strike that. Big portion of it. Beg court's indulgence. Did your dad try to get you to go hunting out there again one time, or suggest it?
He asked if I wanted to, and if I wanted to, that I could.
But you didn't want to?
No, sir. Didn't want to go.
That's all I have. Thank you, Buster.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Redirect.
Buster, if your mother, when she went to Edisto and stayed for multiple nights, would she take Bubba with her?
Yeah, usually. She'd take a combination of Bubba and maybe another dog, Grady.
Okay.
She would take dogs with her, yes.
Right. And you understand Bubba and Grady were at Moselle the night of June 7th? Right?
I do, yes, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything further? Thank you. Let me step down. Your next witness.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have a seat up here on the witness stand. You can adjust that microphone and pull it closer to you if you need to. Pull your seat up, but state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Mike Sutton, S-U-T-T-O-N.
Mr. Sutton, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic engineer.
A forensic engineer. Now, what is a forensic engineer?
Well, the majority of the work that I do involves the investigation of accidents and failures in the field of legal questions, legal problems, court of law. So what forensic engineers do is that they collect data, collect physical evidence, they interpret the data, and then try to come up with what happened in an event, maybe what didn't happen in an event, or maybe try to limit the possibilities of what happened in an event.
Okay, and do you have educational background in this area, or have you been trained, or how about just tell us, first of all, where you, as we say around here, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hickory, North Carolina. Then I grew up in Cary. When I was young, family moved to Cary, which is right outside of Raleigh. When I graduated from Cary High School, I went to North Carolina State University, and I was in the materials engineering department for about a year. In my sophomore year, I transferred over to the mechanical engineering department. And so I was at NC State for my undergraduate from 84 to 88. And when I was a sophomore, I met an engineer. His name's Dr. Charles Manning, who owns a company still in Raleigh. He's passed away, but his company's still there. And Dr. Manning was an ex-professor at State. He's also an ex-NASA engineer. And I worked with him from basically 1987. Then after I graduated, I went full-time with him.
When you graduated with a degree in what?
In mechanical engineering.
Okay, and you were working with him?
Working with him, and I continued to work with him, and then I got a master's degree at North Carolina State University, also in mechanical engineering with a concentration in acoustics and vibrations.
In acoustics and vibrations?
Correct.
Your master's, okay.
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Well, I worked with him as a consulting engineer, consulting forensic engineer, looking at all different kinds of accidents and failures, about anything that you can imagine. We do a lot of motor vehicle accidents, of course, because there's so many. We look at structural failures, product failures, material failures, about anything that you can imagine. But basically, if there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what do you mean by physics?
Well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take to reach the ground based on all the different variables. So the laws of physics are there. It helps us figure out how things would happen. So I worked with Dr. Manning for a while until end of 2000, and in 2001, I founded my current company, which is based in Cary. It's called Accident Research Specialists.
What's the name of it again?
Accident Research Specialists in Cary, North Carolina. And we do the same thing. There are 10 engineers that I work with and support staff, and we investigate, analyze a variety of cases for a variety of clients. Like I said, most of my work is related to either criminal cases or civil cases, and I do some consulting that's not related to courtroom issues, just straight consulting to companies.
Have you, from time to time, dealt with shooting instant reconstruction?
Yes, I have.
And tell the jury what shooting instant reconstruction is.
Well, the shooting instant reconstruction, at least how I'm involved with it, I deal with what would be called external ballistics and terminal ballistics. So external ballistics are the flight of a bullet after it leaves a gun. A bullet leaving the barrel of a gun, it's going to be affected upon by gravity, air resistance. So that's just physics. And then there's terminal ballistics, which is what happens to a projectile when it strikes a target or an object.
And how many times have you been involved in a case involving shooting instant reconstruction?
I would say over the years, maybe 50.
Okay.
Now, all different kinds. Like, for instance, it could be a case where a manufacturer is being sued for like a drop fire, where somebody dropped a pistol and it went off.
And it's not supposed to do that.
No. And so it could be a products case. I've worked on cases involving hunters, long range distance shots where you're trying to figure out where a particular hunter was aiming the gun, so where he hit and killed somebody. I've worked certainly in law enforcement shootings. I've worked for law enforcement, and I've worked on the side opposite law enforcement for people who have been shot by law enforcement. I've worked on insurance cases. Sometimes there's a question about whether it was a suicide or an accident. So those are the type of cases that I would be involved with.
And when you do these cases, you're looking for, what's the difference between you and a crime scene reconstructionist?
Well, crime scene reconstructionists would be looking at a lot of different things. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I deal with physics. But somebody who works at crime scene may have also a background in, let's say, chemistry. And they may be using different reagents to find blood or gunshot residue. That's not what I do. But I physically reconstruct a site. One of the main things that we do in forensic engineering, such as myself, accident reconstruction is what it is that we have the ability to go and capture data, collect facts from a site, whether it's an accident or a murder or what have you. And then what we do is we interpret what we're finding and try to, again, put ourselves in a position to answer questions about how an event occurred, or maybe limit what could have occurred, or maybe what didn't occur.
Okay, so have you ever been qualified by state or federal court to testify about a shooting instant reconstruction for instance, in Wake County, North Carolina?
Yes.
And what was that? Was that in federal court?
That was in federal court.
And were you allowed to testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me move on to, and I believe the name of that case is Michael Morgan versus Wake County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct.
And that was in 2018?
Yes.
Now, you've been involved in many more cases. Have you ever been qualified, additionally to that, by any federal or state court to testify about a shooting incident?
Yes, I have testified in other criminal trials where the questions were just as I said, which is where was the weapon aimed, maybe how many shots were fired, where were the shots fired from, maybe the sequence of shots. Again, this is all, developing an understanding of what the physical evidence tells you.
Okay. So let me move to a second area of expertise I'm going to ask you about. Tell us about what acoustics engineering is.
Well, acoustics and vibrations, or acoustics specifically, is part of mechanical engineering. It's a study of how sound moves, how it's made, how sound may decrease over distance, the effect of sound on people. It's obviously something real important because if you're exposed to sound for long periods of time, you can lose part of your hearing. So it is a subset of mechanical engineering. And so I have testified in cases involving acoustics. My master's paper was in the area of something that I do quite often, which is the audibility of emergency vehicles. Like if a police car has a siren on and you're driving up to an intersection, you got the radio on. Can you hear the siren? Or can you not hear the siren? Maybe it makes a difference if your window is up or down. Those types of issues, so the audibility of noise.
To do that kind of analysis, do you have to do some sort of reconstruction oftentimes?
Yes, often with acoustics, you can definitely look at it theoretically, but I typically test it because it's something that is readily testable.
Okay. And you've been qualified, again, in at least one state. You've been qualified multiple times to testify as to acoustical engineering.
Yes.
And one of those cases was Koudalakis versus CSX in state court in Richmond, Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And many other times also.
Yes.
Okay, the last area of expertise, all these are engineering related, correct?
They are.
Is accident reconstruction involving vehicles.
Yes.
And you've done that more than you've probably done the other two, correct?
It is. Motor vehicle accidents, and again, it's just because there's so many of them. Throughout my career of 36 years, I've looked at probably a couple thousand motor vehicle wrecks.
And again, you apply these same principles, data, and then you do engineering analysis of it, mathematics, trigonometry, those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have been qualified multiple times on that issue.
Yes.
As an expert to give an opinion.
Yes.
And again, going back to the other two, you've been qualified as an expert to give an opinion by many courts, several courts in shooting incident reconstruction, acoustics engineering, and in motor vehicle reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move that this witness be qualified as a expert in the three areas I just mentioned.
Mr. As a state. He's admitted without objection as an expert in the fields that he's offered.
Okay, so let's start off with the shooting instant reconstruction, okay?
Yes.
Now, have you prepared a PowerPoint? Well, back off. Back off. Strike that. Were you hired by myself and Mr. Griffin to do some analysis on what occurred at Moselle that resulted in the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And let's first of all talk about what's the process generally, and then we're going to put this PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put the PowerPoint up first?
I can speak to that generally.
Go ahead.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but really the first steps in any investigation, if it's a little investigation, big investigation, my job and the people I work with and people in other companies that do what we do, you go collect facts. And in this case, this is typical, facts were collected. The crime scene was processed. There were a lot of pictures taken, things like that, by SLED. So that's one place that I can get facts. I typically do, and I did in this case, I go collect facts myself. So I went to Moselle, and it had changed. I went there about 18 months after the murders. I went in October of 22. But I was able to measure the Moselle property, and look at the physical evidence, what was remaining, and then I was able to use that in conjunction with what SLED had done, because SLED had collected a lot of evidence at the scene that I looked at.
Now, some of the evidence collected by SLED that you looked at were measurements made by SLED agent Worley either the night of or soon after the incident to things like shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And there's also pictures of those shell casings, correct?
Yes.
And also the location of Maggie's body and Paul's body. There were measurements done on both of those, correct?
Yes.
And did Agent Worley also find 2 bullet holes, one in the doghouse, one in the quail pen?
Yes.
And did she take measurements there?
She did.
And were those important to your calculations?
They were. It was what I was looking at least my role in looking at the crime scene, or the side of the crime, the questions that I was being asked.
Okay, so do we have the PowerPoint, please? Okay, you can see that. Okay.
Object to showing this. Nothing's been entered.
Oh, I apologize. I got ahead of myself. This is a disc of this PowerPoint. Any objection?
Is it the PowerPoint?
It's the PowerPoint.
No objection.
Your Honor, we offer into evidence Defendant's Exhibit number 143. Without objection, I believe.
Submit.
And Your Honor, okay, let's just walk through the PowerPoint. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, now this is titled Shot Trajectories as Measured by Special Agent Worley. Are these what we're talking about, measurements she made?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Quail pen. Go ahead. Now, what are we looking at here?
So this is what I call the quail pen, and it's a small animal cage. It's been referred to, but like it's a bird cage, and it's up against the building or the barn, the hangar. I think it's been called several things. It's up underneath the roof.
Okay, now if you went perpendicular to that out, would you run into the dog kennels?
Yes.
Okay, so this is across from the dog kennels, and that is the quail pen.
Yes, and this particular photograph was taken the night of the murder. So the first few pictures just show the points of evidence that were of interest to me, and then what happened later on, it was the next month, I believe it was July the 6th, Special Agent Worley went back and actually took some measurements. She used basically a common technique where you try to get more information about these bullet holes.
Okay, next. And what is this we're looking at?
It's a little bit closer view of the quail pen, and what you have there on the side of the quail pen, so it would be the side that's really facing the crime scene.
Right.
It's made out of like a fiber board, a little bit more robust than cardboard. It's like a fiber board, so you can penetrate it easily, and there was a bullet hole basically in the center of it.
Okay, next slide. That would be that bullet hole?
That is the bullet hole, and if you were able to zoom in a little bit and look carefully, you'd be able to see what's called a bullet wipe. It's down. If that was a tiny little clock, it'd be just under 3 o'clock. And so when I looked at that, it looked like the bullet was on an upward trajectory, a small one, but an upward trajectory. And what the bullet wipe is when the bullet comes out of the barrel of the gun, it's going to have products of the bullet being fired. And when it enters sheetrock or a car door or a piece of plywood, you commonly see that lead-in mark where the bullet goes into a piece of material.
Can we make that bigger? There we go. Okay. So how about step down here for just a second, and there's a pointer right behind you. Your Honor, may he step down? Grab that pointer right there. And would you point out for the jury, please, that you call it a bullet wipe?
Yes, so when you look at the entry, the entrance of a bullet hole into a surface like this, and this is the piece of gray cardboard. There's some tearing here, but if you look over here on the side, that's what's called the bullet white mark, and that shows you the direction that is coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing, and it's a little bit below, like if you could draw a straight line through there that would be even with the horizon, it's a little bit below that. So right away that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Okay. Let me see the next slide, just in case. Okay. Any way to make that a little bigger? While he's doing that, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph from Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
And what's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pin and actually goes through the wall of the hangar too. It goes through several layers of material. And a common technique to try to figure out what is the angle of that shot, you take something like this. Typically they're fiberglass, so they don't bend, they're perfectly straight. And you insert that rod through the bullet hole, and then what you do is you measure this rod. So right now she's measuring what's called the vertical angle. So if I was measuring that's the angle of the shot, like to the TV right here. So vertical angle is this way. Was the bullet going up, or was it going down, or was it going straight in?
And what did that? I mean, did you look at a close-up picture of that, and did you also look at her notes?
Yes.
And what was her conclusion about the angle? You say vertical angle. The angle going into the quail pen. Was it going up? Was it going down? And by I guess you gauge this in degrees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so was it going up or down?
It was going up.
At what degree?
So the bullet was traveling upwards, which is consistent with what I just showed you on the previous pictures. So her measurement that it's going up is consistent. She recorded in her notes that was 3 degrees going up. So pretty flat, but the bullet was traveling upwards. But there are two pictures. She has one picture of it at 3 degrees and one at 1.5 degrees. So pretty close, but two different trajectories. And later on, I looked at the difference between the 1.5 and the 3.
Okay.
And we could that'll come up later, but for the purposes of me understanding what was going on here, I considered both 1.5 and 3.
And while 1.5 or 3 is not a steep incline as it goes in, if you project that back, it's going to have, if you go 10 feet, it's going to make it. Okay. As you project it back, what, if any, difference is there on that cause on trajectory?
Okay, well, the reason this is interesting is because it's an upward traveling bullet. So if you think about the path of this bullet, for all purposes here, because we're talking about maybe 50 feet in this crime scene, it's not 400 yards. If it's 400 yards, the bullet has a curved trajectory. So here, because the area that we're considering is so small, that for all intents and purposes it's a flat trajectory, which means that the barrel of the gun was on the same angle as that rod. Okay? And it's going down, which means if you extend that rod, if you're able to extend that rod some distance, it's going to go into the ground. So if it goes into the ground, obviously the gun can't be underground. So you know that the shooter who fired the weapon that sent the bullet into the quail pen has to be on that line. So the weapon has to be on that line, and it's going to go into the ground at some point. So that is a good piece of information, because that locks the location of the shooter, at least for one shot.
And I believe Agent Worley identified, strike that. What, if any, caliber or kind of weapon did Agent Worley deduce had fired that bullet?
This was the .300 Blackout.
Okay. Now go to the next slide, please.
This is just another measurement. This may be the one that's closer to 1.5 degrees, but you can see this is they call them trajectory rods, which again is inserted through the multiple paths of the bullet as it went through things.
So as you look at that device, whatever that's called, one of them shows 1.5, one of them shows 3, and she wrote down 3?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Next, please. Now, what is this?
Same thing. I'm just showing the kind of the different readings that she got here.
Okay.
It was within a range.
Okay.
So same answer for this.
Right. Next. Okay. So what are we looking at now?
Just to explain a little bit better.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? Okay. So what are we looking at here?
This is to show the trajectory rod. It comes in. We've been looking at this side right here. But if you look inside, you see it kind of goes through the cage, and it goes through the back of the cage. It actually goes into the hangar or the barn. It goes through the siding and then the plywood.
So that is that same rod, except that's the inside going out. Correct?
That's the inside. I was just trying to show the technique, and this technique is a technique that is used often. There are other ways to do it, and we may talk about it later, but this is a technique that's often used to come up with this line of fire, or the path that bullet took, because if you consider the path of the bullet, you may be able to conclude something from that.
Okay, next.
It's just more of the same. This is the trajectory rod inside the cage, or the quail pen.
Okay.
More of the same.
Next.
More of the same.
But these are, okay, wait 1 second. So these pictures just depict that rod coming from the outside, going through the quail pen, and through the wall behind the quail pen.
That is correct.
And that's, you put that rod through, and then you can make some measurements outside as to trajectory, correct?
That's correct.
Easy for you to say. Next, please. Now, what is that device? What's going on there?
This is called a zero-edge protractor. So protractor is going to measure 0 to 180 degrees. So this is Special Agent Worley. Puts it up against the side of the quail pen and drop a plumb bob down so you can get what's called the azimuth. And the azimuth is just your compass direction. So because if I have the azimuth, and this is about 41 degrees coming in from where I'm standing. So 45 degrees would be, here, there's 41 degrees. 90 degrees would be straight in. So what that does is it tells you the direction of this line.
So at that point, whether it's going up or down, and whether it's coming from the left or the right.
That's correct.
And as we look at that coil pen, is it coming from over here to the left? Is it coming from the right?
Well, it's coming from over here to the right.
Okay.
And then to determine exactly how, you need to go back and kind of look. You have to do it to scale, of course.
Right.
So you have to create a scale diagram, or you do what we typically do, which is we scan.
Okay. So let me see the next one. And is that just a close-up of the measurement, the angle?
Yes. And you can see here that it's 41 degrees.
41 degrees.
And that's what she recorded in her notes.
Okay. Next. Now, this is the doghouse. And in a minute, we're going to see a 3D rendition of this so the jury can get a little better idea of where everything is.
Yes.
But let's go ahead and talk about the doghouse next. So tell me what you see there.
So the doghouse had a bullet hole in it. It's pretty low to the ground. It's about 5.5 inches above the ground, 3 inches up from the bottom of the siding on the doghouse. And this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down. And it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, you can think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that. So you can go up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no sense, like the shooter would have to be on a ladder, right? So that what that does is it tells you where that shot came from, and it puts a limit on where that shooter could be. Just the same way that the shot trajectory would disappear into the ground makes no sense. shot trajectory that's up at 10 feet doesn't make any difference either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Let me see the next slide. Okay, and what is that?
That is the 300 blackout projectile. It went into the doghouse, went into a dog bed, so you're able to dig it out. So you can see that here. So again, these are the night of the murders.
So if it didn't go through the back wall, how does one get a trajectory off of that?
Well, in this particular case, the siding was thick enough where Agent Worley was able to put a dowel rod or a trajectory rod into that hole, unlike the quail pin, which is very thin. So a very thin material is considered thin if the thickness of that material is much less than the length of the bullet, right here. So in a thin material, there's some special considerations with thin materials versus thick materials, but the doghouse had siding and wood construction, so it's thicker. So a thick material is going to be more in line with the length of the bullet and even longer. So you can still get the trajectory with reasonable accuracy in this particular case.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now what is that?
This is the same process here at the doghouse where...
Can you blow that up for me, please? There you go. So what do we see?
This is the trajectory rod. This is a dial protractor. It just uses gravity to tell you what the angle is.
And what was the angle?
14 degrees down.
It's coming in at a 14 degree. The bullet's coming, there you go. It's coming in, it's coming down into the doghouse at a 14 degree angle.
That's correct.
Okay. Next, please. And what is this?
Zoomed in so you can see. So
okay.
There's 90 and it's over at about 76 degrees or so that makes it.
That's a 14 degree downward path.
Yes.
Next. Now, this is that plumb bob thing and azimuth thing, right?
Azimuth. So if this shows you the compass direction of the shot, where it's coming from. And here it's she measured 7 degrees. She recorded 6 degrees off of there, but it's somewhere there. All you really got to know, it's not straight into the doghouse. It's a little bit of an angle, about 6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. And that's just a close-up of the same thing.
Yeah, so there's 90. So the plumb bob would be right here if it was going straight into the doghouse, but it's a little bit to the left.
About 6 or 7 degrees. Okay. Next. Now tell me what this is.
So this is Agent Worley's diagram, and it's not to scale. And these are just the lines that I drew in to begin with, before I really did much work in the case. And it's clearly not to scale because, for instance, from the small animal cage, that pole is 24 feet about. And you can see that Maggie's body is, 17 feet long. But it says not to scale. But what that doesn't do for you, it really doesn't tell you, okay, well, we went through all that trouble to measure these. What does it tell you? And what I noticed was this, is that there was 2 shots, and one was into the doghouse, which was facing this way. One was into the quail pen, which is like facing the way of this desk here. That's 2 totally different directions. So the first thing that would be good to do is to draw those lines backwards and see where they cross, right? And where they cross, is there anything of interest there, right? Are there footprints or something? In this case, there was, but not footprints. But that's what you do here. And so the thing you're looking at is let's figure out what this is telling us, which is these 2 lines are going to cross somewhere.
Well, and this is not to scale, so it doesn't tell you much about it.
It doesn't really tell us much because they don't cross at the right spot.
Right. Yeah. But in terms of the relationship of different objects, we see the quail pen, and it looks like it is, again, perpendicular to the dog kennels, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Okay, so this is your reconstruction. And maybe you ought to go ahead and take your, you want to do it from down here or up there?
I can sit up there.
Well, wait 1 second. Let me see what this does. Next, go ahead.
And this is a AVI file.
This is
well, I can explain.
Was it a video?
It is a video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, and then we may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead. Okay, stop it right there for me, can you? Stop it right. There you go. So we see the doghouse. The quail, point where we just flew by it. Oh, wait a minute, she's starting over again. Okay, go ahead and start. There we go. So as we get right, stop it right. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. There. Stop. Okay. So we see the doghouse. Point it out, please. We see the kennels. How about point those out? And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pen's against this wall.
Okay. Go ahead and start it back up. And stop it. Okay. Show the jury again where the quail pen is.
Here's the quail pen.
And where's the doghouse?
The doghouse is right here.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and start it up again. Now, maybe I ought to have you explain how you do this. You go ahead and take the stand again, please.
Yes.
Let me see the next slide while he's going up there. Okay, well, you don't need to come down for this, but this is called fly through with no roof. So you've eliminated the roof with the computer to show what it looks like. You get a better sense of perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this to scale?
It is to scale. It's very accurate. Is kind of the modern way to measure a site. Scanning is used all over now. I mean, from dentist offices to everything. But
we'll talk in just a minute about how you put this together, and the process I think is on here. Okay, how about let that one go? And this is without, you took the roof off of the shed, correct?
I did.
Okay, go ahead. We can see the doghouse. We can see the quail pen. We can see where Maggie's body was, and we can see where Paul's body was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about do that one more time? That would be Maggie's body near the doghouse?
Yes.
And that would be Paul's body over here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going. And why did you do this particular visual? Does that make it easier to see where everything is relative to each other?
Yes. In the scan, you can just cut the roof off. It just makes things easier to see.
Okay.
The roof was of no importance to me.
Right. Next. Now, tell me what this represents.
Well, this is where I start constructing some lines, and this is just an overall shot looking straight down. Like this is a bird's eye view of the scan, and the dog kennels are in the bottom right, and the hangar, the barn, is kind of in the center top of the picture, and it's just there's nothing really of this particular shot. It just illustrates what you can do, and what I did, for instance, is I drew some white lines in there. Those are measurement bars. One's 25 feet long, one's 50 feet long. But the scan itself, you can measure very accurately anywhere in the scan because this is not a picture. What it is are their points. And there's so many points. There's millions of points, and there's so many points when you put them together, it actually looks like an object, like a three-dimensional object.
So let me ask you this. The state, it's been a month, so we may not all remember. The state had, this is called a FARO.
Just deleting, Your Honor.
What is this called?
We call them a FARO scan. FARO is the company that builds the scanner. There are other companies like Nikon that make scanners. But a FARO scan is a laser scanner, and what it does is it sends out a laser. And when that laser hits an object, it returns back to the scanner. It gets reflected back. Depending on how much time that takes, it can figure out how far away that object is, and we're talking about a very small point. And then what it does is because the scanner is spinning around this way and a mirror is spinning this way, it knows where that point is in space. And then what it also does to make it look better, it spins the camera around, and then the camera applies more information, all these points. So what you end up with are millions of points. Like if you scan the front yard of this courthouse, you get trees, you get sign, you get people kind of ghosting by as they walk through the scan. It picks up everything.
So does law enforcement use Faro?
Yes, they did do a Faro scan. I have seen their fly through, like we just showed you, but that's the only thing that I've seen. So they did, again, it is a common technique in our field used to measure things, because you don't have to take 100 measurements with a tape measure, and it's much more accurate.
And SLED, I believe you just said, did a Faro scan of the same murder site.
They did.
And I think we played it, it's been a month, but I think I played it a month ago.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
At some point in this trial, are you familiar with the fact of whether their Faro scan, SLED's Faro scan was played?
Yes.
Okay. And is their Faro scan as detailed as yours?
I would have to compare them, but it should basically be the same thing. Their scan and our scan should be the same because it's a highly precise instrument. And
Let's go to the next slide.
The only difference would be they did it in July.
And you did it in?
October of 22.
Okay. Now what is this depict?
So the next thing I wanted to do, other than reconstruct the shot trajectories like we said before, I wanted to know where the evidence markers were. So what this here is, I took Special Agent Worley's measurements. She had measured to a bunch of different things, including the head and feet of the victims, and then also to those little yellow evidence marker tags. And the evidence markers that I was most interested in were numbers 2 through 7, which would have been the empty cartridge cases from the 300 blackout. But what I did was I created a CAD diagram to scale of Agent Worley's measurements.
Okay, what's a CAD diagram?
It's just computer-aided drawing. It's a drawing package, so you can do a scale diagram. Now she did this just measuring from a pole, a post, and whatnot. But we have a technique. When we scanned in 22, obviously these markers were not there, but we had lots of photographs of them. And so there's a methodology that we can use where we can flatten the picture taken the night of the murders, and then we can match that to the scan. So then once you match that photograph to the scan, you can actually place in objects that no longer exist very accurately.
Now this Faro program, you indicated was used by SLED, is it used by other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
It's very common. It is used by hundreds, thousands of them?
Yes.
And they do the same process that you do?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got this, and what is this? This is can you tell me what this process is?
Yeah, so this is Special Agent Worley's hand measurements.
Put on a computer program.
Put it on a computer program, and because I wanted to put the evidence markers in my scan. And so you have the scan of the Moselle property, but then I can put stuff in there too. I could put a car in there, I could put a body, or I could put these evidence markers. So I used this to check what we did, which we used photographs and the techniques of putting the evidence markers where they belong.
Okay. Next slide, please. What does this depict?
So what this is then I overlaid Agent Worley's drawing, the one that we just looked at, over my scan, and I use that. If you were able to zoom in a little bit, I don't know if it may be a little bit hard for you guys to see, but those circles with the crosses in them are Special Agent Worley's measurements, and then either touching them or inside of them are the evidence markers that got placed by what we call reverse camera projection, which is just a fancy name of, we can take the information from a photograph taken the night of the murders, and we can attach that to our scan, and then if we want to, we can put missing objects in there, which is what we did here.
Okay, go ahead.
And there's an example of it there.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? So what is, yeah, that's perfect right there. What does that show?
It shows the same thing. So we use the reverse camera projection method to get the yellow evidence markers in the scan. And you can see there, Special Agent Worley's measurements are usually right beside it, but you have to remember she was probably stretching a tape measure. So it all makes sense. So it agreed. So what that tells you have a high degree of confidence that these markers are in the correct place.
Okay, next. Now, what does this depict?
Well, it's a it is a video.
Okay,
if you
go ahead and play
wanna
that
show
video.
the whole screen.
Yeah, we need the whole screen and play the video, please. Okay. What are we seeing here?
So this is fading back and forth between the scan world or the computer world and reality. So you can see there that that's a crime scene photo that was taken the night of the murders. And what that is, it's showing you the comparison between this world that we built to try to understand what was the physical evidence telling us.
Well, the picture taken on the night of the murders, is this a complete picture or have you dropped some things out?
No, it's a complete picture. Some items may have been moved by the time this picture was taken. I would have to go back and see exactly.
Oh, so this picture was taken by you in October.
Oh, no. This is the night of the murders here.
Okay. Okay, next. Okay, so go ahead. Quail pen shot trajectory. Okay, so tell us what this is.
Okay, so I picked a place in the scan to start laying in those lines. So now we've talked about how we built this up. So let's put the trajectory of the two shots that were measured and see what it tells us. And so I just chose a point. You're looking straight into the side of the doghouse. The sheet in the foreground there would be Maggie's body. And then you can see the evidence markers. There's 3, 4, you can see 5 and 6 over by the sheet.
Right.
12 is something else. I believe it was may have even been bullet fragments, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 there are empty cartridge cases from the bullets that were fired.
Okay, go back out a little for just a second. There you go. I see somebody standing over here on the right. What is that?
That was probably one of my engineers or somebody I work with who was doing some other task.
Okay.
So when you scan, if you stand still long enough, it'll scan you.
Scan you in. Okay.
Yes.
Next. Now, what are those two green lines?
The two green lines are the shot trajectories into the quail pen.
And why are there two?
Because one is at 1.5 degrees up and one is at 3 degrees up.
Okay. In this projection, in terms I understand, if you took the dowel that she put through the hole.
Objection sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was trying to get it in terms I understood. Let me see if we can get to the same place. Tell us what that depicts in terms that I can understand.
Yes, so that is the flight path of the bullet somewhere along that line. And so it's trigonometry. It's not any more complicated than that. I don't know if that's too complicated for you, but it's just trigonometry.
These lines, are they put in there by you manually, or are they computed by the program?
Well, the lines are put in by me on the computer program, and again, they're the 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees. The importance of them is that's where the barrel of the gun has to be perfectly in line with those two green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line, and it could be anywhere, right? So, but you start looking at other pieces of evidence, and so what you would have is well, what other pieces of evidence we have? I looked at this and I said, well, where does this shot trajectory go? Well, it goes almost right over Maggie's body, very close to it, right close to the feet. That's one thing. The second thing is there is a collection of empty cartridge cases right to the line. So if I'm facing the quail pen, there's a collection of cartridge cases to my right.
And what's your understanding about the ejection of cartridge cases from blackout?
Typically, it should be to the right and to the back somewhat. Okay. It depends. But so that was a piece of information, which is that starts to, as I said before, sometimes what you're looking at what you can determine, but maybe you can limit where something happens. So, that is a point of interest. Well, you have a pile of cartridge cases that go right beside the shot trajectories. That's an important point.
Okay, next. Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed. And what this is, it's actually a scan of a person. So you can get scans of people. In this particular case, just for the purposes of this trial, I stripped all the textures off this person. So there's no clothing or hair or skin color, anything like that. So it's just more almost like a robotic looking figure. It is holding a .300 blackout weapon, a model of one. And so when I started examining those shot trajectories, a couple things were apparent. One is it would be really hard for anybody to be shooting that shot from the shoulder, because remember, the shot's going up, but it's only 4 feet 2 off the ground.
What is the entrance wound, where it goes into
the entry point? It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground, and it's going up, which means that even if you're a fairly short person, to get that trajectory, you'd have to walk all the way up to the quail pen to get it to work. So what I was seeing here is that the most likely way that shot was made was from a low position, like shooting low on the hip. So I took this scanned-in person with a blackout, and I pushed the gun down about as far as I could push it.
When you say about as far as you could push it, what do you mean by that?
Well, eventually, at some point, you have to have your hand on the trigger and the gun. And so instead of having the person stand straight up, too, I just put them in a shooting position. I don't know what the position the shooter was, but this is a thought process. Okay, what is this telling us? So that's what I did here.
And what degree line is that one on?
That's on the 1.5 degree.
Okay. Next. And what does this depict?
That's the exact same shooter, except that shooter has its barrel on the 3 degree line.
Okay. But he would be on the other side of Maggie's body and on the other side of the doghouse.
Correct.
Okay. Next. Okay, now this has 2 individuals in it. What's the one behind?
So those are the 2. So the shooter, the shooter behind is the 1.5 degree. The shooter in front is the 3 degrees. So that kind of gives the range of this person being able to make that shot. And so to me, because of several different factors, it's much more likely that the angle into the quail pen was flatter than 3 degrees, which we talked about before. One of the main reasons is there's no shell casings over behind the doghouse.
So this person up front, what did you just say about shell casings?
There's no shell casings anywhere close to that person.
And I guess, could you demonstrate for us how you're depicting this person's holding a gun? I mean, you say from the hip.
Yes.
What does that mean? How about demonstrate, if that's okay, Your Honor?
So what I would say is that what I did for this purpose is, instead of having it here, I put it down here, about as low as I could go.
Okay.
And within like a shooting stance, like a shooting position. You're not aiming, but at least you're not aiming in the traditional sense. But
if you're aiming, it'll be on your shoulder, right?
Right. Okay. So I stretched that gun down until I could just still keep my hand like I was shooting a gun.
Now, from the shoulder, where generally would they be? You've got, to have that downward shot.
It's really hard to put a shoulder shot on that trajectory just because it's so low. because even a small person going like this, 4'2", even if you put the barrel on the quail, then it'd be above the hole. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, next slide, please. And so this is without the guy up front because you concluded this is where the person would have been.
Yes, for a person of this height, this is to me because of its proximity or closeness to the empty shell casings.
Okay, next. Now let's look at the doghouse trajectory shot. Next. Okay, now explain that green line.
The green line here is the shot trajectory into the doghouse, and this is the same shooter again, and it looks like he's standing on the sheet there, but all that would tell me if this did occur, then the body was not there.
This was a shot would have come before the body fell to the ground.
That is correct. And so again, you have a shooter low on the hip. That's where that person would have to be to follow that upward line. So the same exact shooter, now that shooter is shooting down, I slid that person on the line until it was shooting down, and what I discovered was it's basically in the exact same spot. You know, maybe one step away, maybe 2 steps away, but
the 2 shots were made from very close to each other.
Right. So now what we've done is the 2 shots cross each other at a point, and at that point is right beside where the shell casings were ejected, relatively close to it.
Okay. Now you don't know where Maggie was when these shots were made. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we've heard from, I think, one of the state's witnesses that. Strike that. What, if anything, did we hear from the state's experts about the relative position of Maggie and whoever shot her?
The only thing that I heard is that maybe 2 of the shots were done at less than 3 feet because of the stippling to the skin.
And what about the relative position of the shooter and her prior to that?
Nothing specific or definitive.
Okay. So, let's see the next slide. What is that?
This is a shooter, because this shot's going down, this shooter is shooting from the shoulder, which can be done with this shot. And if you're shooting from the shoulder, you got to be further back. So that's just to illustrate, that's the range of possibility, you know, from the shoulder, from the hip.
Or down low, those 2 we just saw. Is that also consistent with where the shell casings are?
It is. That could be consistent too.
Okay. Next slide, please. Both shots. Go ahead. So what does this depict?
So this is the shooter making both shots. And you'll see, and there's a couple different angles I could show you, but they're really close. And they're in the right location relative to the empty shell casings. Okay. So what that says, it's not, I'm not saying it's exactly there because there's some variables to it, but I find it interesting that the 2 shot trajectories cross at a point where both shots can be made and they're at the right location relative to those empty shell casings. So in my opinion, when these 2 shots were made, at least these 2 shots, that the shooter was standing right in that area.
Okay, next. And what does this depict?
This is the same thing I just described, except a little bit different angle. So there you may have a shooter taking 2 steps forward, depending on which one was fired first,
right,
or 2 steps backwards. But, you know, within a generally small area, those where those shots were fired from.
Okay, next. Is that the same?
That is the same thing. That is, you know, the shooter's from the hip. If you have the shooter shooting from the hip, it makes a lot of sense that with a little bit of movement, the shooter can produce both of those shots and have it agree with the evidence that Special Agent Worley collected.
Okay, next. Okay, now we're going to don't go to let's get to that in just a minute. Based on your analysis and tell us how you came to conclude the range of heights for the person shooting from those distances. Tell us how that works.
Okay, so we're able to locate the weapon where the weapon was, and that's
Now, when you say locate the weapon, what do you mean by that?
locate the weapon on the green line. Okay, so
You say locate the weapon on, is it the muzzle? Is it the
the
what
whole
is it?
barrel.
The whole barrel.
Right,
Okay.
because the bullet starts its path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay, so you can slide that barrel up and down the green line?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how you get to a height for the shooter.
So for the purposes of what I've been showing you is that I started putting different height people in the trajectory analysis. And so what I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
Versus how tall? The shooter's how tall?
5'2".
Could be someone a little taller crouching down a little bit?
Could be.
5'3", 5'4"?
Yes.
So between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Yes.
The shooter.
Because what happens if, let's say, if you put a 5'4" person even, or 5'5", 5'6", in kind of that shooting position from the hip, you've got to move them all the way up to the quail pin. And it doesn't make any sense there because there's no shell casings, and it starts to not make any sense. Why would a person stand right in front of the quail pin a few feet away and shoot into it?
And as you slide it back, what happens in terms of the, and this is all trigonometry? These are angles?
It's just trigonometry. Okay. So again, you have 5'2" people. What happens is if I move those people back,
well, just take the quail pin to begin with.
Yeah, with the quail pin, if you start to move the shooter, the quail pin back, then you're down to, you start getting to, less than 5'2" very quickly, because that shot is going up. And what you have here is that this is as far back as basically I could justify putting a 5'2" shooter here.
And how did you come to 5'2"? I mean, what did you look at any data?
Well, again, these are actual people that were scanned in, okay. And so these are 5'2". What happens is, for instance, if I tried it with a 5'4", I tried it with a 5'9".
And why didn't that work?
Because it puts the person under the shed close to the quail pin. Doesn't make much sense being under there. There are no shell casings there. So in order to get the shooter at the cross of the two shot trajectories near the empty casings, then you've got to lower that shot.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, some measurements. We don't need to look at each one of these, but go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Now, let's hold on for 1 second before we go to that. So, in terms of Alex Murdaugh, who is, how tall is he?
6'3", 6'4".
Okay. And you took a measurement of him this morning, correct?
Yes.
And what did you measure?
I measured to his kneecap.
To his kneecap.
Yes.
And how much? What was the distance between the bottom of his foot and his kneecap?
25 inches.
Okay, now explain why that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the obvious question is well, what if you were 6'4" and not 5'2"? What does that mean? So, what that means is that the shooting hand, the bottom of the shooting hand, for somebody the height of Alex Murdaugh would be right at and below his kneecap.
So his shooting hand would be below his kneecap?
Yes.
What does that tell you?
Well, it puts the shooter or whoever fired the weapon, if they were that tall, it puts them in an unrealistic shooting position. It's not an aiming position. It's not a shooting position. It would be something other than a shooting position where you were on your feet. So it would be, again, it would be very difficult. You would have to be bending over and have your shooting hand down at or below your kneecap. And what's important about that to me is that it just makes it very unlikely that a tall person made that shot.
Okay. It'd be more likely that a person between 5'2" and 5'4" fired those shots, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Can I have, yeah. Maybe. Can I have a red or black pen or something? You know, oh, I think I'll take the red one. Yeah, that's fine. That's right there. Thanks. So, I had one of these, the shots you had with the shooters and their alignment blown up. Can you step down here, please? And bring the point. And let's see how we're going to do this. You stand over here. And so, explain to the jury why they've got to be 5'2". This is blown up. Why would it be 5'2"? I mean, how? If this guy moves forward this way, or either one of them move forward, what happens to the barrel of the gun?
Yeah. So what happens is that if you move them forward, they can be taller up until a point where we talked about before. At some point in time, even shooting from the hip, you still have to be very close to the quail pin. If I move them back, either two things have to happen: is they have to be even shorter than 5'2", or they have to be in some unnatural or kind of like an unreasonable shooting position. I mean, obviously you could have somebody laying on the ground taking a shot. They could be really low, of any height, right? So, but what I'm doing here is that as you move these people back, the gun has to be lower and lower and lower to the ground. When you move it forward, the gun has to be higher. So then you start looking at, well, where are the shell casings? The shell casings are here. So if you move a person back, let's say where they're laying on the ground, right, and they're shooting like in a sniper position, like on their elbows and laying down flat, there's no shell casings back there because the shell casings are being ejected to the right, maybe to the back, we don't really know. But at least it's going to be back here. This area where Maggie's body was found, where the collection of empty shell casings are found, because some of these were at close range, but some of them are spread over here, is going to put the shooter here. Well, it certainly puts the weapon there. And then what you have to do is go through the thought process of how can somebody hold the weapon that height off the ground.
Okay, now if you've got a tall person and they're coming this way towards the quail pen, let's say a 6'3", 6'4" person, can they? How close would they have to be to the quail pen to shoot the bullet at that angle into the quail pen?
Well, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be either a hip shot or a shoulder shot. You would have to, for somebody who's tall, because again, I have a tape measure, but the hole in the quail pen is at 4'2". Okay, so
you got one right there.
So let's just say, see a sticker or something.
You need what? A sticker?
So quail pen shot is right here.
Okay, how about I put a sticker right there? Okay, so that's the height it went into the quail pen.
Right. 5'10".
Right.
Right. Shoes on maybe 5'11". Right. So it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees. Now I'm standing at the quail pen. I would have to do like that, or I could do this. Right. Not from the hip. I'd have to come in here like this, which of course is possible. Right. Just like that.
What about 6'4"?
And if you're 6'4", it would be, a lot taller than I am. And so you would have to go through that thought process of how the shooter could
And of course, as you come back off the quail pen, the only place you see shell casings are back here.
Yes. The empty shell casings, there's some right by the body, there's one underneath the body, and then I believe it's 2, 3, and 4 are here. 5, 6, and 7 are here, but 2, 3, and 4 are here. Like the shells are being ejected to the right and maybe slightly backwards.
And so, can you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that whoever shot this shot, or these shots, well, first of all, the quail pen shot was 5'2" to 5'4"?
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
Okay. And we know that Alex is 6'4".
Yes.
So could you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that Alex Murdaugh on the night of June 7th did not fire that shot into the quail pen?
In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot.
Okay, now, in reviewing the SWED file, did you see whether or not they did any analysis like this? Have you seen any charts, any pharaohs, anything indicating that SWED ever looked at these shot angles before?
No.
Okay, go ahead and take the Your Honor, this is probably going to go probably another hour before I'm done. I just look at see it's 1 o'clock. I don't know what you want me to continue, or do you want to take a lunch break?
We can break for lunch now. That's what you want to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we will addressing the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break now and return at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Bad acts of Alex that seems to be the focus of the state's motive case. Now, we knew that the counter offensive by the defense would be, 1, to attack the shaky motive, and 2, to attack the forensics. And we're kind of seeing both of that right now. Buster starting the attack on the motive by painting a picture of an otherwise healthy and happy family. And then we've got this forensic expert on the stand now creating confusion about the 1 or 2 shooter theory.
Well, you're following a lot more deeper than I are. At least the parts that I was watching, I really didn't see a lot of development by the defense attorney about the family relationship, especially the relationship between the mom and, of course, would he ever have any motive to, you wouldn't say those words, but with the son. I kind of felt it was kind of weak in that area myself. Am I missing something?
No, I think we're seeing the same thing. For whatever reason, I think this just happens to be Buster's personality. He's somewhat devoid of empathy. I mean, he was strangely unemotional talking about, learning of the brutal murder of his mother and his brother. But it seems to be that this is who he is. So I think they got as much as they could from him. I think we're going to get more emotion from other members of the family. But I just don't think Buster could deliver it.
That's a really interesting question. We always say, right, as a trial lawyer, you dance with the one you brought. Right. Sometimes you just can't make a better witness. But it's so funny you mentioned that, because I was watching the kind of aloofness, kind of too in the testimony. Do you think the jury extrapolates something from like that, like father, like son, or, this is the way this kid is the way they are, or anything of that nature?
Yeah, I think they do. I do think they're looking at him and seeing Alex and trying to project Alex through him. So if he is devoid of emotion and devoid of empathy, is he a son of someone who's capable of committing these brutal crimes? I don't know. The only other major miss that I think that where the state had an opportunity was to cross him about the fact that he was in Vegas playing cards at the time that his dad was first appearing for his bond hearing, where that bond was denied. I definitely would have asked him about, how it was that at that time you were so removed from your father in these events that you were seen playing cards, but something obviously has happened in the interim that puts you solidly behind your dad.
Yeah, and we could always sit here as armchair chair quarterbacks, and you know what it's like to be in the heat of that argument. That would have fit in perfectly when they tried to say, "Have you been to the court proceeding?" Oh, yes, I've been to every single one. Really, but you weren't there when you're playing cards when your dad was being arraigned or bond was being set. So that's a very interesting point. What do you think of, as far as the defense putting him on, though? Do you see any value? Did it score any points for them? Or is this going to pretty much, in the juror's mind, be just a neutral witness?
We're almost reaching the point now of opinion bias. So if you're of the mind to believe that he committed the crimes, I think you're picking and choosing from what you're seeing that which supports your point of view. I think if you're believing the opposite, you're doing the same thing. You're rejecting that which conflicts with what you already believe. I think if you're trying to look at it objectively, it is a powerful statement that Buster is there. He is supportive of his father. And for whatever that relationship was or was not, there is nothing to suggest that there was a break or that there was strife or tension. I mean, right up to Memorial Day weekend, right up to the day before the shooting itself, when they're at a ball game together, all of that strikes to me as very normal. So the communications that day, the way they talked to one another on the telephone, nothing really changed. And yes, Alex is a monster. And yes, he stole a lot of money and did a lot of terrible things. But what is the thing that drove him over the edge to cause him to murder not just Paul, but also Maggie? And keep in mind also, I mean, it's important for me that he's not charged with killing Maggie and Paul. He's charged with killing Maggie, and he's separately charged with killing Paul. So sooner or later, the state has to prove that he pulled the trigger on the gun that killed Paul, and that separately he pulled the trigger on the gun that killed Maggie. And I've not seen it yet. If you're asking me, did the state prove that he was involved? I'd say absolutely. If you ask me, if the state proved that he did it, I'd say I've got doubt. But it might be that if a jury believes he was involved, that's good enough.
Yeah, very, very interesting insights. Okay, Ronnie, really appreciate it. Time for us to take a break. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us. We got a lot more.
Jeanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are in the lunch hour in the state of South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh, and this has been an interesting day. This is really the first day, the first full day of the defense case, and the first witness that the defense called this morning was Buster Murdaugh. A very interesting testimony from him. We got to hear from a family member who is supporting Alex Murdaugh, it would appear, answering questions about what happened before and after the homicides, what he was doing with his father, and about what he believed he heard on some of the audio recordings we've heard in court. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to be taking your questions this hour, so submit those to us both on Facebook, Twitter, and in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. But first, we want to play some of the testimony from Buster Murdaugh, first witness on the stand for the defense today.
And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
And what'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone, and so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
Have you been sitting in this courtroom since day one?
Yes, sir.
Once the trial started?
Every day.
And were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And there was a question about whether your dad said, I did him so bad, or they did him so bad. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up Exhibit 153, the clip.
Sit there talking today, it's just so bad. It's so bad.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did him so bad.
Was that the first time you'd heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle, the night of June the 7th.
Did he say that more than one time?
He did.
So there you have it. Buster Murdaugh talking about how he found out that his younger brother and his mother had been murdered. He's recounting and recalling for the jury how his father called him. They went directly to Moselle, he and his girlfriend Brooklyn, and then what he said he heard his father say on that recording with the law enforcement officers, in which there's been a big debate. Did he say, I did him so bad, or they did him so bad? Buster says he said they, and they had said that. He had said that previously to him, that it was they did him so bad. So let's bring in our experts to talk about this. Bob Bianchi, of course, is a host here on Law and Crime, a former prosecutor and currently a defense attorney, and Ronnie Richter represents the family of Gloria Satterfield, and along with Eric Bland, and is a partner at Bland Richter. So thanks, guys, for being here with us. Ronnie, your thoughts on that little bit of testimony from Buster Murdaugh?
I mean, I think it's good testimony for the defense. If any one person has thought about this the most, it has to be Buster, right? I mean, he lost his brother, he lost his mother. He's a victim any way you want to paint this. And you have to believe if any part of him thought that his father killed his mother or his brother in that fashion, that he would not be there in any capacity. So I think it's an important statement. I think it's a powerful statement he's testifying at all. Now, like Bob and I just discussed, you dance with the one you brung, and I would like to have seen more emotion out of him, but it might just be that he's not capable of showing it.
And he just may not be an emotional person. We don't really have a baseline for him. I don't know him. You don't know him, Ronnie, that I'm aware of. Bob Bianchi, you don't know him. What did you feel? How did you feel about Buster as a witness, Bob? You know, you've been on both sides of the fence. You've been a prosecutor and a defense attorney. Do you think he helped his father, or do you think he was just kind of? Do you think the jury's going to look at this and say, it's his dad. He loves his dad. He's not going to get up there and say anything that's going to harm his father.
Of course, Anjanette. He lost his family, and his father's the only one left. Look, as trial lawyers, what we don't get to talk about a lot are the nuances that go into whether or not you call a witness or not. So it's a cost-benefit analysis. My question becomes one. The defense did not have to call him. What did they gain by calling him? Well, I'm going to tell you what they lost by calling him. They specifically go into a recording and say, did your father say I, or did they say they? How big a deal this is, I don't know. But what stuck out like a sore thumb, and as a prosecutor, keep in mind it's about what I can say in summation to convince the jury. And as a prosecutor, I'd be standing up there and saying, you know the one thing they didn't ask him, and it's right out. They asked him about his voice here, but they didn't ask him about his voice at the dog kennel, which is an important thing. And why didn't they ask? Because they knew the answer, they knew it wouldn't be good, and they knew that would mean that his father was involved in this killing. So overall, I would not just throw a witness on the stand unless they were going to really knock it out of the park. And it was so glaring to me that the failure to ask that question, the prosecutor is going to hammer in summation.
Well, I'm really glad, you know, and Bob, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I'm really glad that they didn't go after Buster on cross-examination, because I think that would have been just useless. He's a crime victim. There are a lot of people making some comments on Twitter and Facebook about Buster during his testimony. So I think it was wise that the prosecutor, Metters, did not go after him or try to, you know, act like he was a liar, or bringing up this stuff about him getting kicked out of law school. A lot of people were tweeting me about that. Let's get to some of the questions now. Ronnie, I will throw this one to you, the first question. Beauty and Blood from YouTube, yikes, that's quite the name. Anyone else thinking this might be a murder for hire? Do you think the jury could reasonably conclude that somebody was hired, whether it was Alex Murdaugh or somebody else, that Alex Murdaugh or someone else could have hired somebody to kill Paul and Maggie?
Yeah, 100%. So again, if the question to me were, do I think the state proved that Alex was involved? I think the state proved that. Did they prove that he's a trigger man? I don't know. I'm a little shaky on that one. But if the jury is convinced that he was involved, then it may be good enough to get the conviction. But yes, a murder for hire that went badly also dovetails into what he said in that police cruiser. They did it so badly. If you say it's they, well, who are they and what is the it? Well, the it is the hit. And maybe he had some other romantic idea about how this would look. And he comes across the scene and sees that his family has been brutally butchered, right? And so that's the emotion that he's letting out, that this didn't end nearly the way that I thought. This was going to be, you know, the pistol with the silencer, and they just go to sleep. And what he came upon and said was a very brutal and bloody crime scene. So, yeah, I think a jury could very easily get to that place.
Is it a problem, though, Bob, if that's the scenario, if that's indeed what happened, that this was a murder for hire? That's not what Alex Murdaugh is charged with. So is there a problem there? Or will the jury not make a distinction if they believe he hired somebody?
It's a problem for the prosecution. As a former homicide prosecutor, I don't want the jury to be thinking it could be this and it could be that. And by the way, it's not the first case we've ever had in the world where somebody lies about something involved in the case, not necessarily because they were the ones that committed the murder, but maybe the person who committed the murder they want to cover up for, or that there could be multiple reasons why that happens. The state is hanging on that video being at the kennel and that he lied about it. But being a liar doesn't mean you murdered somebody. And think of all the 404 evidence that they brought out, Anjanette, about how he shafted people left and right with lots of money. There are lots of people that had a reason to want to see people dead. So you'll have to go back to the state's motive once again, and he'll ask the jury to use their common sense. Would somebody, just to avoid a couple of days of not giving a deposition, kill his wife and his son, who he otherwise had a great relationship with, especially after his father died, and that could have led to an adjournment of that matter? I don't want, as a prosecutor, all these ifs, maybes, how fors, wherefores, and possibilities. That is what's called reasonable doubt.
Ronnie, this next question is for you. Trial Watcher 22 from Twitter asks, why do you think the prosecution did not play the kennel video with Alex's voice on it for Buster to identify? Too risky. Why do you think they didn't do that? Because they very well could have done that to make a point.
But they had voice identification through 4, 5, 6 different witnesses. So they had that pretty solidly cemented. I wouldn't have opened up the opportunity for someone to disagree with the fact that looks so well established. So you don't ask questions, or you try not to ask questions that you don't know the answer to. That's a dangerous question to a dangerous witness who could have pulled up and said, I'm his son, and no, that doesn't sound like my dad's voice at all.
Yeah. I have a different point of view on that, Angie, if I may. Could just jump in here. It's one of those, it's really nuanced. As a lawyer, I look at it like, look, I may not have done it either, because I could still argue it in summation, but he can give one of two answers. One, it is my father, and that's horrible. Or two, it's not, with a follow-up question by the prosecutor, you love your father, and you don't want to see anything bad happen to him. And I think it neutralizes that answer. But it was a tactical call, not a bad one.
Okay, so favorite C-Pod, I think, from Twitter is asking Bob, these names crack me up, is the defense trying to make out that Alex Murdaugh is a nice guy because he admitted to the fraud and the shooting? I'm not getting that. I think there's just no getting around those things.
Yeah, I don't think that they're trying to do that. And I think that although, as you've heard me say a million times, they have created, the prosecutors, an extraordinary appellate issue and combated that with insult to injury by making gratuitous comments about his character that are clearly violative of the rule and went beyond the judge's ruling. But no, I don't think that they're going to be able to say he's a good guy. I think the answer to the defense is going to be, would this be the thing that would cause you to kill your flesh and blood and a wife who they've never shown had anything other than a great relationship with her husband, to save a couple of days, not to be, he's a lawyer. He knows they're going to get him in a deposition. That's not going to stop with this.
Okay. Well, we are going to take a quick break, so stay with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, and keep those questions coming to us on Twitter, in the YouTube chat, and on Facebook. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime during the lunch hour in the state of South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh. He, of course, is accused of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th of 2021 at their hunting property in Colleton County. And as I mentioned, we are on a lunch break taking your questions, so keep them coming to us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat. We'll get to as many of them as we can. We are in the middle, or at the beginning really, of the defense case, and the first witness that was called today was Buster Murdaugh testifying on his father's behalf. So let's bring in Law and Crime correspondent Gigi McKelvey, who is down there at the courthouse in Walterboro and has been every day, and with her is Sarah Ford, an attorney in South Carolina. So ladies, thanks so much for coming on this lunch hour. Gigi, I want to know what you think of what the jury was seeing or thinking. What was their reaction as Buster testified this morning?
Yeah, they watched very, very closely to every second. It was back and forth watching whoever was speaking to him and very engaged. So I think it definitely started the morning off on a strong foot, I think, at least in that regard, that you're putting a Murdaugh up on the stand for the first time. And so, yeah, everybody was really interested in what he had to say. It was very obvious he was going to go up this morning. He was very nervous. It was very noticeable before the judge came in. So, yeah, I'm just surprised that they didn't ask a few more tougher questions, like kennel video, not having him identify that voice. I wonder if any jurors were thinking that as well.
That was interesting that they didn't go there. I mean, yes, it's been identified as his voice by 7 witnesses, and the defense is basically conceding the point, but they could. I was surprised they didn't go there. Sarah, this had to be some tricky business for the state because Buster Murdaugh is a crime victim. He lost his mother and his mother and little brother, and you are the legal director of the Victim Assistance Network there in South Carolina. So what were your thoughts on how Buster's testimony unfolded?
I think his testimony went well this morning. You know, I think that the questions that were asked by Jim Griffin, I think they were all expected. I don't think there was anything that he testified to that was fireworks. I think that Meadors did a fine job of cross-examining him. I think there were definitely points where he could have pushed a little bit more, but I think he held the line where he needed to, and I think that that's important because he is a victim. He has rights, and he should be treated with respect and dignity. And I think it would have been a real risk for him to push on some of those points that really did his testimony injure the state's case. I don't really think so. So I think that they made the right call.
I agree with you. I think it could have backfired tremendously if they did anything that could be viewed as attacking Buster. Joanne Garducci Pollock, we're going to get to your questions now. She submitted this question on Facebook. Ronnie Richter, I'll send this one to you. What could the defense possibly do with the fact that Alec was at the kennels at the time of the murders? We know that kennel video that was on Paul's phone that was never sent and was only discovered in March of 2022 after the Secret Service unlocked his phone. Nobody knew about that, but Alex Murdaugh's voice is clearly on there. It was recorded at 8:44 p.m., and the state says that Paul and Maggie died 5 minutes later at 8:49.
Well, look, it's the best part of the state's case, right? That he not only was he there, but he lied about not having been there. So it's the best part of the state's case. So the defense, you've already seen them through the state's witnesses try to make some inroads on time of death. So expect more of that from the forensic team to make murky the time of death. I also heard when the witness currently on the stand was qualified, he was also qualified as an audio expert. So I'm expecting to hear testimony that if Alex had in fact returned to the house, that he would not have heard the gunshots from the kennels. So, you know, that's where you can expect some inroads to be made. The forensics are weak. If we didn't have the video, if we didn't have Alex physically there at 8:44 when the video is filmed, and we didn't have a strong suspicion that the time of death is at or near 9 o'clock, I don't think the state has much of a case at all. So expect the defense to try to make more murky the exact time of death and have them also couple that with some audio expert testimony to say that if he's safely back at the house, he would not have heard the scuffle that took place down at the kennels.
And speaking of time of death, that leads into one of our next questions. You know, the state has basically said Paul and Maggie, they believe were killed at 8:49. The forensic pathologist, Dr. Reimer, who conducted the autopsies, never testified to a time of death. This is all based on electronic cell phone data evidence. Disney Gal from YouTube asks, Bob, I'm a hospice nurse, never heard of checking armpit for the time of death. And that's what the coroner there in Colleton County did when he gave an estimate and then put that time of death on the death certificate, the official record, you know, the official document outlining how Paul died, when and where, and at what time.
You know, Anjanette, I've tried a lot of murder cases and wanting a pathologist or, you know, the autopsy to show me the exact time of death. I've never seen it either. There's estimates that they give. Sure, you could take extrinsic evidence and you could try to circumstantially infer that, but I've seen a lot of testimony come out from experts like the one we're looking at right now, where a lot of speculations and if this and maybe that, but I have never seen an exact time of death unless there was a witnessed event that had occurred. This is an unattended death, so it's surprising to me, but it's allowed to be testified to. But if the defense can show that this is weak science and that this is just speculation, it's the prosecutor trying to put a square peg in a round hole, they start moving the ball forward. And I think a lot of this expert testimony has been very suspicious to me in its subjectivity.
Our next question is for Gigi. I'm going to throw this one to you. It's from Megan Baldwin from YouTube. Is SLED still searching for the weapons? They don't have the 1-300 blackout, Gigi. This shotgun, they said the testing on that was inconclusive, at least on the Benelli. So are they still looking for the murder weapons in this case?
Not that I've heard actively. I mean, I'm sure if they were to stumble upon them, it would be nice if they could do it probably in the next week or so. But as far as I heard, the big thing now is the big question is where's the money? That seems to be where the focus is now, is trying to find all these millions that have seemingly vanished into thin air.
Sarah, this next question is for you, and I like this question because we have a lot of people from other countries watching, which is really cool. This comes from Hanley Vanderberg from YouTube. I am from South Africa. Question, how is South Carolina's law regarding a guilty verdict? Is it an automatic prison sentence, or is there going to be a sentencing hearing later on? So, Sarah, clear that up for Hanley and any of our other international viewers.
So in state court where Alec is being tried, generally there's a sentencing hearing, but it's going to happen pretty quickly after the guilty verdict. Most of the time it happens immediately in the same setting. There are some times when the court, if they're trying to get victims in or family to get there, they may postpone that for a day or so, but he's going to be sentenced, if he's convicted, pretty immediately. Now that varies, you know, in federal court there's often that post-sentencing date, a month, 2 months down the road, but in state court, we sentence very quickly.
And just to add to that, you know, the state has said for this case, should they get a guilty verdict, that they will be seeking life in prison without parole. They are not seeking the death penalty in this case due to the circumstances surrounding what's gone on here. Our next question is from Doris Bush from YouTube. What if cousin Eddie, Ronnie Richter, was the second shooter, did the deed and left the scene with both guns? We've interviewed his attorney. She says he wasn't involved in this, but what if that happened? What if it was cousin Eddie? What if it was a second shooter who just took everything and cleaned up and took off and ditched those guns?
You know, when we were talking about that bridge back and forth to cousin Eddie, I think what the defense was trying to set up was almost a cousin Eddie as an empty chair, right? So after they were successful in keeping the roadside shooting out and keeping cousin Eddie out, they then asked the cousin Eddie questions. And I think what they were trying to set up was a narrative to suggest that here you've got a guy who's a cowboy, he's a drug dealer, Alex pays him a lot of money. And so you're almost trying to set up that empty chair theory that you're advancing right now, that we've got this unknown entity out there named cousin Eddie who seems to be a wild card, who's crazy enough to show up at a roadside shooting and help fake a suicide for insurance fraud purposes. So I do think when the judge reversed himself on the ruling about cousin Eddie, it was the defense's efforts to try to set up that empty chair. Let's all look at cousin Eddie. I know he's not a named suspect, but I want to draw your attention over there. And it is a problem in the state's case that much of the evidence they advance poses more questions than it provides answers.
I think that there are some pieces of evidence that do raise a lot of questions. And I just want to say is regarding Cousin Eddie, if you guys are interested in Cousin Eddie, guess what? I interviewed his attorney, Amy Zimmerchek. We had a really long conversation about him. We start from the beginning, and she had a lot to say about what's being said about her client and all kinds of stuff. And that's on the latest edition of Law and Crime Sidebar. So check it out on our YouTube channel and on Apple, Spotify, Google, wherever else you get your podcasts. So just a little information, a little extra information there for you about Cousin Eddie. Let's get to the next question, Bob Bianchi. This one's for you. At Joe_Reader17 from Twitter. Where's the emotion on the stand from Buster regarding the deaths of his mother and brother? I'm shocked. Now, Bob, you are a former prosecutor. You are currently a defense attorney. You've worked with a lot of crime victims. Were you surprised that Buster was somewhat stoic?
It's very difficult to understand how people respond in the courtroom context. I've seen people completely broken down when we're interviewing them, when we're prepping them for trial, and then get up there and be completely different people. Nevertheless, this is an experience. The jury only gets to see what they're seeing on that witness stand right now. So that cool and calculated thing, I'd asked earlier on my show, Anjanette, could a jury infer that kind of stoicness is the kind of stoicness that the defendant has when he's in trouble and needs to get out of it? You wonder, that's why I wonder why the defense called this witness when there are things like that came out in front of the jury that may make them speculate. But, people respond very differently on the witness stand, and it's very hard to know ultimately how that's going to turn out. But I did find it to be a little obtuse.
But see, I think they called him, Bob, to talk about things like Almeda, like how they enter the property, basically where they park, how they go into the house. He said they typically go in through the back door. They don't go in through the front. So I think there were a few reasons why they called him. And they brought up the reward and how he and Alec worked on the language for the press release together. So I think there were a lot of points they were trying to make through Buster. Just my opinion, listening to it as it was unfolding. Gigi, the next question I'll send to you. At Michelle 9479300 from Twitter. What did you talk to your mom about on the June 7th calls? I'm assuming she's talking about Buster, or Michelle is. Who wouldn't remember their last conversation with their mom? Did your dad ask you to come home that day when he called? Why didn't we hear maybe more about that? What he and his mom talked about? Obviously, some of it might be hearsay.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if they weren't going to kind of press for that, but they didn't. And yeah, I mean, it could have really just not helped at all. We just had normal conversation. Nothing stood out. I forgot it. So that would just lend itself that it was a normal day and nothing was afoot or nobody was suspicious about anything, I guess. That's sort of, for me, I guess maybe that's why you don't press it.
And Sarah, this question is from Joeen Courtney from Facebook. Why could Alex possibly do his work as a lawyer if he had an uncontrollable opioid addiction? Wouldn't it make more sense that he was buying and selling the drugs and when his wife and son started asking questions, he didn't want to be found out about being a drug dealer after all the monetary problems. So he came up with the heavy addiction story. What are your thoughts on that? Because Buster said he actually went to rehab at the end of 2018 after Christmas.
I think the numbers that the defense has thrown out of $50,000 a week drug problem, I think if he took those pills in that quantity, he'd be dead. So I definitely don't buy the level of addiction that they're trying to sell. They need to sell it. They should sell it. But I just don't think it's working as well as they want it to. He never, to my knowledge and to people I know who have spoken with him and worked with him, it never appeared that he was under the influence of these heavy narcotics. He was doing his work. He was clearly engaged with his family, other than, obviously this incident, but, did not give any of the typical signs that you would see. So I think it's just something else. Let's throw some spaghetti on the wall and see what sticks, trying to make it stick. I don't think it's going to.
And let's keep in mind, too, that Alex Murdaugh is facing a conspiracy charge related to opiates with Cousin Eddie. So that's out there, too. So they haven't really brought up that criminal charge yet, but they've talked about in the trial the fact that Alex Murdaugh was giving Cousin Eddie a lot of checks, and also was found with bags of pills. So that's a lot. We are going to take a quick break, but keep your questions coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, and we'll get to them as soon as we get back from this break. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Stay with us. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. And we are in the lunch hour in the state of South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh. We are hearing from defense witnesses today. There were 2 that were called last Friday, but they were very brief, and it was at the end of the day. So today is really the first full day of the defense case. And we heard from Buster Murdaugh earlier today. And now we're hearing from a crime scene expert for the defense who's offered a lot of testimony about the height of the shooter, and the shooter for the blackout rifle might have been shorter than 5'4" or 5'2", which I was kind of like, wow, that's pretty short. So let's get to some of your questions on that note. And this comes from Ms. Montague. I hope I'm saying that right, from YouTube. Ronnie, why didn't Alex hear the gunshots? You know, he said he was in the house and then he went to go visit his mom. I guess that would have been at 9:06. So why didn't he hear the shots?
Well, I've always been bothered by that. So the state didn't offer any auditory experts analysis. So we're about to find out, I think, from this defense witness, you know, what is the decibel level at the house if he fires a shotgun at the kennels? I don't know. It seems impossible to me that even if you buy the story that he retreated back to the house, that he didn't hear World War III break out in the kennels within a couple hundred yards of the house. So it's a significant question for me. If I'm the defense, it's a question that I feel like I need to answer. And again, because this expert who's on the stand now has also been offered as an expert on auditory, so I expect some study was done that's going to answer that question or attempt to.
Let's get over to you, Bob. Linda Heaton from Facebook asks, why would Alec be taking a pulse on Paul if, quote, his brains were blown out of his head? And if there was a killer or killers on the loose, why wasn't anyone looking for them that night? Bob, what is your thought on that?
Well, you know, again, I mean, first of all, taking a pulse on I've seen people doing that, hugging them, wake up, please, trying to give resuscitative efforts when it would be clear to any normal human being that the person has expired. So it's when we start parsing how humans respond to certain things like this, we're going down a rabbit hole. Now, it may be valid. What's really valid to me is what's not being done afterwards, what's not being said afterwards. Go find the killer. Go find the person that did this. So those things juries could say don't that belie common sense, but I am always very, very careful when people lie. I've seen people lie and people are going to put cuffs on them because that looked like they were the person that committed the murder. It turned out they were lying for a completely different reason. They were adulterers. They were in gambling debt. There were drug dealers that were involved in things that may have committed the murder. I've seen people that they thought were the murderer that turned out to only be accessories after the fact. So I don't know. I guess I've been around too long to be trying to understand exactly how humans respond to situations like this. But as a prosecutor, of course, you want to put all these things together to say that this is not the manner in which an ordinary person would react, having given that, you know, those. I'm not saying that they're going to lose the case. I'm just saying that there's a lot there as a former homicide prosecutor that gets me nervous as to whether I'm going to get a conviction.
Gigi, this question is for you, Mr. Russian Blue from YouTube. Why was there no surveillance around the property? Like absolutely nothing, in all caps. That surprises me a little bit given the concern about Paul, even though Paul really wasn't staying there that much and with the boat case, but no surveillance cameras. I mean, I've got cameras all over my house.
Yeah, same here. And that's something that's always surprised me since I learned that is not only the things that Alec was dabbling in, but also the boat case with Paul. And apparently he was getting harassed and threatened and that kind of thing. The normal person, in my mind, would outfit every corner of that house with surveillance or anywhere that there's a structure. So it's always been surprising to me, but maybe you know, there were reasons that weren't necessarily honest given what he was into. I mean, is that the excuse? Who knows? But very curious indeed.
And we only have about a minute left, Sarah, but I want to send this last question for this hour to you. Anna Biardi from YouTube asks, how come Alec has never been concerned about finding the murderers? I would be screaming for help if it was my loved one. You know, that goes back to people thinking they know how people are going to respond and act. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a dangerous game, you know, as Bob was talking about. You know, we want to put our lenses on what other people are doing, and you really can't do that. We can't, as humans, rationalize the irrational. We can't we can't answer questions that we want to answer those questions, but you just can't. And I think that it's a losing game when we do that. And I think it's really dangerous, especially for victims when they're not performing the way they think they should, that we start to question their veracity of what they're telling us. So I think it's questionable, but I don't think it's something that's a deal breaker.
And I think they were trying to blunt some of that with the press release about the reward and the plea for tips, even though the reward expired. I found that to be a little strange. But we are going to go ahead and sign Gigi off so she can get back into court. Everyone else is going to stay with us, and we hope you do too. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are in the lunch hour in Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial. The defense case, the real first full day of the defense case, is well underway. We heard testimony earlier today from Buster Murdaugh, the son of Alex Murdaugh, and also older brother of Paul Murdaugh, and of course, oldest son of Maggie Murdaugh. Maggie and Paul murdered on June 7th of 2021. With me this hour are, we have a great panel. Bob Bianchi, a host here at Law and Crime and also a former prosecutor and defense attorney. Ronnie Richter is a partner at Bland Richter. He and Eric Bland, his partner, I should say, represent the family of Gloria Satterfield, the former housekeeper and nanny of the Murdaugh family. And Sarah Ford is with us with the South Carolina Victims Assistance Network. So everybody, let's take a listen to a little bit of Buster Murdaugh's testimony. I think we all found it to be interesting testimony. And a big part of this case has been the opioid addiction that Alex Murdaugh claims he suffered from. And Buster talked about his knowledge or what he knew about his father's dependency on opioids. Let's take a listen.
Buster, were you aware that your dad had a opioid addiction?
A little bit. I knew a little bit about the usage of pills.
What did you know about it?
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these." And I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it, and then there were a couple more times after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff, and then he did a few kind of like at home, just self-detoxed a couple times, and thought once he did that get off of them. But that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
You thought he had beat it?
That's right. Yes, sir.
And when he was confronted about his pills, what was his attitude?
I don't know for sure, because I wasn't there when a lot of the confrontations happened with them finding the pills. But I mean, I've never heard anything. Just apologetic and
right.
Sorry, and would usually be his kind of regular kind of response.
And that's Buster Murdaugh talking about what he knew of his father's opioid use and the fact that he had done some detox in the past, things like that. It's sad to listen to that, Sarah, because, you work with a lot of crime victims, so I'm sure that people who deal with either they've had the opioid addiction, it's a big deal in this country, or they have a family member who has an addiction. So this is not uncommon for addicts to relapse, especially with opioids. And then, I'm sorry, there's like this whole cycle that kind of goes on and on and on with this.
Yeah, I think that, so everyone in America has either been affected by the opioid crisis in some way, whether personally or with a loved one. But I do think that what the defense is trying to pull here, and deservedly so, I think that to the extent that they want it to be a crisis in his family, that he had to go to rehab, and allegedly he did go to rehab. But to the point of what they're trying to say it was, I just don't believe that. I don't think that, the number of, cases I've prosecuted, the number of defendants, I represented when I was a public defender, the number of victims I've worked with, it just doesn't compute with what I've seen in, almost 2 decades of practice. But, I guess there's always room for surprises, but it just doesn't pass the smell test for me.
Interesting. So you think that the defense is kind of overselling or exaggerating the opioid addiction of Alex Murdaugh?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, with what they're trying to do, I mean, they're looking to something to blame. Obviously, that's what they're looking to do. It'll help with maybe other parties who could be responsible, and we'll see more of that this week. But I think they had to get Alec, out of the way when, this happened. The roadside shooting happened. Rehab was a great place for that. He may have had an addiction. People are not always going to, show us what we think that they're going to. But I do think that the level that we're seeing here, the number of pills, I think I saw something about, thousands of pills potentially a week. There's absolutely no way that was true. And I don't think any reasonable person is going to think that makes sense. It's just not reasonable.
Right, and we know that there was he's facing a conspiracy charge with Cousin Eddie, as we mentioned earlier, with regard to opiates. So, he's essentially being accused of being a drug dealer. Let's get to some of our viewer questions. Tori Gillespie from YouTube, Ronnie, asks, what's the purpose of this? Are they saying Paul killed his mom, then himself? And Tori is referring to the testimony of the current witness, Mike Sutton. That's not what I'm getting from this testimony.
No, what I'm getting from this testimony, and it's not complete yet, is that when we get the full picture and we see all the mapping of all the shots, the ultimate opinion is going to be it speaks to more than one shooter. I mean, that's where they're trying to get to. So if you show the angles of the shots that killed Maggie and then you overlay the angle of the shots that killed Paul, it's going to point to a theory that there was more than one shooter involved. And I think that's what they're trying to build to. There's no part of the case or no part of the defense that's suggesting that Paul was involved in this at all, except as a victim.
And I think some people kind of were confused by that with some of the questioning from last week, questioning of the pathologist who performed the autopsies. So I don't think that's ever been a suggestion that this was possibly a murder-suicide. Jared Brown asks, as it relates to the odd shooting angle, Bob, would the trajectories align with someone shooting from a knelt-down position or on one knee? A lot of people have asked me that question. I don't know. You've prosecuted a lot of homicides. Do you think it's consistent with that?
This is what bothered me about the testimony. It's presuming that a person is shooting in a certain way. I thought the same thing. Maybe somebody's kneeling down. Maybe they're on their stomach. Maybe they carry their gun lower. I have never found in any case that I've had where experts give this kind of testimony when there can be so many variables. And Anjanette, last point, I think what the defense may be setting up here is the empty chair defense, that with these drugs and with his money and his power and the people that he has had problems with financially, that there was a motive for somebody else to take his family out. But so far, we'll wait for Cross, this evidence about how he got shot, who's tall, how tall, what angle, I've never seen anything like it personally in any gun-related case, homicide that I've tried.
Our next question comes from Jackie Lowe from YouTube, Sarah. Jackie asks, isn't it odd that Alex said to Agent Kelly Buster wasn't in danger, never called him to warn him after the murders? City puts out a no danger to the public in the news. Buster himself said he didn't want security. So what do you make of all that?
It's definitely strange. It doesn't make sense that one would think that, your wife and son have just been gunned down in the most brutal way. You'd want to make sure that, you're protected, your child's protected, your extended family is protected. And it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I think that, juries want things to make sense. They want things to sound reasonable. And while you can't always put your lenses on someone else, there are things in this case that they're trying to sell that I don't think are very reasonable, and I don't think a jury is going to buy that. I think that a father wanting to protect his only remaining son seems reasonable to pretty much everyone listening, but that's not really what happened here. And it was almost like an afterthought, especially with the reward and the reward expiring. If the goal here is to find these people that murdered Maggie and Paul, then why would we put a limit on those things? Why wouldn't we go to the ends of the earth to find that? And so I think that's a huge thing that just doesn't make sense for people that are watching this, and I don't think it'll make sense for people on the jury.
I thought it was really strange, too, that Jim Griffin asked Buster, like, why did you put an expiration date on there? And he didn't know. And I was like, ooh, because I really wanted to know about the expiration date. And, you know, I always thought lawyers weren't supposed to ask questions they didn't know the answer to. So I was a little surprised by that. Our next question comes from Pam Coggan from YouTube. Ronnie, what do you guys think of Buster's non-emotional testimony? Of course, he was coached prior, as any good defense will do, but his lack of tears or sadness is surprising. I didn't find it totally surprising that Buster wasn't up there crying.
Yeah, although, you know, maybe he was overcoached. I don't know. Maybe he's just incapable of delivering that big moment. But, you know, I at least would have tried a couple softball questions to him. You know, tell me what your favorite memory of your mother. Tell me what you like best about your brother. I mean, I would have tried something to elicit something out of this person. But, you know, every now and then you get to trial and you put your witness on the stand and they just can't deliver the big moment. So I don't know what else to make of it. It might just be the makeup of his personality, but it was odd to see there's just a complete inability to emote, you know, so odd, but I don't think it speaks to anything suspicious in the case.
Mm-hmm. Our next question, Madison.
There too.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Anjanette, I'm a talker, but I think what was said here was exactly right. I think that Jim Griffin it felt like it was almost a setup where he was asking questions, you know, of Buster that he couldn't answer. And it didn't make a whole lot of sense that he wasn't prepared. I mean, he was prepared, but obviously not enough, at least from what I saw. I mean, he couldn't answer questions about, you know, the reward. He couldn't answer, you know, what his father's birthday was. And that's, you know, I'm not faulting Buster for that. I think that was a defense preparation thing, and I don't think that plays well.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on the birthday thing, just because I know guys, I know men who have trouble remembering the actual date. That's why I always tell, like, guy friends of mine and my husband, like if they ask me my birthday, I'll say the month, and then I say Johnny Bench, because I was born on the 5th, and so that helps them remember, but I don't know. I don't know, to each his own, right? Everybody's different. Let's go now to T. Smith from YouTube. Did I hear /see where Maggie found an email for the $600,000 against the beach house that was in her name as well as Moselle? So what do you think of that, Bob Bianchi? I thought that I thought we saw the testimony that Alec had said, I need $600,000 against the property.
Yeah, now, Anjanette, honestly, I have not been watching this trial chapter and verse, but when it comes down to money, I just want to try to bring out one point that maybe this answers the question. The prosecution did a great job getting their 404 evidence in about how bad a guy he is, and he was in desperate need of money, and he's trying to hide money, and he's in the hole, and he's a drug addict. And watch to see if the defense doesn't flip all these financial things around to talk about how many people had a motive to bring pain to Alex Murdaugh for his failure to either honor his obligations financially, or having shafted them as his lawyer, or for the drug-related stuff. So on this particular question, I can't answer. I didn't see the testimony, but just something out there tells me the prosecutor may have that evidence whipsaw either here at trial or on appeal.
Yeah, and I thought it was just that he was asking for the money. I thought that's the testimony we saw, that he was asking the bank or said, I need $600,000. Let's get to our next question. June Rochelle from YouTube asked, didn't Blanca testify that Alec called Paul to come home to check to see if everything was prepared for their hunting day, and Maggie to come home for his father? Sarah?
That was what the testimony was. It seemed like they were not there. They were asked to be there by Alec, and obviously they complied. And it was a little bit strange because there was work going on at the house in Edisto, where Maggie loved to be, and so getting her back to Moselle was definitely odd. And the testimony about the hunting weekend that they were supposed to have, making sure that Paul was there. It did not appear that they were planning to be there, but that Alec specifically called and asked them to do that. And Miriam, as Maggie's sister, testified that she encouraged Maggie to go, but it wasn't something that she was planning to do and apparently wanting to be there.
Question from Eileen S. from YouTube, Ronnie. A lot of people keep asking this question. Isn't it unusual for the witnesses to be allowed in the courtroom before they testify? Can't someone alter their testimony after hearing others testify, or is this typical in South Carolina? So what's your experience with this?
Yeah, well, it's not typical for South Carolina, and I think that witnesses are sequestered at the request of the attorneys. There's no standing rule that says you must. And I think for the defense, they didn't want to sequester the witnesses because they wanted what they're achieving optically, which is you've got the whole wedding party assembled behind Alex Murdaugh there in full support. So, I mean, yes, you can get sequestration in South Carolina upon request. It's not a standing order by any stretch, but I don't think the defense wanted it. I think they got what they wanted. They wanted the optics of seeing all those people solidly behind Alec in the courthouse.
But the state didn't ask for it either. I mean, the state could have requested it, and they didn't. The defense didn't request it. So we've got like special agents getting up there and testifying, which I was shocked about. And they're like, well, they've seen the testimony. They're all watching the trial and then coming in and testifying. It's pretty wild as far as I'm concerned. Let's get to one final question. Brantley Connor from YouTube, Bob. Question, do you really think he could act so normal before, during, and after? I know a lot of evidence looks bad, but it's hard to believe he could act so normal while killing a wife/son that he loved. What's your thought on that?
Well, again, we get back to how he could act so normal. I've seen people act in so many different ways, and I've watched so many investigative people say, that's suspicious to me the way he's acting, or that's suspicious in the way they're not acting, and they're wrong about it. So, I mean, look, it's very, very difficult to plan something like this, try to get away with it, try to answer questions, try to make those questions make sense, and usually defendants make a mistake along the way here, but right now we're not necessarily seeing anything glaring. So when it comes down for, guys, listen, I've been doing this for over 30 years, half of my career as a homicide prosecutor. I've given up on the business of trying to anticipate how people react to startling and horrible events like this.
Yeah, I think it's dangerous to talk, to kind of go there because none of us really know, and we don't know these people. The only people who can assess somebody's, actions or how they're acting, in my opinion, are the people who know them. We can just kind of project what we think or how we would, act in the similar situation. So that does it for this hour's question and answer portion. We really appreciate you joining us. I'm going to be signing off now. So thank you to Sarah Ford and Ronnie Richter, and Bob, thanks for kind of letting me crash your party here while we do this. So we're going to take a quick break. We hope you guys stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Hey, welcome back to Law and Crime Network. My name is Bob Bianchi. We continue our coverage with the trial of Alex Murdaugh. Court is still on its break, should be coming back pretty soon. But let's take a look at testimony from earlier today when the defendant's son took the stand for the defense. Let's hear what Buster Murdaugh had to say about the 2019 boat accident, and we'll chat about that on the other side. I got an amazing guest.
And was he criminally charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges sort of in the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of articles in the media about our family and stuff like that.
And to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was.
Can bring them in.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So I'm almost done with the quail pen and the doghouse, but I got to tell you, over lunch I was thinking about how to demonstrate a little more graphically what you're saying. Your Honor, may I take this weapon out of its box?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Keep it pointed upward. Do you recognize this? Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the, I think it's like an exemplar 300 blackout rifle.
And this is the weapon, or a weapon like this, that the shooter would have had?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to sort of get a visual of. How about come down here so I don't point at you? Or maybe let me come up there and come this way. Okay? Why don't you get back? I'm sorry. So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you should probably be 5'4". But position me. Tempting, but I don't know how I can do this, so I'm not pointing at somebody. I guess what we do is we need to do is come back here. Okay, so position me as that shooter would be. I'm trying to figure out where. How I'm going to hold the gun up here, down here, where?
And then you want to push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist?
Right.
Like this?
Yeah, and you obviously you could crouch in some sort of a shooter stance. but that's
Not much lower than this.
That's going to be variable, yes.
Okay, and as I approach the quail pen, the gun has to go up?
It stays the same angle, right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the quail pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like
slightly
that.
down, right?
Like this?
For your height, right? About a little bit lower. No, about like that.
At the quail pen.
At the quail pen. So you can see if you back up, you have to get lower and lower and lower. Not like, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but I go down.
You go down.
Or get short.
To put the barrel on that green line.
So, if I'm 6'4", and you measured Alex's to knee,
right?
So where would this gun be placed on me if I'm 6'4"?
Well, if you're 6'4", you know, your hip is going to be about 46 inches. This will be about right here.
Okay.
It's 46.
Right.
And so you've got your trigger hand about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
And this is how far away from the quail pen?
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you raise it some more, a little bit lower, right? So then, if you're at the quail pen, the hole is right here, right? Even if you shoot from the hip.
Have to shoot like that?
Yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
If I'm back where you say the lines converge, I think it has to be pretty low, right?
Yes, it has to be very low. That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming,
right?
Or a basic shooting position. You need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position, then you can be taller, right? You can be taller than 5'2" to 5'4".
But his, I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
And would it be, proportionally for me, where would
proportionally for you, your trigger hand is going to have to be back down where your kneecap is.
Right about here?
About like that, right? And then point upwards 3 degrees. That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the two shot lines cross, shooting into the quail pen. They would be holding the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand. Okay, so based on the angles and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying, you say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back could have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You've marked that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort of the range?
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body.
Right.
Just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
That is the area where you have, I believe, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 empty, 300 blackout cases.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, they would be somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4".
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower part, almost crouched down hip.
Yes.
Now, let's move on in our presentation. And I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit and skip some slides because you and I were too detailed when we talked about this. And it's the afternoon. So let's go with the Paul Murdaugh first shot. Tell us what this is.
So this was, these first pictures are from the night of the murders, and that's inside. On the south wall of the feed room, there's just a regular window.
And what's that?
Those are pellet holes from the buckshot. There are 9 pellets in buckshot, this particular load of buckshot.
Okay. And what did you do?
So what I did was...
Next picture, please.
When I looked at there's the window from the outside of the feed room. When I looked at the crime scene pictures, I noticed that one of the buckshot pellets hit a pine tree, and SLED took a picture of that damage to the bark of the pine tree. And so when I was there's like a stand of pine trees that have been planted behind the kennels.
Right.
And so what I did, there are 9 pellets, but the pellets had already spread out by the time they went through the window. In fact, there was 1 pellet still wedged in the windowsill itself.
That you found?
That I found. But there was a tree and it had some ivy on it, but it had damage. And so what I did was I located that damaged tree and put a mark on it. Just put some yellow tape there. I went back in the feed room. If you look at the pictures of the feed room, there are some bloody footprints from tennis shoes. And it's just as I believe it was Chief Deputy Kinsey talked about Paul being about midway in the room. That's the approximate location. So I stood there, but I knew Paul got shot in the chest. So I lowered my head about eye to chest level, and I looked through each hole until I saw the tape on the tree, which is where the sap was coming out, where the pellet had hit it. So I determined which hole in the window belonged to that pellet. And then what I did, instead of using a trajectory rod or laser, it was daytime, I did the old school method, which I stretched a neon pink string from the damage of the tree through the hole in the window out the door, because from what I have understood, this shot was taken within 3 feet or so because there was stippling on this wound here. So what I did was I basically took the string out as far as you needed to go, and which is what is in that picture there.
This would be that string?
Yes, that is simply a string. It's pulled tight from the sap coming out of the tree where the buckshot pellet hit it through the hole in the window, and then back through the feed room to set up a tripod in the door. So that is the shot line or the trajectory of the pellets in the shotgun, and that's where the damage to the tree is. It's leaking sap.
Okay.
And that was the hole in the window that if I stood roughly where Paul was shot in the chest, it was the only hole that lined up with that tree.
Okay.
And then
what is this?
And that shows basically at the door sill, the threshold of the door to the feed room, the height of the shot, which was at the door sill, it's 3'11".
Okay. Was it on an upward trajectory?
Upward trajectory.
Okay. Next.
And so what I did there is just to demonstrate it. Obviously, because there's a string there, can't put the barrel right on the string line like we did in the computer with the green lines. I just held it beside it. I'm 5'10". I have normal shoes on here. That's the stance that I would have to take to shoot up that string. So
and at what height would that hit Paul in the chest on that trajectory?
That's like about right at my hip or so. Yeah, maybe just a little bit lower than my hip if you looked at the butt of the gun. And I'm 5'10".
You're how tall?
5'10".
So it's somebody not 5'2" to 5'4", but somebody slightly taller.
Right, or moving the gun up and down again. There's a variable here, of course. Okay. And then what I did was demonstrate, because there have been some talk that, well, that's me standing. Again, I'm fairly comparable in height to Paul Murdaugh, and what I did was I just let the string touch where the wound is in his chest, the entry wound, And if you look where my feet are, you'll see I'm just beyond the door, which is right where the bloody footprints are. So another way of confirming that this all makes sense here.
And those are the bloody footprints?
Those are the bloody footprints. That's about where I'm standing when this picture of me was taken, with the stream going through, we're within, a few inches or so. And then the idea there, that would be, inconsistent with, say, somebody my height. I think there's one more picture here just to drive the point home. Like if I shouldered a shotgun and shot into the feed room, that wouldn't work. The gun needs to be lower. So similar concepts as we said before, but just done a different way.
Okay, next. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, before we get into acoustical testing, let's talk a little bit about the second shot on Paul.
Yes.
And I believe you watched my cross-examination of Deputy Kinsey, correct?
Yes.
And his testimony was?
Objection.
Do you remember what his testimony was?
Yes.
Go ahead.
He analyzed the data and the physical evidence, and he was thinking that the shot was about 135 degrees relative to the ground, and maybe plus or minus 5 degrees, and that he took a height for Paul's shoulder about 4'7". He was going between a couple of data points that he had, and so he had 4'7", and then what you have to consider is that basically that's 90 degrees, and then so 135 is here. It's 90 plus 45, so it's a 45-degree angle into the shoulder. But the consideration is that they didn't see any stippling on Paul's shoulder, so you have to back the weapon up. And typically, you're looking at 3 feet or less for stippling. He opined that, well, maybe it was 2 feet because it wouldn't work out. And the reason it wouldn't work out, if you back up a normal-sized shotgun 3 feet to get no stippling, it puts the butt of the gun under the concrete or through the concrete. So, of course, that wouldn't work.
Right.
Yes.
So he had to adjust the distance for stippling.
Right. He said, well, maybe it didn't work out that way, so maybe 2 feet. The correct way to do that, of course, though, would be to test the shotgun or the ammunition, at least, because we don't have the shotgun, but test the ammunition. Does it cause stippling at 3 feet or 2 feet? That would be the correct way to do that. But if you take 3 feet of stippling, which is what the state medical examiner, Ms. Reimer, testified to, if you take 3 feet in a normal-sized shotgun, that 135 doesn't work because the butt of the gun will be into the concrete, or below the ground.
And I think he and I may have demonstrated that with a little red dot.
Yes, you did a hand-drawn exhibit.
Okay, so you would disagree with his assessment that the 45-degree angle shot was possible with a normal-sized shotgun, and adopting Dr. Reimer's 3 feet, for there not to be stippling, it'd have to be 3 feet or further.
Correct. It doesn't work out dimensionally.
Okay. So, now, tell us about acoustical testing, and as briefly as possible.
Okay, so I was asked a question, which is, if a person is in the main house, would they be able to hear gunshots at the kennels? And so the way that you do this is you do acoustical testing, and I could spend a long time talking about this, but you guys probably don't want to hear all of this, but let me just tell you in general how this is done. So what happens is when you have a gunshot is impulsive noise. It's very quick. Gunshot probably only lasts about 10 milliseconds. It's very loud. The threshold of pain is about 140 decibels. Now when you move 10 decibels, like 140 to 150, it's twice as loud. So you'll see what I recorded these weapons with a special instrument, and you'll see how loud they are. And the idea is that will the sound attenuate, decrease enough when it reaches the house? And there are a lot of considerations. I considered there's a little grove of trees. You don't have a hard reflecting surface. It's pasture and trees and sand. You also have a well-built house, double pane windows, wood paneling. So a normal sound attenuation properties. In other words, if you shut all your windows, you shut all your doors, there's a noise outside. Depending on how loud that is, you may not hear it. So what I did was I set up testing. It's the same testing. It's called Military Standard 1474. That the military has concerns about soldiers firing weapons and causing hearing damage. They want to know how often can we send them to the range, or what kind of hearing protection, how many rounds can they fire in a day, that sort of thing. So I just set up the testing, and in a nutshell, the blackout rifle, we got an exemplar blackout, same ammunition involved in this case. We got a 12-gauge shotgun, we got birdshot, we got buckshot. Basically, the shotgun is around 155 dB.
dB
is decibel.
Okay.
And when we measure sound, it's not on a regular scale. And the reason is because we can hear, the threshold of human hearing is very, very minor. And then we can hear loud noises like a rock concert. So if it was like a speedometer, your speedometer would have to go to like 0 to 1,000,000. It's not practical, so we make it a log scale. And all you really need to take away from that is that if you have a sound that's 50 dB, 60 dB is twice as loud. That's how we perceive it if you have normal hearing. And then the idea is that, like the background in the courtroom here, there's a little bit of noise going on, but when everybody's quiet, it's probably maybe 45 dB in here, right? So if a sound is 55 dB, we're all going to hear it, no problem. If a sound is like 45 dB, we may not hear it at all unless we're really listening for it. Or if it's a really quiet sound like 25 decibels or 30 decibels, we would never hear it. It's just the same thing as you could be at a rock concert and the person beside you is trying to talk to you and you can't hear them, even though they're talking in a normal voice. You just can't hear them because your background is too high. They're talking in a voice like I am. Without the microphone, it'd be about 70 dB. But your rock concert's 110 dB, right? So all we're doing here is we're comparing sound. I did the testing and also went back and just used the theoretical calculations for the propagation of sound to make sure that my results, which I took on January the 5th of this year, were the same as the results that you would have gotten if you would have done the testing on June the 7th, 2021. You have to take into account humidity, temperature, pressure, the wind direction, those types of things. So I did that.
So what does this slide depict?
So that's an overhead shot of Moselle. From the center of the dog kennels, the area where all the evidence is, to the center of the house, the main house at Moselle, it's 1,142 feet, so 1,142 feet.
Okay. As the crow flies.
As the crow flies.
Okay. Next. And this is looking past the doghouse to the kennels?
Yes. So you're looking towards the kennels. The door on the right end of the kennels is the feed room. That's the area where Paul's body was found. And then the doghouse is there. What I'm showing here is that there is a backdrop to this area, which is vegetation and trees. For reasonably close distances, you have to take into account the vegetation and the trees. At longer distances, the sound can carry, because the sound, when I shoot the gun, the sound is going to expand like you're blowing up a bubble, right? It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, but the bigger that bubble gets, the weaker it gets, just like the sound. Okay. And eventually it goes away.
Next. What does this depict?
That's looking back towards the house to show, you can't see the house here, but that's looking straight back towards the house to show that if you were going to do some calculations, you have to take into account there is a barrier of trees in the way.
Okay, next. All right, what is this device?
All right, that is a sound pressure level meter, and it's a type 1, which is a high precision. Normally when you're recording sound is somewhat continuous, and you can use a high-grade meter. This is a special meter that's designed to capture gunshots, because you're talking 20 microseconds, thousandths of a second, the rise of that pressure wave of shooting a gun. So you have both the gases escaping from the gun and you have the sonic boom of the bullet leaving the gun. So it's complex noise, and you have to have a meter that is fast enough to catch it, and that's what that meter is. Yes.
Next. What is that?
That's a little weather station I had, so I was recording the weather before and after the testing because I knew that I was going to go back and pull the weather history for the night of the murders and just see what kind of correction factors needed to be applied to my testing.
Just curiosity, if the humidity was high that night but low then, how do you adjust that?
Well, there are charts and tables. It's just standard conversion, right? And the humidity was higher in June than it was when I did it in January. The temperature was about the same. Humidity was different.
But you've got tables and charts, calculations. It's physics, or whatever. It's
for the results of this, all of these modifications or adjustments that you would make really don't make a difference because the results were so far apart. Like what you would have to be able to hear a gunshot inside the house. It really didn't matter. You didn't have to make the corrections for temperature and stuff that I did anyway.
And that just shows where you had that instrument set up. Next. Again, picture where the instrument was set up. Next. So why do you have a measuring item there between?
So what you're doing, I took a piece of dental floss, tied it to the muzzle, and then anchored it so that I knew that the muzzle was 1 meter, it's a little over a yard, from the microphone. And the reason you do that is that, so you fire this gun, and let's say it's 165 dB. So for every doubling of distance, it's going to lose 6 dB, 6 decibels. So at 1 meter, it's 165. At 2 meters, it's going to be 159. At 4 meters, it's going to be 153, and so on, because every doubling of distance, that's theoretical. Then you have to add correction factors, but that's basically what happens.
To ensure that your response is, your recording, your calculations are as accurate as possible.
Correct. I'm just following the MIL standard here.
Okay. What standard?
It's a United States military standard.
Yeah, you talked about before. Okay, next. That would be the ammunition you used?
These slides are just showing what I used to do the testing. So this is the 300 blackout.
Next. Is that a 300 blackout
yes.
bullet? Okay, next. That would be the 300 blackout?
Yes.
Next. That would be the shotgun?
Yes.
12 gauge?
Yes.
Okay, next. That would be the buckshot you used?
Yes.
Next. Okay, and that would be the bird shot, the turkey load bird shot?
Yes.
You used, right?
Yes.
Next. And this is the inside of the house?
That's inside the den of the house, and what I did there was I took background readings. In the quiet house, it's really quiet because you're way out in the country there. I mean, there's no traffic. So it was about 35 decibels in the house, which is equivalent to, say, a quiet bedroom.
Do you have the air conditioning on?
I believe the air was working. The refrigerator was running, but it was very quiet.
Okay.
And then so what I did was I set up some equipment there to measure the background. We also, of course, we turned on the TV, normal volume. So that's up around 68 dB, 70 dB, depending on how you want to listen to it. We put a movie in, and I just had that. So 2 background levels in the house. And then the next question is, when you fire a gun at the kennels, do you hear it? Do you not hear it? How loud is it?
Okay, next. So what is that?
Well, we shot the blackout out around the doghouse, and then we shot the shotgun into the feed room, out of the feed room, and then with the muzzle outside the feed room. So we shot into the feed room, we shot out of the feed. So we're just trying to figure out, is there anything about the shape of the feed room that really changes the character of the shot. The takeaway is yes, it muffles the sound if you shoot into the feed room. It's not hard to understand. But the blackout was much louder than the shotgun.
And it was shot over by the doghouse where the shell casings were found?
Yes.
Okay. And that is what you shot in the feed room?
Yes, it's a ballistic gel dummy. It gave us something to shoot into.
Okay. Next. I'm not quite sure what that is.
It's just pictures just showing the testing.
Okay.
Same.
Okay, next. And this is the various indoor and outdoor sound levels. And could you, rather than reading all of this, could you sort of give us an overview of, are these the results of those shots you made?
No, this is just actually just from the literature, if there was a discussion about different decibel levels, but, vacuum cleaner 70 decibels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, quiet conversation 55, a dishwasher in the next room is 50, and on, from,
Okay.
Loud noises to soft noises.
Next.
I think that's just a blow up of the last slide.
Okay, so what does all that mean?
Just as a comparison to my numbers, these are other people's test numbers, basically done the same way I did it. And you have a bunch of rifles, and they're between, you have 166 decibels, 163, 161, and therefore. So basically your rifles, all the way down to a 22, which is like 143 decibel. But if you're shooting a rifle with a decent size cartridge, then you're looking at something from 160 to 165 dB.
Okay, next.
This is a similar chart of other people's work doing the same thing, and for shotguns. And basically, your shotguns are going to be 150 to 160 dB, so not as loud as a rifle. A little bit quieter, but obviously 12 gauge still is a loud gun.
Next. Okay, here's your results.
These are my results. So basically, the blackout was right at 165 dB, and the shotgun was at 155 dB. So the results that I got from the testing were in line with testing that other people
have been doing. Okay, next. Okay, so you want us to play this?
Sure.
Go ahead. Wait a second. What is this?
This is an audio file. I could present numbers, graphs, but what I did here just to get the point across, and here's the bottom line. This will be the 300 blackout fired in the loudest direction, because we tried north, south, east, west, but this is fired in the loudest direction. I'm sitting in the den. The doors and windows are shut. TV's not on, so it's as quiet as it possibly can be. And I'm sitting there listening for the shot. But you can gauge the sound of the shot, and I got a microphone now, but I'm talking on this audio recording the same way I'm talking right now.
Play it, please.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm going to give you a countdown, and then you let Michael shoot, and then go ahead and mute your phone, please. Okay. 3, 2, 1, shoot. All right, stand by. So it was about 1 second before I said, all right.
Go ahead.
So you could barely hear it, and we were all listening for it. So if you were in the house, even if you were walking around, you wouldn't hear that. I could barely hear it, and I was listening for it. So what that tells you is that the sound inside the house is right at that background level. It's kind of sitting right in your background of the quiet house. And so if you were doing any kind of activities inside the house, you wouldn't hear it. And certainly if you had the TV on, which will be, remember 10 dB is twice as loud. So it's 35 if you've got the TV on. There's no way you could hear that shot.
So do you have a engineering professional acoustical opinion, more probably than not, as to whether somebody in that house without the TV on, not listening for it, would hear that those shots, those blackout shots down at the dog pen?
I do.
And what is it?
You would not be able to hear it.
And the shotgun, I assume, is quieter, so it'd be even less of an opportunity to hear that.
Yeah. There were times we fired the shotgun in a quiet house and you couldn't hear it at all.
I've got just a few more questions. Any more slides?
I think there's some more slides, but I think we've covered the acoustics, unless you want to get more.
Well, I can. No, Keep going. I don't think we need to do that. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That's it? No? Good. Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence a printout of that. I mean, so, yeah.
No objections.
Submitted without objection.
This would be exhibit number 140. Thank you for indulgence for one moment. Okay, now let's go to one last matter. And you indicated you've done accident reconstruction.
Yes.
And I have a number of questions about, this, I guess, all mostly physics. But let me ask you, you've seen this document before. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, don't tell me what it is yet. Any objection? This is the from your any objection?
Just a question.
This graph you created under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another one, which is 142. Yeah, here we go. So we'd offer 141 and 142 into evidence. Any objection?
No objections.
They're admitted.
So, 42. I'm going to use these copies. And that's 142. Okay. Hold on to both of those. So 141 is speed from Moselle to Alameda, which I guess maybe we don't have that on the computer, do we? No. Let me put this on the overhead. Let's start with 141. Can I have the Elmo, please? And okay. So what does this depict?
This is a graph of the speed of Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban, and this is from the trip from Moselle to his parents' house.
And that would be on the night of June 7th?
Yes, and each one of those little vertical lines, the blue lines, represents 3 seconds.
Okay. So, two things. You look at 141, and you look at the time. You look at this correlated. At 9:07, has Mr. Murdaugh left his home?
Well, actually, the one that you've got up is the return trip, I believe.
What did I give you? 142. About that one. That's 142. Which one do you want? Good. That's right. On the same sheet. Is that better?
Yes, that's that's 141 there.
Right. And at 9:07, has he left Moselle?
Yes, Your Honor. The time's on this card.
Have you independently checked the data behind this and determined where he was at 9:07?
Yes.
Where was he?
On the chart, he would be that first rise there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a dip, but then it rises all the way up. It's a little bit over 60 miles an hour there.
Right.
It's right before the dip in the middle. The dip in the middle is when he sent a text message. So just slight slowing. No, back over. Back. Right, that little dip right there.
Right.
So 9:07 is going to be right before you get to that dip.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. I may have not have already did it. So this graph starts at 9:07, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. So it means that he is in Moselle at 9:07?
Yes.
Okay. Questions are confusing. After he leaves there, does he slow down? I mean, after he turns onto the Moselle Highway, does he slow down at all for any point until minutes down the road?
Not until he's down the road. He's building speed. When he passes that, what you just asked, the cell phone location, he's passing through the mid-40s.
Didn't slow down at where Maggie's cell phone is on the side of the road.
Correct.
Was actually accelerating a little bit as he went through there. Just like, I think 42 to 44 or something like
Objection,
that.
testifying.
I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Is that about right?
Objection sustained.
Okay. So as he drove past, I think you've testified that, where Maggie's cell phone was thrown out on the side of the road, tell us approximately what he was doing. Was he accelerating, decelerating, stopping? What was he doing?
He was speeding up. So he's speeding up from, 42, 43, 44, 45 miles per hour as he goes through that area.
Any indication he stopped or slowed down?
No.
Okay. Now, so you study physics, or you actually testify about physics. If someone were throwing a phone from a moving vehicle, and I believe you went down and looked at the area where Maggie's phone was found, right?
Yes.
Would there be any, describe for me the kinetics of that?
Objection, beyond the scope of his expertise.
Beyond the scope of what?
Couldn't hear your objection.
Objection, beyond the scope of his expertise.
Response.
Yes, sir. He is a mechanical engineer. We're talking about a mechanical motion. He's done accident reconstructions where they have to determine the motions of certain objects during that wreck. And perhaps I could even ask him, are you confident you can give us an expert opinion on how a moving object would move if thrown from a moving car?
Same objection.
Okay. Now, you've also done, looked at a number of crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
And you understand where Maggie's body was?
Yes.
And you understand where Paul's body was?
Yes.
Would a vehicle, first of all, tell me the typical headlights, the headlights on a Suburban, how far out would they go? How far out would you be able to see with them?
Well, it depends on the object that you're looking at. The low beams, modern low beams, which would be on view, you're going to be able to see about 250 feet in front of the vehicle along the ground.
And what about the width of the vision?
Yeah, there'll be a spread out to the side as the headlight beam pattern bends around. It maybe 20 feet or so on either side of the vehicle. Depends on whether it's the left or the right, and it depends on the color of the objects on the ground. But yes, the area in front of the Suburban would be well lit.
And I believe you saw the Suburban's placement in the photos after the police officers arrived, correct?
Well, yeah, I have seen the photographs, and I also have seen the path that the Suburban took by the GPS points as it drove up to the kennels.
And based on those, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Alex Murdaugh, if he was driving that vehicle, would have been able to see?
Beyond the scope of his expertise.
I need to hear the complete question before entertaining an objection.
Based on your knowledge of the function of the headlights on a motor vehicle, do you ever look at that in terms of motor vehicle accidents that you investigate?
I look at it all the time, car pedestrian accidents. It's a well-known area of study in my field.
So would you be able to give an opinion as to what someone would be able to see with their headlights?
Yes.
You do it all the time?
Yes.
So do you have an opinion, to a degree of mechanical engineering, more probably than not, whether Alex Murdaugh would have been able to see Paul and Maggie's bodies as he pulled up?
Objection. Calls for speculation beyond the scope and no foundation laid for that line of question.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. You have looked at the photographs of the scene, right?
Yes.
You looked at the GPS data to see where that vehicle pulled initially, right?
Yes.
I'm talking about the Suburban.
Yes.
You routinely take that same data in a mechanical and not a mechanical, in a motor vehicle accident. You've been qualified to testify about motor vehicle accidents. They agreed to that. Tell me, would someone driving that vehicle been able to see in their headlights the bodies of Paul and Maggie at that GPS location?
And again, I'm going to object, Your Honor. Same thing. Calls for speculation.
I overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
Yes, they would definitely be available to be seen. I can't say what Mr. Murdaugh saw, but you're talking about objects that are maybe 25 feet in front of his Suburban and directly in front of his Suburban with low beam headlights on flat level ground. It would illuminate the whole area under the shed, between the shed and the kennels, So his headlights would definitely illuminate that area.
Thank you, Court. It's over for a moment. In your career in investigating motor vehicle accidents, have you ever had the opportunity to look at how objects behave if they are thrown from or broken off from a motor vehicle that's in a wreck?
Sure. The most common thing is, say, a motorcycle rider who hits a car and flies through the air. So there are ways that you can analyze the trajectory. Say an object flying through the air at a certain speed, what happens when that object hits the ground? The other thing that you see, like objects coming off trucks. Unfortunately, things come off trucks all the time, and they bounce on the highway or fall off, and they go through people's windshields. So it's simple ballistics. It's straightforward kinematics of objects moving through some sort of a trajectory. And then also what happens once they strike the ground, how do they slow down? Of course it depends on the surface, but how does an object slow down once it's flying through the air? Like if a rock comes off a dump truck and the dump truck's going 55, when the rock hits the ground it's going to be going 55, so it's not just going to stop, it's going to continue traveling until it rolls and tumbles and slows down.
Let me get back to a question. That is, an object this size, the size of my cell phone, if it separated from the vehicle, thrown, fell off, or whatever, on a car that's going, whatever the speed limit, they're 45 miles an hour. and it heads over to where you saw Maggie's phone found, would it rotate more than 45 degrees in the air?
Objection. Speculation. No foundation laid.
Which for John? He has studied this. This is what he does.
He studied according to what, which seems to be not in dispute by the state, since he was no challenge to his qualifications in any of the areas that you offered him in. The question is whether this calls for speculation.
Are you speculating, or is this based on years of study and physics? I mean, what you do?
No, it would be based on physics.
No speculation there, Your Honor.
You're on right. Permission to approach. Permission to approach.
Permission to what? I'm sorry.
Approach.
Let's all stand for a moment. Yes, you can come forward.
Anna, you're both great trial attorneys, and I'm dying here. Let me start with you, Krista. Krista, I'm here. Here's my cell phone. Whoa! It's going to go at a 45-degree angle. I mean, this man doesn't even know how much a cell phone weighs. We haven't even answered these questions. Talk to me, Krista. Talk to our viewers.
You have to lay a foundation, step by step, the questions on which you base your opinion. You can't just ask the ultimate question, and that's what Dick Harpoonian is doing here. He's saying, would the cell phone rotate? Boom. Well, of course it will rotate, but how do you know what rotation it will be? You have to consider a lot of things under the laws of physics, not only the weight and size of the cell phone, but also
Okay, let me see if I can ask this in a very concise way, and then I promise I will sit down. So, objects moving from a moving vehicle, or even moving vehicle, like something this size, if it's going through the air and the car is going 45 miles an hour, will it tumble, unless it's a spherical object, will it tumble?
Well, it depends on how it's separated, like you said, from the car or thrown from the car. However it gets away from the car, you need to know that before you know what it's going to do in the air. But the one thing's for sure, it's going to hit the ground at 45 miles per hour, which is 66 feet per second. So as soon as the phone hits the ground, it's going to want to come to a stop, right? So that phone will tumble and slide. If it was just like grass, just like flat grass, it's going to go about 115 to 120 feet. That's how long it's going to take that phone to slow down from 45 miles per hour. In the area where the phone came out, though, there's like some saplings and brush and pine straw. I doubt it went that far, but it would definitely, tumble through the edge of the woods there.
Tilt more than 45 degrees?
Sure.
And when you say tumble, it would tumble, correct? It'd move head over heels, perhaps?
Yes, that's what's going to happen to it doesn't have to be a phone, but any object, a brick or anything like that. It's going to roll and tumble. Maybe if the surface is flat enough, it might even slide.
One last question. One line, I just forgot this. You looked at the speed data on the Suburban returning on the night of the 7th from Alameda to Moselle, correct?
Yes.
And the state mentioned that there are a couple of times where or at least one time where speed goes up to 80, comes back down, or tell us what's happening with those peaks, the 70 and the 80.
Well, if you look at Exhibit 142, this graph represents the speed, so the higher the peak, the higher the speed. The sharper the peak is the smaller amount of time that he spent at that speed. So like the one in the middle that goes to 80 miles an hour is just for just a second or so, a couple seconds, because each one of those blue lines represents 3 seconds. So what that shows you is that He does reach high speeds on the return trip, but it's not for a long period of time. And that's why basically the average speed of Mr. Murdaugh coming back to Moselle was about the same as what SLED drove it, right? Because you're not really changing the average speed that much because you're driving faster, but just for little periods of time.
Is that consistent with somebody passing a car?
It could be.
But it's just up and down. It's not like 80 miles an hour all the way back to Moselle.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
Right, not from Moselle. From Alameda, I apologize. Beg the court's indulgence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. We are covering the case of Alex Murdaugh, who is accused of the murder, the double homicide of his wife Maggie and his son Paul back in June of 2021. Well, the defense really started the important part of their case today in that courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina, and that was by calling the only son left of Alex Murdaugh, and that is Buster Murdaugh, 28 years old. And he testified to the jury. But I want you to listen to one particular point where he was questioned about the .300 blackout rifle that Paul used and the replacement gun that Alex said he bought from his cousin, had especially made, as a matter of fact, because Paul had lost his first .300 blackout rifle. Let's listen.
At some point in time, you and Paul received .300 blackouts for Christmas.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your .300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black .300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my .300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And when you say black and tan, what part was tan and what part was black?
So I So the receiver would have been tan, and I think, and barrel would have been tan.
What part would have been black?
Stock, maybe.
Okay. And so yours was all black, his was black and tan.
That's right.
What happened to his that he got for Christmas in 2016?
His gun was apparently stolen, lost, taken. Yeah.
How do you know that?
That's just what Paul told me.
What happened to your gun after Paul's was stolen?
My gun became, what we would both use.
And did that create some confrontation between you two at times?
Yes, sir.
And why?
Well, kind of like I just touched on. So he would use it. He's not very good about putting it back where he found it. I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it, and it's not there.
Did you notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Trial? Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
So every time in your presence Paul was using a 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Mine.
There's, I'm not going to pull these guns out, Buster, but there's been discussion, and the jury has seen a 12-gauge Spinelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized, so it's to replicate, a more alive duck.
And did you? Why's your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy, and in the box it came with a sticker, and I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
And so that way that's your gun.
That's right.
Anna Yum, when I was listening this morning in my office, I actually took my pen, star, and asked my producer, Alex, to actually pull this clip because I wrote gift to prosecutor. I even tweeted about it because the blackout, the replacement blackout rifle, remember the family guns the prosecution said are the killing weapons here. But the father, Alec, had one made to give to Paul as a replacement, and his brother has never seen it. I said, gift, don't cross-examine, because that means that man that we're watching at right now had that gun and knows where it is, and it wasn't given to his son Paul as a replacement. That was my inference. What do you say?
I absolutely agree. And I do the same thing, Linda. When I'm in trial and I catch on to something that's really important, I always put my stars, huge stars, next to the point, because the prosecution was right not to touch it. When you have a good fact there, leave it alone so that the other side doesn't have an opportunity to try to fix it on redirect. So I thought that was a huge point for the prosecution. Although it was subtle, it was very huge because, of course, this witness is saying, he never used that gun. I never saw it. So, of course, the logical conclusion, well, who has dominion and control of that replacement gun? The only person it could have been is Alex Murdaugh. And I fully expect that the prosecution is going to argue that in their closing.
And I can see we're all shaking our heads. Yes, and you're saying that, but I want you also all to hold your thoughts because we have our own Gigi McKelvey, who is out of court in this small break that we have. Gigi, you have been in the court all afternoon. How is the jury taking to this expert who seems to be, quite frankly, an expert in everything?
Yeah, I didn't know what else he was going to pull out of his hat. But, yeah, he seems to be well-versed on many subjects. Very attentive. They're listening to everything that the witness is talking about. And, some visuals, which I think is good. This jury has had a lack of visuals. And so they seem to lean forward, really want to take a good look when they are afforded visuals. So I think they're just doing as they did with the state, doing their due diligence and listening to both sides.
Okay, now, so Gigi, I have a visual. I borrowed from outside. I borrowed a level. That's exactly 24 inches because this expert was saying to the jury that it looked like somebody no bigger than 5'2", because their kneecaps wouldn't be above 24 inches, could shoot that gun. But outside, we took our own Brian Buckmeyer, we took me, and all I had to do was like bend down a bit, and there was the same angle. So did you see the jury moving around when they're listening to that?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, perk up at certain parts of the testimony. And I don't think it's a far cry to think that Alex Murdaugh was shooting guns from the time he was probably in pull-ups. So I'm sure he's well versed on how to crouch down and shoot a gun accurately. So I don't know that that's really a big mystery to anybody. It's possible, as much as he hunted, that he could get in some awkward positions to make the shot if he needed to.
Or non-awkward positions, I would imagine the jury's thinking, because there's a lot of hunters out there. Anyhow, Gigi, I know you have to get back into that courtroom. The judge didn't say how long the break is going to be. Thank you so much, as usual. You are fabulous, fantastic, wonderful. I don't know what else to say about you, but you're great. And thank God you're ours. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we're going to actually go for a little bit of a break right now, taking you on a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back into that courtroom on the way on the other side, hopefully. Thanks for coming back to the Law and Crime Network. Well, we are following the case, as you know, of Alex Murdaugh, who's charged with the deaths, killing, the murders, brutal murders, I would add, of his son Paul and his wife Maggie. But this morning, when the defense started their case this week, they led off with Buster Murdaugh. Why is that important? Because it reminds the jury that he too is a victim and he is also supporting his dad. But I want you to listen to what he told the jury in court this morning when he learned about the deaths of his mom and his brother.
You know, June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
And what'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone, and so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
Krista Ramey, while we wait for court to resume, let me ask you this one question. Buster is still alive. Does that play into the defense that indeed this was retribution for the Mallory Beach boating accident, that Paul was really the target and maybe Maggie, the wife, was ancillary, that just happened to be collateral damage?
I don't know. I think that is a question for sure, but I also think that him not being there is easily explained by the fact that he lived in Columbia and spent his time at his apartment there or with his girlfriend, which was established. It looks like that he was just not around. And it was Paul and his mother that was. I think the more likely explanation is that he was spared because he wasn't involved in the Mallory Beach boat accident, and it was Paul that his father was angry with.
Please be seated.
If you bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Hey, here, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to begin by going over a few of your qualifications, what we heard about kind of at the beginning of your testimony. Is your practice focused primarily on, would you agree your practice is kind of focused primarily on accident reconstruction?
I would say so, and failure analysis.
And that would be in your advertisements online and your CV that you provided?
Well, probably on the website. We really don't advertise, but definitely on my CV.
The website? Right.
Yes.
And most of the work you've done would have been in that field, the accident reconstruction or analyzing things to do with mostly civil litigation. Would that be fair to say?
I would say, yes, that's fair. Most of the work that the company does, company-wide, is civil litigation, and so accident reconstruction, but that's a pretty broad description because, for instance, I have civil engineers, I have biomedical engineers, so they deal with a lot of different subject matters.
And primarily civil litigation, even though it's a broad area, civil litigation.
Exactly.
Very good. And your client today is the defense, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were retained by them. When were you retained?
Jim Griffin called me, I want to say it was about the middle of September of 2022.
And I know we've seen your PowerPoint. Did you, is that your report, or did you prepare a separate report for defense?
The written report that I did in this case was on the acoustics testing, but the PowerPoint was just trying to pull, it's a big file, of course, but just trying to pull it all into one place.
Did you provide any additional reports to defense, or was the PowerPoint the only one?
Just the PowerPoint, and then I had maybe a 4 to 5 page report on the results of the acoustics testing.
And when did you finalize your PowerPoint that we just saw today?
In its final form, that would have been yesterday.
So you finalized your PowerPoint one day before your trial?
Yes.
Okay. Is that standard for you to do?
Yes.
All right. And what's your how much are you getting paid for your services?
So the company charges $3.50 an hour for my time.
And how many hours have you worked on this case?
Oh, Lord. A lot. I couldn't give you an idea, but I made 2 trips down here. I've been to Moselle twice. I read through a bunch of documents, studied pictures forever, got ready for trial. Of course, that took a while. I would probably say that I have, somewhere between 40, 50 hours in this case.
40 to 50? Is that your estimate?
I would think so.
And travel incurs additional expenses. Is that why you kind of mentioned it separately?
It does, yes. So, the company charges anytime I'm traveling or working.
Have you ever done any work for the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
No. Because I've been doing this for so long, and I do a lot of railroad cases, I have been on the other side of that law firm, and I've been deposed, like on the other side. They took my deposition. I was on the other side working for a defendant. But I've never worked for them directly, like say, a personal injury case or a wreck case.
Have you ever been retained to work on the boat case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell me about that. What was your retention for the boat case? And by the boat case, which one are you referring? What do you understand that to be?
Well, the boat case, the Maori Beach case, so the one that occurred down at Paris Island. So I do boat accidents. I do small vessel, watercraft, jet skis. I've actually worked on ship accidents, ship collisions before, so I do a lot of maritime and boat accident work. And I was called by Jim Griffin a few years ago. It would have been probably within a few months of that accident, and I did an investigation of the boat crash.
Do your services also include a retainer? Like, is there some sort of retainer to work off of before the hourly billing kicks in?
No. Our company is pretty simple. We just bill by the hour. So we don't do contracts or retainers. Some people in my field of work do.
So you were originally retained by Mr. Griffin for the boat case to do a boat reconstruction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be in line with your, what you primarily do with your services at your firm. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that just falls underneath physics, mechanical engineering. Anything based in physics can has the potential for being explained, and that's what I do.
All right, and I know your educational background is in engineering. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about a few things we can maybe agree on. And engineering is a field that, would you agree, engineering is a field that is based in science? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that engineering is a field that's based in some math? Is that fair to say?
There's a lot of math in engineering, yes.
We heard a lot about trigonometry and angles. I mean, math, right?
Yes.
Engineering's based, a lot of is based in hard facts. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And engineering, some of the things that really have no business in engineering would be guesswork. Is that fair to say?
Well, in engineering, you can sometimes make assumptions and then make guesses, but you always have to go back and test them, right? You develop what we call them hypothesis, right? So you look at the problem, you try to figure out what the problem is. You form a hypothesis, and then you test it. So, you might say, well, I think this. And then you either mathematically or physically test it.
Okay. Going back to that question about guesswork, though, because I don't know that you answered it. In engineering, is it important not to use guesswork in making opinions?
Right. If I give an opinion, I'm not guessing. So whenever I give an opinion, there is a foundation based on my education, experience, and training for me to give that opinion.
So if an opinion's rendered and there's variables that aren't considered, would you consider that to be guesswork?
Well, it depends on how important the variables are. I mean, any engineer in any analysis procedure, there could be lots of variables that don't matter. But if the variable matters, then of course, that would affect your opinion.
And in engineering, and we're thinking of, I think you said you're a mechanical engineer?
Yes.
By trade, by education?
Yes.
So do mechanical engineers engage in speculation?
Not in the context of giving opinions.
Okay. And do mechanical engineers, when whatever they're engineering or whatever they're opining about, do they base their opinion on assumptions?
Not primarily, not even really. Your opinions can't be based on assumptions. Now, there can be aspects of your analysis that you have to test, but whether it's an assumption or a guess, that does not make for a good engineering opinion.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Are you a member of have you had any formal training in pathology?
No.
Have you had any formal training in firearms how they work?
No.
Are you a member of any organizations that do that line of work, that do tests on firearms or pathology?
No.
Have you taken any shooting incident reconstruction classes?
No.
Do you have any certifications in shooting incident and reconstruction?
No.
Have you taken any classes in gunshot wounds?
No.
Have you ever done any studies on bullet trajectory from out of the muzzle of a gun?
Yes.
Okay. What studies have you done?
I've done all kinds of testing.
All right. Such as?
For instance, one time I had a case, it was a murder case where a person was shot through a car door and was shot with a .357 Magnum, and the door had maybe 6 bullet holes, and each of the bullet holes had different characteristics. So I went to the junkyard and got 25 to 30 of these doors, and I spent a couple of weeks shooting that door with a .357 Magnum at different angles, different distances, until I could replicate the bullet holes in the actual in the door. So what you're doing there is that you have a door as evidence, and then you're trying to figure out, okay, what does that tell you? Not the same as what I talked about today, but similar. I had a case one time where there were 2 deer hunters in the woods and one got shot at long range. So we did a lot of long range ballistic testing of the ammunition in the firearm to determine the drop distance of the bullet and to understand where the one hunter would have to aim the weapon. I have done proximity testing with firearms by looking at the stippling. So in other words, I have a rig that I can put a pistol in, and then I put target. A lot of times I use sheetrock, and then what I do is I fire the gun at increments back and look at the pattern of the stippling. Sometimes you'll get soot and stippling, and sometimes that. So it would all be testing within the context of the cases. You know, when I get involved in a firearms case, those are the types of things types of tests that I would do. It's just a general part of our business. When we get presented with an engineering problem, we do testing.
And those testing, any of those studies that you did, were they subject to peer review or published in any publication?
No, I typically don't write papers or submit papers. I do the work.
So it's you doing a test on your own?
Yes.
Is that right? That's what it is?
Yes, or with, of course, people in my office help.
With your office?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a member of the International Association for Identifications?
No.
Firearms identifications?
No.
Do you have any certifications along those lines whatsoever?
No, I'm not a firearms expert or a pathologist or a wound expert. That's not my area of physics. It's not my area of expertise.
Okay. So is it fair to say then any opinion you rendered on relating to firearms, we shouldn't rely on it then?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
If it's related to exterior ballistics and terminal ballistics, then yeah, you can certainly rely upon it. But I'm not going to testify about wounds or pathology or anything like that, and I haven't.
Okay. All right, I want to start with the cell phone. I think we ended on the last slide. The charts. I don't know where those are. I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 141 and 142. I believe you testified. Can I have the PowerPoint? Oh, sorry. I believe you testified that you created these graphs. Is that right?
No, I didn't. This is an Excel graph from the data. So it's just the raw data that was presented to me.
All right, well, who created it then?
I'm not sure. I just reviewed it. I'm not sure who did this.
All right, well, can you tell me, I think you testified before that well, show me the time, if you would, and permission for the witness to come down. Show me the time that you indicated the phone was thrown from the car, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I got it specifically on my laptop. I can show you in general. It's up to you. I mean,
well, this is an evidence, so I'm asking for you to come down and identify on here where it is.
You want to know where the car passed, where the phone was?
And just for clarification, yeah, 1 second, sorry. Just for clarification, we're looking at this chart. What is this showing us?
That is a graph of the speed of the Suburban versus time. So speed is on the y-axis, or this is speed, and then that's time. So time's going that way. And as the car speeds up, the line gets taller.
Okay. And it says total time 16 minutes. What does that refer to?
That's the time it took to drive from Moselle to the parents' house.
Okay, and it says next to that sled test drive during day. What does that indicate?
What that is it's just comparing. It took 16 minutes, Mr. Murdaugh, and then Sled did the same drive, not at nighttime, but during the day, and took 17.58 minutes.
Okay. All right, so as I was saying before, I think you testified, you said you indicated a point where the cell phone had been thrown from the vehicle, or at least the time correlation. Could you please identify where that is for us?
No, that's not what I said.
All right, well, what did you say then?
I said that when the car passes the location.
Okay.
Right. I don't have any information about
when the car passes the location. Where is it indicated on?
I think it's that line right there.
Okay. And you say you think. Why is it that you think?
Well, it's not labeled, but it's on my laptop. I'd be glad to get my laptop.
Well, this is an evidence, and this is what the jury's going to consider, so I'd prefer to work on this.
Objection.
He has indicated he has a specific data on his laptop. If he wants the real answer, he'll be happy to walk to his laptop and get it for him. He says he's looked at this. That's where it is. I mean, he's asked the question 3 times. He's answered 3 times.
Cross-examination. You may proceed.
You're not able to find it on here, are you? Looking at this chart.
Well, it's either this line right there, or I think it's this one or this one.
All right, does engineering engage in I thinks and maybes?
Okay, well, let me get my laptop.
Well, I'm just asking you, can you identify it on this chart?
Well, I mean, this is a really big file.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness please answer the question.
Well, I will answer it, but I don't have the whole file memorized, so let me just look at it for you. That way you'll know the answer.
Can you point it out on this chart without reviewing whatever you're about to review on your laptop?
No.
Okay. Can you identify 912 on this chart without reviewing anything you're about to review on your laptop?
Well, I mean, you want me to answer the first question?
You answered it. You said no. Can you identify where on 912 on this chart is?
No, they're not.
Okay.
It doesn't have any numbers written down.
Thank you. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
Well, hold on. You want me to answer your questions? You want me to answer the first question?
The questions, please. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
No, because there are no numbers on this, but it's.
And can you identify where 952?
His answer.
Let's give the witness an opportunity to answer the question.
And can you identify where 952 is on this chart?
Not specifically.
Okay, thank you. You can sit down on anything. And I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 142, and same thing. There's no numbers. There's no times on here either, right?
No, not on the x-axis at the bottom.
Switch to the PowerPoint, please. All right, you gave an opinion on objects being thrown, ejected, traveling at what was posited to you as 45 miles an hour. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Opinion? What are some variables, and you're an engineer with math background, what are some variables you would need to know before determining the distance, trajectory, and speed of an object?
Like is the hypothetical if somebody threw a phone out of a window?
My hypothetical is, in order to determine the speed of any object, what are some variables that you would need to know in order to determine the distance it was thrown, the trajectory it was thrown, and the speed at which it was thrown? Okay. What are some information that you would need to know in order to posit an opinion about that?
Well, there would be a lot of variables, but the main ones would be, and I think I understand your question, but let's say you find an object on the side of the road, and you want to know how fast, let's just assume that somebody throws something out of a car that's driving down the road. And let's say this would be a typical problem people ask me or we're presented with. It's like, well, can you calculate based on the physical evidence on the side of the road, how fast was the car traveling when the phone was thrown out? I mean, let's just look at it that way. So what you would need to know, like let's say that it was on the shoulder of a road and there was like an impact mark on the shoulder of the road, and then 57 feet later is the phone, right? So you could make a pretty good determination the phone tumbled 57 feet. Well, a tumbling object decelerates at about a half a g, and that's 11 miles per hour per second. So over 57 feet, you could back calculate it. You're going to come up with something probably like 30 miles per hour, right? The variables would be the condition of the shoulder, obviously the speed that it's thrown out, okay. Right?
Energy, right?
Right, because for instance, if you're driving down the road, you could throw it forward, you could throw it backwards. So you may want to add the speed or subtract the speed from the velocity of the vehicle.
And I'm going to let you keep going, but just
trying to answer the question, interrupted again.
Were you through answering that question?
I think so. I think that's probably enough.
Next question.
All right. About the strength, I think you said strength of the throw. Is that what you were talking about when we last cut?
Well,
variables.
Right, because if you just drop the phone from the car, it has zero initial velocity relative to the car, but the car has relative velocity to the road. So, for instance, it's going to have a different trajectory if you throw it straight down out your window than it would be if you throw it up in the air or throw it sideways. Those are all what's called initial conditions. And so, but, you know, if you had information, let's say you had a witness in the passenger seat that said, well, he tossed it straight out of the window, then you could calculate it that way. But you would need more information. So, you know, to know specifically this type of problem, you would need to know a lot of different information to get like a, if you said, how fast is this car going based on how far that phone tumbled down the street? Yeah, you would need to know some more information.
So you'd need to know the energy thrown, the energy at which the object was thrown, correct?
Yeah, so the speed.
Would you need to know the mass of the object that was thrown?
No.
That wouldn't matter?
No.
Okay. Would you need to know the wind resistance, if any?
Yes.
Would you need to know the wind speed, if any?
It depends on the problem, but that might be a factor.
And absent any of those variables, really can't tell anything about an object that was thrown. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends on the question that's asked. If you were asking me the question, how fast were the car going, then yes, you would need all those variables unless you wanted a wide range of answers. But if you ask me, if you toss a phone at near highway speed or close to highway speed, will it tumble? It's a completely different question. There's no variables there. That's just fact.
Okay. And while this may be obvious, I'm going to show you what's been marked, or what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 230. I'm sorry, I keep doing that to you. Is this the side of the? Is this the side of the road that you visited?
It looks like it.
Does that look like it also? States, sorry, I'm showing you States 231.
Yes, I know there's woods on the east side and there's an open field on the west side.
And I'll just do the old fashioned. And does that look like a shot from the side of the road that you visited on Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we seeing here in the background? What are we seeing?
Well, in the background, there's the field that's over on the west side of the.
All right, in front of the field, what is that?
That's the roadway.
Okay, and in front of that road, right in front of the road on the picture, the green stuff?
Grass shoulder.
All right, and then near at the bottom of the screen, what are we seeing?
It's like vegetation, leaves, sticks.
You'd agree that leaves and grass is fairly soft. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Showing you what's been entered as 232. Different angles. That look at the same road to you?
Yes, that's looking basically north.
And again, grass, right, on the side of the road.
Yes, that's on the west shoulder.
All right. When you do sound studies, have you done work? Is it primarily for like OSHA related things, or I know you mentioned some companies? Is that what the sound studies have primarily been for?
It's typically the work that I do now.
It's the sound studies?
Yes, the acoustics measurements that I do typically would be related to train whistles, train horns, emergency vehicles, backup alarms where, say, somebody gets backed over with a truck, audibility of backup alarms. I've had audibility of warning alarms inside of a factory, like, could a worker hear the alarm and then get out of an area that was dangerous? So it's usually emergency signals is typical. I have worked on a criminal case where it wasn't a gunshot, it was a woman screaming. And could a particular, they call them ear witnesses instead of eyewitnesses, but could a particular ear witness hear a woman screaming at a distance? So
and would that be for workplace considerations? There was some accident at work, and it maybe relates to OSHA?
No, this was a murder case.
Oh, so the other things you mentioned previously, sorry.
No, the other ones, typically are going to be civil litigation, where you might have a dump truck manufacturer getting sued for not having an audible alarm that's loud enough, or just plain, or sometimes what happens in a car accident, but like a back over accident, they're saying that the person that got run over should have heard the truck coming and got out of the way, right? So people argue back and forth about who could hear and not hear like a backup alarm.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to the sound study that you conducted, and it was in your PowerPoint of your defense exhibit. For the defense exhibit 140, and I guess digitally 143. All right, if you could please to page, I believe 75 or exhibit 76. Okay, there you go. All right, and remind me again, and I know it's visual there, but what's the distance between the dog kennels and the house right there?
Straight line distance is 142 feet.
1,140.
Oh, what did I say?
I think you said 140.
Oh yeah,
1,
no, it's like 1,150 feet. Let's just call it 1,150. 1,150.
All right. And that's as the crow flies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Please continue over to exhibits. If you just fast forward for me, sorry, I'm trying to find the number. Exhibit 1, just if you keep going, I'll stop you on the 300 blackout. All right, this ammunition, what kind of ammunition is that?
300 blackout, 147 grain, full metal jacket.
Okay, and do you know who the manufacturer of that is?
It looks like Cellier and Below.
Okay. All right. And that's the ammunition you used on the 300 blackout test?
Yes.
All right, if you would fast forward a couple. And this is this your rifle?
No.
Okay. Is this a person's rifle that was working for you?
No. This was a lawyer. The lawyer Jim Griffin provided the two weapons.
Okay. Did you yourself actually fire these weapons?
No. An engineer in my office. His name's Michael Whitley. So since I was running the acoustic equipment up in the house, then Michael Whitley was the one that actually pulled the trigger.
And are you familiar with this type of firearm?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
Well, it's a 300 blackout, which is the name of the ammunition. And so basically what it is an AR-15 style rifle with a shorter barrel. And when they shortened the barrel, they needed a specially designed ammo for it, so it would be efficient. In other words, it's the type of weapon that might be used in close quarters, so it's shorter and you can move around and maneuver. But when you cut the barrel down to say 8 or 9 inches, you need to chamber a different round. That's basically what this is.
And is it actually, are you aware it's actually considered a pistol for purposes of government identifications?
I don't know if this particular one is considered a pistol or not. Like I said, I'm not a gun expert. But,
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, if you would please fast forward to, there you go. All right, this reverse one, please. Thank you. All right, this picture, what are we looking at?
That's the ammunition. That's the buckshot that we used.
All right, and is there a reason you chose this particular brand?
The Winchester was similar to the brand of ammunition used.
What kind of ammunition is this type?
It's a 12 gauge buckshot. It's like 2 3/4 inch shells. I want to say that the buckshot in the murder was maybe a 3-inch shell, but okay. This is a similar load.
So similar but not the same?
That's correct.
And not the same manufacturer?
I think it was Federal. I'd have to go back and look, but I think there was Federal and maybe Winchester. Okay. The reason is just because I know that the plastic shot cups were found at the crime scene, and I think that's Winchester. But I would have to go look.
Okay, so but you concede you didn't use the same gauge for buckshot as was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh?
No, it's probably slightly different.
Okay. All right, if you would please continue to Exhibit 7. And again, what do we have here?
That would be the turkey load or bird shot with the smaller pellets that we used.
Okay. And again, this is not the same load that was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh.
I don't think it's the exact same. It's just representative.
All right. All right. If you would, please go to Exhibit 24. I think it's like 2 or 3 slides. There you go, right there. Thank you. All right, and again, this is the interior of the house at Mizell. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you already testified to it, but what was the ambient decibel reading inside that house?
35 decibels. Pretty much steady state.
And is that, well, I guess we heard an audio clip, right?
Yes.
That we played for the jury. Does the ability to hear something, is it affected by the ambient noise?
Yes,
in a room?
Right. Yes.
Did you do a test on what the ambient noise is in this courtroom?
No, I can do it right now if you want me to.
Did you do it before? Does the ambient noise have an effect on how we hear something?
Yes, that's what I explained. So in order for you to be able to clearly hear something, it's got to be 10 decibels above background.
And
if it's 10 decibels below background, you're not going to be able to hear it. And when you're in between, it depends on if you're listening for it. Like if you're really listening for something, like if you're at a train crossing and you're listening for the train horn, it could be right at the background level, like you've got the radio on a little bit. The train horn could be right at the background level, but since you're listening for it, you might be able to hear it. If you're not paying attention, and then you might not. But if it's 10 decibels above your background, you will hear it. 10 decibels below, you're not going to hear it. Because again, that's twice as loud or twice as soft.
And if sound's relative, and I know you gave an example of the concert, how did you decide, or how did anyone decide what volume to play that sound clip? Would volume affect your ability to hear something?
It does, but it really wouldn't matter because, again, the shot from the kennels was only 1 to 3 dB above background, so it was about 36, 37, 38 decibels. And even if you rustle a piece of paper, that could be in the 50s. And so it doesn't really, in this case, the volume of the TV, it really didn't matter just because the sound of the gun inside that house is so faint, it wouldn't make a difference.
All right, and I know this may be outside your expertise, but just asking you common sense, are you aware that trees generally grow?
Yes.
Okay. So remind me again, what day did you go out and perform these sound tests?
The sound tests were January 5 of this year, so 23.
And I know we have some pictures. If you wouldn't mind backing it up to Exhibit 14. It's the closest representation I could find. Okay, right there is fine. Sorry. Would this tree line on the back of picture Exhibit 10 be consistent with what you saw in January?
Yes, that is January.
Okay. And are you aware of what the date of the murder was?
Well, that's June the 7th of 21. So basically, this picture's taken, let's say, 18 months later, 19 months later?
And I think you did testify that sounds, because speed travels in a straight line, sound would be affected by the tree line. Is that correct?
It will be on the other side of the tree line. It's also going straight up, too. It's like I said before, it's like a big half bubble getting bigger. The trees probably, obviously, did grow in the year and a half when it happened. And I did make correction for the trees, but it was only, I think it was 1.7 dB, if I recall. But so the trees made a difference, but not that big of a difference.
Well, without being there and whatever the tree height were, would that have an effect on the sound level? I mean, I think you said you accommodated 1.7 dB, but will you agree that the height of a tree or a forest would have an effect on the sound?
Oh, it'll have an effect, but in this case, it's two. Let's just call it 2 decibels, and what I'm talking about is, background inside the house. If you had the TV on, is like 70 decibels, right? So we're comparing 35 or 40 decibels. Whether we add or subtract 2, it makes no difference because you got 70 versus 30 or 40. And remember, just 10 decibels is twice as loud. So 70 decibels is many, many times louder. So I went through the process of making sure that the numbers were correct, but minor variables such as wind, humidity, wind speed, the trees, all of those, even if you factored all of those in, it really doesn't make a difference just because the gunshot inside the house was so faint that you're just not going to hear it.
All right, sir, if you wouldn't mind turning to Exhibit 25, please. It would be toward the end, forward. It's a chart. Yeah, the next one. Next one, if you wouldn't mind, this chart. Okay. What's the decibels of a vacuum cleaner at 3 meters and a gas lawnmower at 30 meters? What's the decibel rating on that?
70.
Be 70?
Yes.
And you said the TV was at 70?
68 to 70.
So the same as a vacuum cleaner running and a gas lawnmower?
Well, the lawnmower is what, at 30 meters, which is, that's, 100 feet. It must be a pretty quiet vacuum cleaner because in my experience, a vacuum cleaner is a lot louder than 70 decibels.
What was the decibel reading that you measured for the shotgun blast again?
Around 154, I believe. It's on the next slide.
And what was the reading for the rifle?
165.
I think you talked about extrapolation. You know what I'm referring to? Extrapolating the sound over distance?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, but the sound dissipates 6 decibels for every twice the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's what you testified to?
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind, could you extrapolate for me, so at 165, which is what the rifle tested at, could you reverse extrapolate that to 1,024 feet? Could you do the math?
Yes, I have that. Well, it's actually a slide, but I've got the chart, if you give me a second. Okay. So what I did was, when you add in the attenuation, what distance do you want to know?
1,024 feet.
So basically just like outside the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the basic
Okay, so because of the weather conditions, I adjusted the number up for, I'm assuming we want to talk about the night of the murders, right?
I just want to know if you could if you could extrapolate. I don't want to know about weather conditions or anything right now. I just want to extrapolate 165 decibels beginning at 3 feet beginning at 3 feet, and then I want to extrapolate it to 1,024 feet, and those are even numbers.
It's 89.5 decibels.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, 89.5 decibels. Let's just say you're just right outside the house.
Wait, what are you saying? Right outside the house?
Yes. Inside the house,
it's in my other report, inside the house it was maybe 35 to 38 decibels inside the house.
I'll come back to that. I don't want to know inside the house, outside the house. I just want to know in a lab setting, you have a 165 decibel blast.
Right.
Measured at 3 feet. So 165 decibels at 3 feet. If you extrapolated that out for distance, what would the decibel be? Just lab setting. What would the mathematical equation be?
Well, it would be a little bit different in a lab setting. This is not a lab setting. But if you did, you go, I don't have that written out. You may have already done it. But if you take 3 feet.
Would you disagree? Let me ask you this, and it's not a trick question. Lab setting, we can put all the qualifications in, but would it be at 1,024 feet? Would you have any reason to doubt that it would be at 105 decibels?
That sounds about right. I think I did that at one point in time and got about the same number you did.
And if you wouldn't mind, what is your chart indicating is 105 decibels?
Let's see.
Just what the chart says.
It says jet flight at 300 meters, which is basically 1,000 feet.
Okay. Thank you. Would you agree that a cat's meowing or a cat is fairly low on the decibel meter?
Yes.
Certainly if a cat was outside and you're inside, fairly low, hard to hear. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, unless the window's open.
All right. I'm going to reverse and now go to, if you wouldn't mind, starting at page or exhibit 57. Does it go backwards? Yeah, you have to keep going. Just the first part of this. There we go. Thank you. All right. Referring to your exhibit 57 on your PowerPoint, I know you testified to, but are you familiar with what this image shows?
Yes.
All right. And this is the feed room with a view of the window. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is not a picture you took. Is that fair to say?
No, this is the night crime scene pictures from June 7th.
All right. Do you just visually looking at it, do you see holes in the window?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see a whole lot of other stuff in that picture? On the shelves, in front of it, behind it, below it, above it?
Yes.
All right. If you wouldn't please continue on to the next slides. I'm going to go to your exhibit 45. It's going the other way, towards the end of it. Right there. Or 44 is fine. All right, so I think you testified that you kind of visually looked through the hole in the window and kind of aligned your eye with the tree outside. Is that kind of how it went?
No.
You said you, correct me if I'm wrong, you can tell me in a second, but didn't you say you lowered your head to where you perceived a chest wound would be and looked out the window and tried to align it with that defect?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing I missed was lowering your head, right?
Right, and I didn't do it at the window. I did it in the middle of the room.
Okay. Now, we've already established you have no training, experience, or expertise in shotguns. Is that correct?
Well, maybe you need to explain a little bit more.
Well, what do you have any formal training, formal expertise, formal education in how shotguns work, how shotgun projectiles work, and what they do after leaving the end of that barrel? Do you have any formal training, expertise, certifications, anything?
Well, not formal training, but I've done a lot of study, and I've also tested shotguns, and I've fired many shotguns before. I understand what happened to the pellets, and this particular pellet is one of the pellets that would have passed through Paul.
All right. What's the spread of a shotgun pellet exiting a shotgun barrel? What's the spread every 1 inch?
Well, it's going to vary based on the choke and the ammunition, but for this one, it's pretty clear that the spread is about the size of a window because the muzzle of the shotgun was maybe, let's call it 3 feet inside the door. It's a 10-foot long room. So at 7 feet, the spread of these pellets after passing through a person, the spread of them is probably, that window may be 26 inches wide. So that's going to be the spread. Obviously, there can be some deflection of the pellets as they pass through the body of the victim.
Would that be a variable?
Sure.
Okay. So do you know the spread of a shotgun every yard? How much it spreads, the cone? Do you know how much it spreads per yard?
What kind of choke?
Any choke, any gauge.
I don't
know.
Do you know? I don't know the number off the top of my head.
You don't know. Do you even know it, not even off the top of your head, without looking it up?
I would have to look it up.
Okay. And do you know the range of fire for 10 feet, what that spread is? In centimeters, do you know? Or inches? Well, either.
I don't have this committed to memory. I would look it up.
Is that even something you've ever known, or is that something you would have to look up?
Like I said before, I have tested such things before, and
Not
I've
asking
certainly
for what
read
you tested.
literature. But again, it's not something that I have committed to memory. Again, this, if you wanted to know something like that, if that was helpful in this particular case, then what you would do is then you would go to the literature and find those answers. But I don't have that memorized.
Well, aren't you rendering an opinion by drawing a line, by saying somehow that exited the shotgun? I mean, we saw the pictures with you standing there with your shotgun up, and we see this line. Are you not giving an opinion of its exit?
I'm giving an opinion that a pellet from that shotgun followed that line and struck the tree.
And yet you don't even know the cone and the rate of expansion of a shotgun. How can you give that opinion?
You don't need to know that. Okay. So because what you have here, you got a hole in the window, and we have a slide for it. There's a hole in the window. There is a impact mark on the tree. That pellet traveled a straight distance between those 2 points, and 2 points forms a line. You don't need to know the spread. I mean, that's actually what happened. Was a pellet came out of that gun, it passed through the victim, it went through a hole in the window, and it hit the tree.
How do you know then? How do you know it passed through the victim? How do you know that?
Well, it has 9 pellets in the shotgun. Mm-hmm. Paul had 1 pellet in his shoulder. Sled recovered 7. I recovered 9. So I recovered the last pellet.
All right, so how do you know that? How do you know that? What are you basing that on? What you just testified to, what are you basing that on?
Well, when I looked at the sled records, they found 7 pellets, or that went through his body. They didn't find all the pellets, but he had 8 entrance wounds. He had 7 exit wounds. They found 1 pellet in his body, so that's 8. But we know the manufacturer puts 9. When I went to the crime scene in October 19 of 2021, the 9th buckshot pellet was in the window frame.
How do you know that was the 9th buckshot pellet that went through? Did you analyze it?
Well,
did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze it,
okay.
but
are you assuming?
Objection, Your Honor. Not allowing him to answer the question. He said, I didn't analyze it, and then he interrupted him.
I didn't hear the but go ahead.
Oh, so the window got shot, right? Most of the pellets went through the window. Some of the pellets went through the little white parts of the window. There was 1 pellet that Sled didn't recover, and the reason is it was under kind of the lip. You know how where you pick up on a window, there's a thing where you put your fingers. It was under that, but still there. So you have a pattern of buckshot pellets like this big, and so you got 9 holes basically, or 8, because there's 1 pellet left in the victim, right? So
how many?
9 minus the 1, so you have 8. There are 8 holes in that window. In my world, that's a very high probability that those are the pellets that came from the buckshot that injured Paul Murdaugh.
2 slides forward. What's this big thing here at the bottom? That big opening. Exhibit 47.
Are you talking about the missing glass?
Yeah, what is that?
It's missing glass.
All right. How many pellets went through there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I counted for every pellet, except for the one that was missed by the crime scene investigators, which is under the...
Let's talk about that. How many grains was the pellet you located on the windowsill?
I never weighed it.
Okay. Again, how do you know it came from there? Do you really know it came from there, or are you assuming it came from there?
Well, the window got shot with buckshot, and there's one missing pellet. Again, in my world, there's a very high confidence level that that missing pellet is there.
Is that the same confidence level that you're using for all these other opinions? That you found a pellet?
All my opinions are at a very high confidence level. Yes.
Well, we're going to go through them.
We're
The
going
line
to get
here,
to them? I object to that question. We're going to get to them? That's what he said?
All right. Well, of course, sustains objection to the comment.
The rope here, this orange rope, is that the one that continues back to the tree?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any formal training in what a projectile does if it strikes anything, be it human flesh or glass, or any of the other items that would have been located? Do you have any training in that?
Again, not formal training, but it obeys the laws of physics, and I've tested it myself, and I've studied impacts. That's a big part of what I do.
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through a human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see what happened to it.
So is the answer no?
I didn't do any testing with the shotgun here, but why would you need to test? Because I think we got the same slide up there. Would you agree with me? Well, I can't ask you a question, but that pellet right there went through that window and it lodged in a tree or damaged the tree. I don't need to test that because that's just what happened.
All right, is it your opinion that it can only be that pellet? There's no other possibility. No other possibility. Is that your opinion?
Well, I'm not saying that there might be some highly lower probability, but if you stand in that room, and we have holes, and just like you've shown, they're scattered all over that window, and you look in the direction of the damage to the tree where Paul was injured, that is the only one. And it's just I don't think it really matters one way or the other. All I can say is that I think the shot went through Paul in the manner that I presented it today. Okay. It really doesn't matter to me all that much which pellet went through which hole.
And I just want to be clear, you have no formal training in this, no pathological training, correct?
I am not a pathologist.
Okay. But you opine that you believe it went through Paul and then exited the window and struck that tree, but you have no formal training in any of that, correct? No pathology, no firearms, no shotgun-specific training other than anecdotal shooting a shotgun? None of that. No formal trainings. Is that correct?
I would disagree with all of that because, again, it doesn't take a pathologist. There's a small entry wound into Paul's chest. So all 9 pellets enter. 1 remains in his body. 8 leave his body.
Right. You are sitting here opining about pathology. Is that correct?
I don't see how that's pathology. Okay. That's simple math. Okay. It's 9 minus 1 is 8.
Exhibit, I don't know what page this is, Exhibit 81 or 80? All right, reverse it. We'll start there. Go back if you wouldn't mind, a couple. Yeah, right here. Did you take this picture?
No.
How many inches does that look like he is tall?
Well, you can't tell how tall he is because of the way this picture's taken.
Well, what does it look like?
This shows his shoulder 64 inches.
What about his head?
You can't tell.
You can't see a number at the top of there?
No, because you'd have to be above the top of his head or right in line with the top of his head. The only thing you can glean from this picture is that his shoulder is 64 inches above the floor.
All right, I'm going to ask you about use of Faro. Are you the one who actually operates the Faro equipment?
I do, but in this particular time, somebody else did.
And did your equipment, has it been calibrated recently?
Yes, we calibrate every year.
Every what, sorry?
Every year.
Did you actually operate it this night?
No, I believe Michael Whitley,
day, whatever it is,
who's a biomedical engineer in my office, I believe he was the one that day that was doing the scanning.
You described Faro as the as a sort of a time of flight laser. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it uses a laser and it creates points. It creates a point cloud.
Is it fair to say, though, it's not actually a time of flight laser, it's a phase-based laser? Would that be more accurate?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you don't know?
I don't know.
All right, beginning at, just toward the very beginning of the slide works. No, the first slide, just the beginning of the presentation, the defense exhibit. Yeah, like slide 1. Did you do the addition? I know that we're going to get to it, but there's some individuals you put in the Faro report. Were you the one who actually added that 3D render, or was someone else do it?
No, I had several engineers help me on this project. So Aaron Kiefer is an engineer in my office. He did a lot of the work on the point cloud, and Matt Kiefer, actually his brother, did work with taking those scanned people and turning them into shooters. So I would say 5 or 6 engineers in my office have worked on this particular project.
All right. What we're seeing here is a quail, what's called the quail pen. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And again, this is not your picture. This was the one taken from the night of the incident?
This is a crime scene picture the night of the murders.
Okay. And next exhibit, please, Exhibit 63. Would this be a close-up of that?
Yes.
And the panel here, that's a paper product? I think you already testified to it, but that's a paper-type product?
Yes.
Okay. You can actually see it's like bending, warped because it got wet?
Yes.
So it's pretty thin?
Yes.
All right, and the next slide, please. Now, this is what's purported to be a projectile hole. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is a projectile hole.
And you testified, I think you testified about the, what you tell me, what did you call this indentation on the right side of that hole?
I called it a white mark. The bullet's coming in at 41 degrees, kind of from the right, so that represents where the tip of the bullet first touched the cardboard or the fiberboard.
And I think you already testified this, but you have no formal training or experience or certifications in crime scene investigations. Is that correct?
I've answered that. It all comes from experience and my education.
And are you aware that there's a margin of error for the angles that may be measured in a projectile, especially if it's a soft paper product?
Sure. There can be, and also depends on how you measure it. So I took what Special Agent Worley measured. Like I said before, it looked like our angle varied a little bit based on it didn't match up with the other physical evidence. That's why I picked a range. I picked a range of 1.5 to 3 degrees.
Keep going. Next one, please. And right here we're seeing a metal dowel. Is that your understanding what that is?
I don't know if it's metal or fiberglass, but it's some type of material like that that's going to be straight.
And on top of it is an angle measurer. Is that
Yes.
fair to say? And they're sitting on top of that hole, which is essentially a paper product. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And no projectile was actually recovered from this direction of shot. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
All right. And if you wouldn't mind skipping forward to Exhibit 35. How tall is that doghouse at its highest point?
Probably going to be about 4 feet tall.
What are you relying on when you say that?
This is Special Agent Worley's notes.
Does your Ferroscan make measurements of items? I think you testified to that.
It does. If you wanted me to give you my measurement of it, I would, have to open it up. It might take a while if you want to take a break. Okay.
So you don't know off the top of your head?
I do not have the doghouse height memorized.
All right, moving forward. And I think we saw here, this is the entry spot of the projectile into the doghouse. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm. You would agree the wood in this case is much more firm than the quail pen paper product, right?
Yes, it's thicker.
And the bullet, which appeared to have gone through the doghouse and was recovered from inside, is that your understanding, having reviewed the crime scene?
Yes.
Crime scene reports?
Yes.
And do you have any formal study, experience, training, or otherwise on what a bullet might do when it strikes wood or whatever the interior of the dog pen held, including the earth?
Well, again, it's the same line of questioning. It would be based on my experience. I can't say that I've ever done any specific testing for wood. I've certainly reviewed papers and literature concerning such, but typically I don't go into that area of ballistics. I look more at impact marks and then just the flight path of the bullet, because that's just physics.
And then I'm going to fast forward to some of your Faro images. If you wouldn't mind, scoot forward a little bit more. Keep going, please. All right, here in these, the body that's laying there covered in a sheet, that was added after the fact. That's not part of the Ferroscan, is that right?
That is correct. That was added as well as the evidence markers.
All right, and I know the markers we see on this picture is just representative. There's the placards, and is this the one where you tried to merge kind of what the placards were with the Ferroscan?
Yes.
And the little circular X's, is that the computer-assisted drawing that you made based on the measurements performed by Special Agent Worley?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right, if you would mind, scoot forward to where we start with these green lines. There you go. All right, we're looking at exhibit, it doesn't even say, but exhibit with the two lines spread out. Is that the representative of the two different angles that were noted on the quail pen?
Yes.
So do you know which one's which one's the 1 degree and which one's the 3?
Well, the 3 degree is going to slope towards the ground quicker. So that would be the bottom line, and then the 1.5 slopes less, it's more gradual slope, so it would be the top line.
Okay. Going forward 1. And here's where you inserted a 3D person as a 5'2" person. Is that who you inserted there?
Yes.
Okay. And you chose to insert a 5'2" individual shooting from the hip in that manner that aligns with that green line. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And nowhere on here is any other individual on that green line. Is that correct? You didn't put any other images here. You only chose to put a 5'2" individual slinging a gun on his hip.
Well, that's what matches. If the person was any taller, then they would have to be towards the quail pen. If they were any shorter, then they would be behind the shooter. Or the shooter would be in a different posture.
And do you have any idea if a bullet can ricochet?
Of course.
They can, right?
Yes.
If they hit something.
Yes.
And you don't know, because we didn't recover that bullet, but you don't know if that was a ricochet. Is it possible?
It could be possible, but I don't see any evidence from the crime scene investigation that it was a ricochet.
Okay, but it's possible, right?
I think it's very unlikely because of the hole in the side of the quail pen. Usually when a bullet ricochets, it'll get upset, so the hole in the quail pen should have been bigger.
So the shooter, according to your lines here, the shooter could have been anywhere on that line. Is that correct? Anywhere on that line?
Yes.
All right, if we keep going. This is just another one showing them same posture, just on different points of those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So as long as that's gun, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line, it could have been accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate. Is that right? It could have been that shot.
Yes.
Anywhere.
That's what I explained is that the line, by definition, establishes where the weapon is. Then the next step would be to figure out where the person is, or where the shooter is.
I just want to be clear. Anywhere from this point all the way, I guess, until it would eventually hit the ground, right?
Correct.
Anywhere until it hits the ground, somewhere back behind where the bodies are located. It's your testimony that is consistent with what you're seeing.
Yes.
As long as that gun is on that line.
Yes, sir.
So we can just remove the 11-year-olds from the equation. As long as that gun's on that line, it fits with what you're saying, your mathematics is saying, is lines up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings perhaps kneeling, did you?
Repeat that?
You didn't do any other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground while shooting, did you?
No. What I did do is consider that because, obviously from your question, you kind of can see that in your mind. Okay.
I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Well, I did. Let me explain.
He's attempting to answer the question. Again.
Okay. So what I did for that question, because I figured that you would ask me it, but what I did was at 1 foot increments from the quail pen, all the way out to 60 feet. And at 60 feet, you're getting pretty close to where that line goes underground. It actually goes underground about 73 feet, okay? So what I did was I looked at the height of the shooter's hand, just like we did this morning in front of the jury. And the other thing I looked at was where the center of the shell casings, the empty casings were, okay? And I looked in a 12-foot circle around the shell casings, like the center of those shell casings, figuring that everything that I've seen, typically these rifles are going to be 8, 10, 12 feet, big variable. And it's just a rough number. This is what I did, though. First thing you look at is that Alex is 76 inches tall. I measured to his knee is 25 inches. So that means that if he went down on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground. And if he shouldered the rifle in a kneeling position, he still can't make the quail shot because the muzzle would be above where the hole is. So that's number one. So the more you back him up, then it just gets more and more improbable. So then what I said was this. So I looked at this, and the height of the shooter's hand, whoever the shooter was and whatever posture they were in, was between, assuming a 12-foot, big 12-foot radius circle, so however big that is, 24 feet circle around the shell casings. The shooter's hand is 16.2 to 27.6 inches above the ground. So that's basically 2 feet above the ground. So that's why it only fits you said 11-year-old kid, but it only fits with a short person, or with some bizarre shooting posture that doesn't match an aiming position or a normal shooting position or just an abnormal shooting position. That's where I'm coming from is, and I invite you, I mean, with the blackout here, if you want to, try to put this gun 27.6 to 16.2 inches and tell me that that's not somebody that's very low to the ground.
Answer me this. How far off the ground is that gun right there in the 12-year-old's hand?
Which one?
12-year-old.
Objection is overruled.
Which shooter?
Doesn't matter.
There's no record, nothing in the record about a 12-year-old shooting this gun.
Objection is overruled.
Let's go with the back guy. I'll call him the far shooter.
How high is that gun?
So he is 33 feet from the quail pin, and if you look at that, which is the 1.5 at 33. Yep, the bottom of his hand is going to be like right there at that 28-inch mark.
Where's the line located? Right there, the line where the barrel, according to you, is?
At 33 feet, the muzzle.
The muzzle.
33 feet for the rear shooter. Uh, 39.6.
39 inches?
39.6.
39 inches.
Yep.
Do you have a tape measure? Oh, here we go. Inches right there?
Yep.
If we back it up 10 feet, what's the distance? What's the green line at? 10 feet back, so 40 feet.
It would be 36.5.
36.5. That's 3 feet. 3 feet 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
My finger. That look about right?
Yes.
Right there?
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
But we got this. We got your renders that you went with of these two, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if you wouldn't fast forward a little bit. Right here, okay. So now we got, what's the angle of this doghouse that you calculated?
That's 14 degrees.
All right, and the shooter, the little youth there, the youth is how far away from that?
.4 feet.
And how high off the ground is that green line where he's standing? Little guy.
The muzzle is 29 inches above the ground.
29 inches.
Maybe 30.
30 inches. So right here? 30?
Yes.
So 30 inches when you're up close right next to that doghouse. So what happens then when you back? I see the line, it's going upwards. So what happens when you back up? I mean, soon it's going to be over the little guy's head, right?
Yes.
Okay. But what happens if you're not such a little guy? If you back up, I don't know, let's back us up 5 feet. What happens?
Let's see. So that would be about 47.4.
47.4. Let's see. That about right?
Yes.
I can bring it closer.
Yes.
40, you see it?
Yes.
Finger? Okay. 47.4. It's right there.
Yes.
I'm glad we could demonstrate those heights to the jury. Thank you. you would fast forward a little bit more about, it doesn't have an exhibit number, but like 5 slides. Right, yeah, right here's fine. That's good. Now, and I just want to be clear, you talk about casings, it's cartridge casings, and you're aware that shotguns have shells and rifles have cartridges, is that correct? Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
I call it a rifle cartridge, but a rifle cartridge would be the bullet and the casing and the gunpowder inside the casing. But I call them rifle casings.
Okay. Well, I mean, before you just called it shell casings, I just want to be clear. All right. So and you talked about, I know you spent some time talking about the ejection of cartridge casings from a rifle or an AR style rifle. But you have no training or experience in that, other than the studies you've personally conducted. Is that right?
That's correct. In the literature, which again, for this rifle, it's supposed to be 3 o'clock to 4:30, which is 45 degrees behind, but it can be forward. It can be straight out to the side.
And I'm just tapping into common sense here, but you weren't at the scene the night of the murders. Is that right?
I was not there.
And so, is it possible that cartridge casings were moved?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ejected in an unorthodox manner?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ricocheted off of something, hit something and ricocheted?
Yes.
Okay. So where they laid, and this is just, again, tapping into common sense, not your engineering background, but where they laid may not necessarily be where they fell that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes. You're looking for just the area. For instance, if you're thinking about a shooting position 60 feet away, it makes no sense. But anywhere in that 24 feet that I'm talking about, yes, because there's casings there.
Okay. And here, what are we showing here? Remind me again what this, and I think there's one before it too, an exhibit before. What are we seeing here with the intersection of the 3 lines? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the 2 shots made in 2 different directions can be made from approximately the same spot.
Does that assume, though, that someone's shooting from approximately the same spot? Does that assume that right there? This is assuming someone's in the general same area when they shoot.
Well, I used a constant height shooter, put them on the trajectories, and they end up in the same spot.
Is it possible that someone shoots from one position and then moves to another position before they shoot again? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay. And along your lines, it's very possible that someone could have shot over here, and again, they were maybe a bigger person than the 12-year-old, and someone could have then moved before they shot again. Is that a possibility? Is that possible?
Of course. Well, I mean, that's what this slide depicts, is the shooter moving.
Fred, is it possible that they were back here and moved maybe just a little bit more than the 2 feet you put on your drawing?
No, they would have to change their shooting posture. That's kind of the whole point. It's like, for instance, if you want to, like your line of questioning, let's say that the shooter is laying down or on one knee, then stands up and shoots from the hip. I don't know if that's really consistent with a moving shooter, but it's my understanding from what people have determined and what I've heard in expert reports from the state is that they think the shooter was moving. So I was thinking that it doesn't have to be, but what's most likely is somebody is walking around shooting a gun.
Okay. Again, you weren't there. You have no firearms training. Is that right? Or certifications? Or crime scene training or certifications. Is that right?
I was not there.
So this is your best guess. Is that what it is?
No, that is not a guess.
So
that is based. Let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles, the physical evidence that was collected by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be alternatives. But you have to look at how likely the alternatives are. And that's what I'm doing here. There's always going to be variables. You can move things around, but I think as I've tried to get across today is that you draw a conclusion when you look at the evidence.
And you're here to testify to these jurors that your most likely answer is that it was two 12-year-olds at 5'2".
Your Honor, there's been no testimony that two 12-year-olds are involved in this anyway, misstating the facts.
Sustain the objection.
You're saying, though, that 5'2", which we can all guess approximates what size individual or age of individuals, that's your best guess of what went on that night?
It's not a guess. And again, it's not two individuals. It could be one person moving slightly there. But that is not a guess. That is my opinion. And I've tried to explain it to the court as best as I possibly can.
Exhibit 50, I believe it's 53, right there. Did this line account for the trajectory of the bullet either going through glass, other objects, or a human being?
Well, as we've discussed before, I would not anticipate any deflection through the glass, but there could have been some deflection through the body. So what that would account for is that where I'm standing or where that string is could have moved a little bit going through the body, but I think everybody's agreed that the shotgun is inside the door, so that would limit how far you could move the shotgun side to side based on deflection due to contacting something solid inside the body.
All right, so I didn't hear a yes or no. Did it account for the projectile traveling through a human body, glass, or any other objects that were then located in that room that night? Does it account for that? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't account for it, but you could see, how that has to change or could change, because the amount that you can move the shotgun around from that position is limited by the opening in the doorway.
Okay. And same thing for the green laser lines we saw earlier. Does that account for the projectile passing through a human body, wood, any other object that it passed through? Did your calculations account for that trajectory?
Well, that path is a straight line path. It could have passed through a human body. It passed through the layers of the quail pen, but it's traveling straight at that point.
Did your calculations, I'm going to ask it again because I need a yes or no answer. Did your calculations account for the projectiles in the other examinations, the green line ones? Did it account for the projectiles passing through an item such as wood or a human body? Did it account for that?
No, I did not put there that the projectile somehow interacted with anything else and was deflected.
All right, I'm going to go over a few variables if you wouldn't mind. So variables in doing all these calculations are, would you agree, it's where the gun was held? That's a variable.
Not for the trajectories.
So you won't concede that where the gun was held is a variable in a calculation, such as yours?
Which calculation?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about either your shotgun calculation or your rifle one. Was where the gun held a variable that you have to account for in making this determination? Where the gun was held physically?
Not for the shot trajectories.
All right. Will you concede then that it was a variable in the AR-300 blackout scenario?
No, the shot trajectories, it doesn't matter where the gun is being held.
So where the gun's held in your mind makes no difference?
No, the gun is on the shot trajectory. I think I've explained that.
Is it a variable of how the gun was held?
No.
Not a variable. Is it a variable if the party shooting was moving?
Again, no, the barrel of the gun was on that shot line, in my opinion.
Is it a variable if the party that the bullet would have potentially passed through was moving? Is that a variable?
No.
Is it a variable to you if the party was jumping or ducking? Is that a variable to you?
No.
Is it a variable if the party was maybe turning side to side? Is that even a variable?
Not for what I've done.
Okay, so you're saying no to everything I just asked, and all of those, you would agree, all of those variables that I listed include motion. Is that right?
Yes, those would all be if you were trying to figure out the orientation of the person that was shot, which is something that I did not do, and that's something I don't do. It's not my field of expertise.
Anything further? Sorry. All right, well, let's stand while we're indulging. Okay.
All right, and further to the variables, I think you just said it's not is it not a variable to you? I'm trying to ask this as clearly as possible. Sorry, strike that. Is it a variable if the person that is being shot is moving? Is that a variable to you?
That is not a variable to me.
And is it a variable to you if the person who's doing the shooting is moving?
That is not a variable to me.
Would you agree, though, in general, people do move?
Yes, in my experience, people move.
That's it. No further questions.
So much to straighten out. So let's deal with his last questions. About the variables. You're an expert. I'm going to give you a hypothetical real quick. Bullet hole 10 feet up, bullet hole 5 feet up. What does that tell you?
And the bullet's descending.
Right. And if you put a dowel through that, would you see where it possibly came from and where it possibly went?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, it's a line, correct?
Yes.
So what does knowing where the gun was being held have to do with any of that?
It has no bearing on the physics of the flight of the bullet. It may have something to do with maybe where the shooter was positioned relative to the weapon, right? Or, if some other variable, but I'm not testifying about those subject matters.
Right. So well, let me ask you this. The data you relied on for this trajectory, the trajectories, was that generated by SLED?
Yes.
And so, did they indicate any evidence of ricochet?
No.
Did they indicate any evidence of bullet passing through a person?
No.
Didn't they test the one bullet they found in the dog shed for DNA and tissue or some sort of organic matter?
Yes.
Didn't find any?
No.
So, you're basically just saying this is the line.
based on the SWED, Agent Worley putting a dowel through and then figuring out the angles, correct?
Yes.
The two people you put here are based on the angle from the quail pen going down. It was an upward shot, correct?
You cannot lead the witness. Though I've heard no objections to it.
I haven't heard any objections either, Your Honor.
Well, the court is objecting. You cannot lead the witness.
I'm trying to cut to the chase. I apologize. You were asked a question about the number of pellets. Did you review Agent Worley's report of her notes based on her visit to the location on July 16, 2021?
Yes.
Let me hand you these to see if it refreshes your memory. You go through those for just a moment, please.
Okay.
Let me see it, please.
Right.
Any objection to putting this into evidence?
No objection.
Elma. I'm sorry. Offer this in evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
We'll just go page by page. This is a page one, and then we'll go through. Okay, how about take it down a little bit? Oh, no, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. So, what is being recorded in this document and by who? It's a SLED report, right?
Yes, it's just a listing of the observations that Special Agent Worley was observing at the crime scene.
Okay, so let's go down to the bottom of this page. Okay. What's there? That shadow. What's that about? Okay. So, tell me what that says. What does that mean?
Those are the following bullet defects in feed room, the doghouse, the small animal cage, and the workshop were scaled, labeled, and photographed.
Okay, so what is the defect A, B, C, D, and E?
Those are 5 projectiles in the feed room window.
And I think we previously heard those are buckshot pellets.
Yes.
You can't lead the witness.
Okay. Go to the next page, please. So how many is that?
5.
Okay, keep going. Top of the page, please. Okay, and so it can. What happens here? Defect F, G, and M.
F and G are projectile entered the interior side of the window. Defect K is a possible defect in the exterior side of the window screen.
And that accounts for how many pellets?
You got 7.
Okay, and how many pellets were there?
9.
Okay. Is this where you got your information that you were asked about by the state?
Yes, and I mean there was a report by Tom Bevel. He talked about the evidence. The evidence been listed, so there are several documents that you could go to find the stuff that was collected at the site.
Okay, and then going down doghouse, this would be what does that cover?
Maybe push it down.
Push it down just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, the doghouse was, there was the entrance defect, then there was a possible entrance defect. It was like a really small hole. No projectile recovered, and then there was a projectile entered the lower middle area, the southeast exterior side, exited the interior side, and entered the bedding. And the projectile was previously collected from the bedding.
Okay, so it says a flight path rod was placed through defects 1 and something.
I think that's I and I-1.
I and I-1.
Yes.
Okay, and was documented with photographs. You've seen those photographs?
I have.
An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the... You know, I'm just reading. I'm not leading him. I'm reading the document that's in evidence. I'm publishing it.
All right.
Thank you. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 76 degrees, and a protractor, and a plumb bob determined the horizontal angle to be approximately 84 degrees. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that or was that inconsistent with the photographs you saw taken by Agent Worley of her performing those tests?
I think it's off the horizontal angle. I think was off a degree.
A degree,
right.
Based on the photograph.
Right.
But you weren't there.
No.
So you're looking at a photograph and saying it's off a degree, but maybe she had a better perspective. Could she had a better perspective than you did and what you saw in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Small animal cage. That says defect J, projectile entered the exterior side of the cardboard on the southwest end of the cage, exited the interior sides of the cardboard and the chicken wire. Defect J1 traveled through chicken wire on the back wall of the cage and entered the southeast wall of the workshop. Defect J2 exited the interior side of the workshop wall. Defect J and struck a vertical shelf beam that was perpendicular to the wall. A flight path rod was placed through defects J to J2, was documented with photographs. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 87 degrees and the horizontal approximately 41 degrees. And is that consistent with the photographs you saw?
Yes, except for the one that's 3 degrees.
Right,
and
that's
then,
3 degrees.
And then there was one with 1.5, and again for the reasons
and
I've
that's why we see the two paths. You do 1 at 1.5, 1 at 3. Now, in any of this, did you read anything about I'm not quite done yet. No, I'm done with that one. But about ricochet or any biologic material on anything or anything that indicated pass through a person or a wall or anything. Was there anything recorded by their agent that would indicate any of that? That was collected by their agents that would indicate any of that?
No.
Okay. Now, do you know what this is?
This is Agent Worley's drawing of the window.
Okay. And what does it indicate?
It indicates the 7 buckshot pellets that passed through the window.
Okay. How about let's see the other one. What is this?
It's another drawing showing where the 7 buckshot pellets went through the window.
Okay. One's from inside, one's from outside? Or
yes.
What? Okay.
Yes.
So there are 7 buckshot. And which one of these is the one you measured through?
If that's the outside,
yeah, maybe it is.
I measured through a defect B1, which would be the upper leftmost
exterior side. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I went through B1.
Okay. And is this consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't get to look at this until October, correct?
Of 2022. 22.
Right. Now, these drawings, their examination was done in June and July of 21, within a month of the murders, correct?
Yes.
And what you had to go on basically was photographs, right?
Objection to the leading room.
What, if anything, did you have to rely on to do the analysis?
Well, the information and data that SLED collected. Because
I'm sorry, who collected it?
SLED.
Okay, and?
Right, because they were there very early on and I was not, and then also went and took a look at the physical evidence, and I found some stuff there that was helpful to my investigation itself. So it wasn't 100% based on SLED, but a lot of this information came directly from SLED.
Okay, do you know when Alex Murdaugh was charged with murder? Was it July of 22?
I don't remember.
But at some point over a year after the murders?
Yes.
Okay. And you were retained and got out there within 90 days of his arrest, correct?
Yes.
But they waited over a year to arrest him, correct?
Yes.
So my question is, I mean, these issues raised, would the ammo that you used for your sound testing, whether you were using the same brand or some different brand, did it make any difference?
No.
Objection, no basis in his expertise.
What, if any, difference would it have made in the acoustical issues you were testing? Different ammo?
Same objection.
None. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Your Honor. Was he able to answer? I'm sorry. Was he able to answer that?
Yes, objection was overruled. Your answer.
Thank you.
It makes no difference. All of the shotguns are right in the same range. It doesn't matter. The rifles are in the same range. Weapons of this type are not loud enough to be heard inside the house from that distance with all the variables.
Okay, you were also asked a question about how loud the sound was if you went in a laboratory. The length of the distance you said was between the kennels and the house, outside the house, and I think you said, was it 100 decibels?
Yes, it's about like 103, 104.
Okay, and he went to a chart saying that would be like a airplane at 300 meters?
Yes.
Would you be able to hear that inside the house?
Depends on what's going on inside the house, but at that level you would just, I don't want to, it's been a long day, but it depends on where the energy of the sound is in what's called octave bands and 1/3 octave bands. So in other words, the sound of a gunshot is different than the sound of a jet airplane because it's not the same noise. So there's more to the question, but even if apples to apples, if you had that level of noise outside, which it wasn't because it wasn't a laboratory setting, it was actually only about 85 decibels outside the house, which would have been audible if you're outside. You could be a couple miles away and hear these gunshots if you were outside.
So if you were a couple miles away and you were outside, not inside a house, you could hear those shots.
You could, yes. As long as there's not a lot of traffic or you're not cutting the grass, if it was quiet and you're outside, you could hear those gunshots. You just can't hear them in the house.
Can't hear them in the house. Now, did you find any data, any reports, anything you looked at for SLED, that they did any of the trajectory calculations that you did?
No.
They did a computer simulation, right?
Or a scan. They scanned the same way I did.
And then when you look at it, we saw it 4 weeks ago, there's a sort of a flaw.
Objection to the leading.
Objection sustained.
Did they do, what if any Faro did they do? Faro computer generated. Did they do one?
All I know is that they did scan the scene in July, just like I did, but I have not yet seen anything from them using their scan.
And did they, but I want to make sure I understand this. They got the information, strike that. What if any trajectory computations did they do, SLED, the state, any FBI, anybody hired by these guys over here, do on trajectory? Did you see anything?
No.
So the first time anybody's done any trajectory calculations is you, and as you indicated, we were going through that PowerPoint last night trying to make sure it was understandable.
Objection to the leading.
Sort of, One last question. Was there anything to prevent SLED, FBI, anybody from doing the same calculations you did? Well, just two last questions. That you did. Anything preventing them? Do they have any? What, if any, obstacles were there to SLED or FBI or one of these private people they hired doing the same thing you did?
None.
And let me get this straight. He kept talking about children 5'2". Young lady, stand up. That's a clerk in my office. She's 5'3". So,
Objection is sustained.
she's not a child. That's all I'm trying to point out. She's 22.
Objections and commentary.
Objections.
Apologize to the court, Your Honor. Based on your calculations and based on the assumption that somebody would be holding a rifle either at their hip or at their shoulder in a way in which you could operate that weapon, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether that person could be Alex Murdaugh shooting into that quail pen?
It can't be.
Thank you.
I know you just answered that question, but it could be on anyone on those green lines. Is that right? Your green lines that you drew could be anyone along that green line.
That is correct.
Could be anyone who could fit along that green line. Is that true?
The weapon is on the green line. And then so, as I've tried to explain before, the next thought process is that, okay, for people of different sizes, what do they have to do to put their hands on the weapon to fire it?
Thank you.
While it's sitting on that green line.
So to be clear, is that a yes, anyone on that green line? As long as this gun travels on that green line, it would fit anyone on that green line.
That is correct.
Thank you. And if you were down at the kennels when a shotgun was shot and a 300 Blackout was shot, if you were down at the kennels, would you have heard it?
Yes.
No further questions.
You step down. And ladies and gentlemen, that'll be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Looking at it's almost 5:30 now. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good evening. You just hold still while the jurors leave, since it's taking you a while to get up. Be in recess to 9:30.
Max, your dad says be ready.
Watch it.
Yeah.
Watch this one.
Alex Murdaugh, leaving court.
That was intense, actually.